Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. It has been a bit of time. I'm aware of that. I'm Captain D-Trag, and it is Friday, so yeah, it is Super Bowl Game almost Saturday because, yeah, I'll go into elements as far as scheduling from the past couple weeks and why we have not been on actually in about 3 weeks as it's been, specifically as far as an official show. Yeah, I gotta have a Friday show for this week, but yeah, this is your stop for classic gaming goodness usually every week. Although, as I mentioned, I put updates on the Twitch site over the past couple weeks. My grandmother passed away a few weeks ago, as it was, and so at that point I said, I can't do the shows I'm doing, so actually I had to cancel the game we're playing tonight, which we're able to play now, and also one of the Lunar parts. As is, I did put indication that just to give an idea to everybody out there that, hey, you know, when things are getting elements going on as far as my life is concerned, hey, I'm not forgetting about you. I'm not getting a sense that, hey, you know, I'm just going to disappear without, you know, anything to it. But as I said, yeah, I was able to deal with that as far as, you know, being with my family, giving my grandmother a wonderful send-off, which is also part of the reason why up here I have a little bit of an indication of Pauline from Donkey Kong. Not that my grandmother necessarily is a huge one into gaming exactly, but it is the kind of thing she always liked to be warm and comforted as far as how it was. So as I said, it was definitely nice to see my family and to again, give her the send-off that she deserved because she was 93 as far as how it was. But it was also the case that I wanted to at least announce to everybody that way, say that, okay, we had the show that was canceled for that reason, and anytime that's going to happen coming up in the future, if that ever goes on again, I will have updates on the Twitch site for the week that we were going to have show. So basically we'll go live. In fact, I went live with Pilotwings actually an hour and a half after I learned my grandmother's passing at the age of 93. But that being said, I said that seems like the best way to give announcements, at least while we're still working on the stuff for the Super Bowl Game Saturday Discord site and other things. I've been really busy over the past couple weeks, as you might imagine, with it. But the show is going to go on, and all the stuff we have going on is going to be going on for tonight's show. We are on the Switch for tonight. Well, a couple weeks ago when we were going to do this, we were going to do Pilotwings for the Super Nintendo. We still are, but because it is summer, and yeah, it is a little weird for me now, I gotta be honest before I go on, because this is the first time I have not had a show in more than a week. There's some cases where I've had a week off, but it's been over 2 weeks, so yeah, you have to bear in mind as far as it, but I think everything's gonna come back as far as it, and I'm glad you stopped by as far as seeing this game, or games up, because actually, like first wanted to see Pilotwings for the Super Nintendo, which came out on August 13th, 1991 in the US, so 32 years ago in a couple weeks. Although it came out on December 21st, 1990 in Japan for the Super Nintendo. He wanted to see that game, so I said, when it comes to a viewer request, ask you shall receive. And also, that was the other reason I did an update video saying, yeah, I disappeared as far as that. I don't want to give that sense like, hey, I forgot your game or something. But as I said, that was the idea. We're going to be playing the game tonight, as it is, but because it's summer, I have two other things planned a little bit, and we're going to start with one of them, actually. I mentioned we played Pilotwings 64 a couple years ago, before they put it on the Switch Online expansion pack over here, actually on both of these, the Japanese and the US apps. I'm going to show it off again at the end of the show, very briefly, because I want to show the emulation of that, which was pretty amazing. In fact, the best emulated, or I guess rebuilt in that case, game from Nintendo 64 on the Switch Online expansion pack, which has been notorious for problems with frame rate and other technical problems and button lag and other things. I guess got an online person up there. I'll get a sense of who they are when I go into game. But I said, okay, we'll show off that because we're going to compare that with the Super Nintendo game, which is the one that started it all. It is a great game. Not the one I necessarily grew up on, but one that when I played it years later, I definitely got into it. It's definitely the harder one, for sure, as far as Super Nintendo Pilotwings is concerned. But we're going to show off the way they emulated Pilotwings 64 for this. But to start, it is summer. It is hot, usually, depending on where you are. It's cooled down a little, but then it got muggy again. I'm going to show you another game, also one we've played, and when I edit this in a couple days, I'll have the links to the original shows we did as far as these two games, because I played these 2 years ago, before the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack existed, before Nintendo 64 games existed on this service, and now with this one, we do have a bunch of things that are this way, as far as how it is, but there's one game I want to show as far as a little bit of a taste, a little bit of an extra thing, and there's a reason I'm going to show this one off. Wave Race 64, Kawasaki Jet Ski, which came out in 1996 for Nintendo 64, and we played the whole game about 2 years ago, actually this month 2 years ago, or actually last month 2 years ago I should say now, because we're in August. It felt weird like, hey, I haven't done a show since July. But that being said, When they put this on the Switch Online expansion pack last summer, fall about. Hey gang, hey Electverse, so good to see you. I am sorry I've been off the past couple weeks. I mentioned as far as my Twitch update videos, my grandmother passed away, so I said I'm gonna have to take a break from the show. But we're back. I have the game you wanted to see as far as Pilotwings for Super Nintendo. But before we do, because we're in summer case, I want to show off the Shindo Pack version of Wave Race 64. I know you also said, hey, I want to be in. I wish I was there when we played this game the first time. We're going to do like we did with World of Illusion and other stuff. We're giving a little bit of prelude to Pilotwings for Super Nintendo. I know you wanted to see it. I have it for you. And I also have Wave Race 64 as a little bit of that one. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Do not worry. I appreciate your kind words for sure. In a way, consider me paying you back that way, because I remember that was the case when we played Midway Acre Treasures 2. You came on and said, actually when we were doing one of the Ocarina of Time parts, you said, my grandmother's very sick. And then when it came to that play, you said, she passed away. I hope I was able to comfort you as far as how that was. So the fact that you're here for this, it means a lot to me. So I thank you so much for everything you've done for the show. I'm just going to say that as it's been. It's something I've been thinking about a lot recently. As far as this, even the two preview, or not preview, sorta. I did update videos a couple weeks ago on the Twitch site just to give a sense of why we were not on for the past 2 weeks. Just to give a sense of that. We're doing okay. She was 93 as far as this is going to be a little bit of a, I guess, indication as far as her. As I said, she never played games that massively exactly. You all did for that. Thank you. Of course. I said that's what I realized. I'll let the intro on the Shindo Pack on Wave Race 64 play. I'll go on that very briefly, and we'll do Pilotwings Super Nintendo, and a very brief look at Pilotwings 64 for the way they emulated it. But I was thinking about, I actually did that recording. I'm going to tell you this like first. I might stitch this in when I upload this as far as the edit. I did that recording an hour and a half after I found out she passed away. At the age of 93, she had a long and fulfilling life, that's for sure. And my family and I appreciate all of your support as it's been, just as far as the show has been, but also just the idea of what that is. They've been very comforted as far as it. I've been comforted as far as what it is. And as I said, I was always thinking about that. And as I did that recording, I said to myself, I realized I've been doing this show for almost 3 years. The last couple of weeks have been hell for me too. I am sorry as well. So that, and this is what I guess what I'm going to get to. If you want to go into that, go ahead. If you don't want to, don't do it. It's your choice. As I said, that's what I realized when I did that recording, and as I've had the past couple weeks to kind of reflect before we got to our show tonight. I said, I've been doing this for 3 years, almost. Actually, over 3 years now, as far as July is concerned. I can't believe it's been that long, honestly. The show has kind of become what it is, and you're a big part of that, like, there's no question about it. I said, this is a different kind of video gaming program. Anybody can go on and stream anything, whether it's gaming or really anything at all. I said, this personal experience has been, this personal journey, you've been a big part of that. You openly said, when we played Kingdom Hearts, you said, I had elements as far as my aunt. This game ties to that very personally. When we got to the end of that play, I said, my god, I couldn't believe that. I was kind of taken aback. I said, talk about a bravery case. Talk about being open that way. And I said, this has to be a direction in the program. We have to have this personal element to it. And you get that with the opening of Wave Race 64 with the music. Oh my god, this beautiful, emotional music, but also very inspiring music. I got kicked from VR chat group, was never given an answer as to why. I am sorry that way. The idea of like, hey, that kind of a rejection, I get that. That's not going to be a problem on this program. Do not worry about that. No issue with that. Yeah, you're welcome to. We're so happy to have you as it is. So I get that idea. It's like, I know you said you had elements going on as far as family's concerned. I said, we're going to get to the game as far as that is. I thought they were friends. I've been there too. The idea of, well, let's go into that too. The idea that when you have connections with people, you think that there's people you might be able to trust as far as that, and it turns into a bad case. That I've had that case myself as far as things like that. So, and I said, it's not, here's the thing, it's not just me coming up here saying like, oh, you know, I'm gonna necessarily, I've said this multiple times, I'll say it again while we're watching the demo on this. I'm not coming in saying that, hey, you know, I'm gonna change my, I'm gonna change the world by, you know, going into stuff like this, or going into it, and also living with my brothers has been stressful. Well, I get that as well, because you said, you've been, as you mentioned when we played Rez, you said, I've been displaced as far as this, and it's that idea of like what that's looking like. So I get what that can be. I'm not coming on here just saying like, hey, you know, I'm just going to necessarily say this and everything's getting better for you, myself, anybody, really. But just that case that, you know what, I said something as far as my grandmother. I'm just going to go into this. I did eulogize her, well, twice technically. Once for the show, and a second time when I stood up in front of the congregation last week. I said specifically, she was someone who definitely helped as far as a lot of hard times I've had in my life, but other people as well. A lot of people came up to me and said, like, yeah, you really captured that as far as that element. It seems it just comes home pissed that way. Okay, I get that idea as far as it, but I mean, I said, I hope it's not going to be a case like that. I know it can be a tough thing, and it was a case, I guess, a little bit with us when it came to, like, I guess, we're getting ready for my grandmother's funeral case, but when I stood up, I said, you know, I want to be in this case of, I guess, I don't know, I mean, I want to try and be empathetic. I also don't want this to be a show of a case like, hey, someone comes on, say they had a horrible thing happen to them, or I say that, saying like, oh, is it going to bring down the room, or hey, you're a bad person bringing up, ruining people's good times. No. I said, I think that's adding character. I think that's saying, I've said this is a show that's not going to bullshit you, and I meant that. As far as it, I've been trying so hard to keep the peace. Right, and that can be a case of it too. I guess, when you think about it in a case like that too, for some things as far as it, and what that's going to be. So, I mean, if nothing else, I said, it's about, and this is why I kind of did this as far as the show, just the idea of kind of putting out there as far as elements as far as gaming that I like and things like that are interesting as far as it, even if it's not a great game, but just something that, hey, the people who want to kind of go into this, they kind of want to talk about stuff with game and then make it personal. If they want to go deeper, they can go deeper. If they don't want to, that's fine. I'm not going to push that. I'm also going to show that I do care, I really do, as far as what it is, because I've gotten so much support as far as this program, as far as everybody's for that, and I can really relate to that, and I hope that that's coming through as far as it. So, as I said, when I eulogized my grandmother last week, just to quickly go to that, I said, I kind of want to be in that case of, you know, being there as far as being supportive, even as little as it can be. I know that I'm not going to change the world. I'm not intending to do that necessarily, but I said, if I can come on to the show, if I can give you a good time, if I can maybe give myself a good time to kind of clear my head when it comes to stuff as far as that, or other people's, I said, you know what, this is my mission, that's my mission, that's fine. And I think it works. That's why I do this for fun. This is why this is an independent program. We can go stuff like this. We show the stuff you want to see, games you've asked for. I have bought stuff you have asked for semi-recently. I did buy a Justice League Task Force for the Super Nintendo. We're going to do that next year as far as it. And I got, find a couple things. I got Wave Race 64 to show as far as the Shindo packaging. She said, I wish it could have been on when we played this 2 years ago. Well, you're on now. You're going to be able to see it. We'll have a little bit of a preview. And the Pilotwings Super Nintendo. So that's going to be the idea. I said, thank you so much, Electors, for that. Your support of myself, my family, everybody as far as that. I mentioned as far as like when I do with the show, and people in my family have been on the show, like Inherent Knox, who's come on as far as my brother's concerned. And yeah, he flew over as far as what this was, and that was the case of that. So it's good to see him, good to see everybody. But just the thought that I've told the stories as far as what the show is. I've shown him stuff with the show, stuff you said, stuff other people said. They said, wow, this is something different. This is a different kind of gaming thing. Making it personal myself, but everybody else making it personal. I said, same with something like Wave Race. So in that case, I said, if nothing else, I'll take the stress away as much as I can for you, but also myself. That, I think, maybe is what it is. And so, to like a long story short, as we're looking at the Shindo Pack on Wave Race 64, that's, I think, what the direction of this show is going to be. It is going to be this personal experience. It's going to be this gaming town hall. It's going to be this case where you can come in, all the stuff that might be going on in your life, tell us what it is, we'll go into it. As far as it reminds you as far as games are concerned, you have memories as far as that, tell us about them. We'll listen. I'll tell you mine, of course, as it is. And we'll, well, as they say, as far as it, let the good times roll for the good times and the bad times as well, as we're seeing with, for Kawasaki jet skis, as far as Wave Race 64, the Shindo Pack version. Just to give it an indication of why we're showing this one, we can start this now. As you know, a little rumble going on the side. This version of Wave Race 64, we played it 2 years ago on the Nintendo 64 itself, with the cartridge I've had for quite a bit of time. This is before the Switch Online expansion pack existed. When they put it on, I have the Japanese app of Switch Online for everything. Okay, you can do that because it is a legal thing as far as being legal, in that I pay $50 a year for my Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack service. I have another email that I set up another account for that lets me go in the Japanese store, download stuff, so I'm still paying money as far as what it is to buy stuff, including the apps for the Japanese side. So you get the Japanese stuff for it, on top of the fact that, yeah, you're paying for everything, so it's not a case of like, hey, you're swindling Nintendo or anybody. But I realized that, hey, that's an interesting avenue for the show because it means we get to show this version of Wave Race 64, which came out in 1997 in Japan because, interesting thing, we'll talk about this, we never got this version. And there's differences as far as, like, the announcer, as far as there's different lines he has, there's different pitches of line he has, there's different music in cases by Kazumi Totaka, who did the music for this, as well as Yoshi's Story and Luigi's Mansion and Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins, amongst others. And what a great piece of music as far as talking over stuff like this, as far as, elements as far as, this emotional element, because that's the thing. This is a great soundtrack in terms of the emotions that it brings out, as far as maybe a sense of a melancholy, but also a sense of a remembrance, a sense of a drive, of a inspiration almost. Like, we're following that dolphin, we're driving around in our Kawasaki jet skis that are licensed, of course, for this, and they were able to keep the licenses for this release, unlike some of the earlier ones, I should say, like on Wii, when they was available on the Wii. So, in that case, it kind of fits really well as far as that. So, yeah, this version had Rumble Pack support because, interestingly enough, in Japan, Star Fox 64 came bundled with the Rumble Pack 2, the way it did for us. That game did not sell well over there, or not massively well. It honestly was kind of not a huge one for them, and honestly, Star Fox has weirdly enough been a case like that, where it's been bigger in Europe and in America, or North America, and some other cases than it has been in Japan. So, with that, Nintendo said, how are we going to get the Rumble Pack into people's hands? So they said, let's re-release Super Mario 64, and let's re-release this, that have Rumble Pack support, and they did have a very famous Japanese idol celebrity, whose name escapes me at the moment, but her name will be below when I edit this in a couple days, market these games, at least new versions that had bug fixes, and I'll show a couple of those as far as it, for this one at least, and had Rumble Pack support. So what that means for Wave Race 64 is we're going to show, also another thing, when you go into, it isn't in all Japanese for this, when you go into the time trials, I guess it gives you a message saying that the controller pack is missing. I think that's what it's saying. This was not in our version, even though the controller pack did have support in that one. I guess they're saying that because, remember, the Nintendo 64 only had one slot on the back of it, so you can only put a controller pack or a Rumble Pack in and just swap it. And I was always paranoid doing that because they said, hey, my controller packs died on me. And I was like, why was that? I said, is it because of that? I didn't even switch it that much, but it just died on me. It turns out, actually, it has a watch battery within it. So if you replace it, you should be able to run the control pack no problem, but it might eventually die anyway. That being said, they do give this element to it, but it does have Rumble as far as how it is. Everything is in Japanese as far as the announcer voice for the female announcer, as you have your characters of Ryota Hayami, Ayumi Stewart, Miles Jeter, and Dave Mariner. I'm going to run Dave Mariner as far as how it is and run my custom jet ski. You also have different sound effects as far as the selections here. But you also have elements of courses. I'll show the, I'll show Sunny Beach, or, Sandy Beach, I believe it's called for Japan. Run an expert.
3, 2, 1.
Go! Yeah, the music is not the same as what we got. They changed it. And it's debatable whether it's better, but it does it's good still. So it's interesting as far as these little changes. Like, okay, they just put Rumble Pack support on Wave Race 64 and call it a day. Well, it does have that, and when you're running it on Switch like this, if you have the Nintendo 64 controller the way I do, or if you run the Joy-Cons or the Pro Controller, it'll still have the rumble going on. It also has unique lines of dialogue for the announcer, because he says, nothing special, which he didn't say in our version. So it's all these interesting little changes, including the fact that they fixed some of the glitches, including the one in stunt mode. In stunt mode, if you do a flip off of a ramp or something and hit start and you come down, you hear him say, "What a cool jump!" And if you do that as you land, you can cook your powers, you can cook your stunts up so that when you do like ground stunts like that, okay, without the flip will turn that off. But if you do like handstands and the ride backwards and the riding standing up, that way you cook points. And at the end of the race, you get tons of points. You can get like 40,000, 50,000, depending on how early you do that. And also how long you wait until you hit the checkpoints when it's at 0. And you get a buffer for your score. That is a glitch that's in the original game. This version of the game fixes that. In fact, I will show that being fixed. Oh, actually, wait, no, that's a oh, right, this is the other thing. I forgot to show this. Go. All right, let's say there are ghosts in this game, right? Unlike the version we got and the original release, you have like a ghost dolphin who's pink like that running after you have a race. This is not in the US version. So it's kind of an enhanced and improved version, but it's also something that, hey, I also like the original tracks of some of the music, specifically Sandy Beach here and Southern Island, which are the two that changed. But it's all these little things, and also that glitch they fixed. I mean, fine. Here's to the game was like, hey, I wish I could get like 50,000 points on Dolphin Park like I used to. Or, fine, it's also like what happened with Super Mario 64's Shindo Pack version, which did get released here officially. Ow. It is on the Switch Online expansion pack as well. It is the Shindo version they give you for that. But the Super Mario 3D All-Stars release does have an emulated version of that Shindo Pack version, so that did get an official US release. Whereas this one did not, even to this day. So you want to play it, get your Switch Online expansion pack stuff running with the Japanese apps, and you can play it. As far as both the Shindo versions, as far as how they are. And there you go, got a new record. Alright, so yeah, I did beat my ghost as far as how it is, and you do have the element of entering your name like before. I didn't really show this off when we played it before, just because I'd had that cartridge for so long, I basically had everything set. Oh fine, we're doing singular SOG that way for it. And there we go. Alright, fine, let's go to, okay, there are other options, I guess, that are... Oh, no, because there's a change course to change watercraft. There's retry. And there's quit, which is the bottom. So there's definitely some difference, actually. Yeah, I'll show the thing with the snow mode, because I want to show this briefly. Yeah, I'll run Ayumi Stewart. Yeah, let's go to Dolphin Park. Talk about that great music. Also, they fixed the glitch there where the announcer didn't do the 3, 2, 1, go on this track for some reason. Alright, so let me go into this. Alright, so I'm going to do a flip off this ramp. You hit up and down on the control stick to do it. And if you hit start as you land, he'll say, "What a cool jump!" in the regular version. And you also do get the options on here for changing course and watercraft when you press start in this version, which you did not in the other one. But yeah, the action keeps going off. So the glitch has been fixed. Also, I think he has a unique piece of dialogue. I want to try and get him to say it. Oh yeah, in fact, is that what a show, I love it. They cut that off a little bit in the US version. Sort of, kind of, or fine, that's how it was originally. Because this game did come out the way we got it in Japan initially, and then when they got this version, and they had all these little fixes as far as how it is. And same also with Super Mario 64, where they removed the backwards long jump thing, which speedrunners are like, God, I hate that they removed that because it means I can't beat the game really quickly. Which is fine. I mean, it just creates another speedrun category, I guess, as far as... You know what, fine, I'll also show off... very briefly, I'll show off, like, the first race in, what is it? In, championship mode. Very briefly, and then we'll go on to Pilotwings Super Nintendo, because I know, like, you want to see that, but... As I said, I at least wanted to give a sense of this, because you said you weren't here for the first, look at this. But you're here now, and going anything you got on Wave Race 64, and even though, you know, we'll get to Pilotwings, you want to still talk about elements of Wave Race 64, do it. Absolutely no problem. We're an open book in this program, you know that very well, and we appreciate you being here. So go! Also, as far as the emulation stuff, I'll go on this as far as Switch Online. I've mentioned that, hey, there's button lag and stuff, and there is, as far as most of it. And, shit. Okay, I did leave everybody behind, and then they left me behind, because Derek Jeter turns really sensitively. I probably should have taken into account of that, honestly. What's wrong with this? Also, you get that blink noise, which is much more pronounced in this version than it was the ding that's in the original version that came out for Japan, and then also for us. And also, it's worth pointing out another thing, which is that even when they re-released this game on Nintendo 64 for the US, it wasn't this version that we got. And also, it's also worth pointing out, anytime they've re-released Wave Race 64 for Japan, it's always been the Shindo version they've gotten. So, when the Wii and the Wii U had their virtual consoles up, that was the version that they got, and same with Super Mario 64. They never actually got the original release re-released again, interestingly enough. Alright, so yeah, hey, the final lap! And a good one for summer is that that's the other reason I pulled this out, is that since we're running Pilotwings for Super Nintendo on this, I said, I gotta justify this, and Lifers, you wanted to see that, I said, I'm giving you a bonus. As I said, I'm giving you more than what you expect. That's always, I think that's gonna be the philosophy of the show, and you know what, I'll do one more run after this course, I'll run to Sunset Bay. And then we'll go on to Pilotwings Super Nintendo. Which I have practiced enough, I think. Both before I had to cancel the past 2 shows, and after I got back, as far as that from last weekend with my family. So I think we're ready.
You finished second and got 4 points. Nice going.
So I think we're going to be okay. I know you said also with that game, beating is on your gaming bucket list, or maybe your bucket list period. We're going to make that happen as far as this show, at least. I said, I'm going to give you more than what you expect. That's the idea. Because you and anybody who's coming in as far as chat's concerned have given me more than I've expected, and I've appreciated that. As I say, when I say this is your show as much as it's mine, that's what I mean. That also goes to the idea as far as guests are concerned, or have been concerned. Especially the ones who believe in the mission of Super Bowl Game Saturday, which honestly, when I started this 3 years ago, I didn't really know what I was going to do with this. I just said, I want to show stuff I have that maybe people aren't showing, and I have tech to do it. And then it kind of became more than that. I said, let me get new tech to show off stuff at a better quality, like I'm doing tonight with the HD60X. Let me take stuff the chat wants to see. Let me go full. Let's do multiple months of games as far as a full play of something. And in a lot of ways, Selectors, you helped spearhead that as far as the chat's perspective for it. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. I appreciate that. No problem. Absolutely. So that's what we do. Whoa, shit! Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Also, same deal as before, you can hit the A button to recover as we're going to this, honestly. So, yeah, I am in second. I do want to win, or try to win. It is a little weird. Just like, yeah, fine. This is how I get to play a game I've already played before this way. It's like, fine, we'll show off a different version and go in deeply. And we'll also do that, as I mentioned, as far as something I know you want to see. You said, like, I wish I was there when we did Mega Man 7. We'll do Mega Man 7 eventually. I'll talk to Nocturne as far as that, saying, like we do Mega Man 7. Oh, crap. Yeah, he does turn really well as far as Miles Jeter is concerned, but yeah, I'm clearly, not doing so hot with this. If nothing else, I at least want to get a win here. Yeah, I guess so. And yeah, okay, the announcer is definitely, inspirational, sort of. Alright, well, I made it. Well, kind of, sort of. I mean, I was going back to the F-Zero X play we did, saying like, hey, it was a lot of the same people at Nintendo EAD who developed that game who made this one. And the thought that the announcer was condescending, but they have more lines in this one that make him sort of not kind of, but then sort of still kind of. But either way, yeah, there you go. You know what? We're taking this to half an hour. I'm sorry. I'm doing another race. I swear, I promise I won't just play this one game. But as I said, that's going to be what that is. Electors, feel free to hit us with anything you got on Waver 64 or anything else you got. As I said, he does have also unique lines. But I said, if you haven't played the Shindo version, yeah, get that Switch Online Japanese app running. You can play it, and it is it's almost like playing the game anew, honestly. Even though it's a little minute changes kind of they're making, they're fascinating, especially for me who's played this game. We played this game to death when it came out on Nintendo 64, and still adore it to this day. Ow. Okay, yeah, he does say that, no big deal. He never said that in the original release. So it's all these little things, and also the way the fog is working for this emulation, which is a pretty good emulation. I said it does have some button like here and there, but I mean, it's always been a kind of case by case when it's come to the Nintendo 64 stuff on Switch Online anyway. Because Majora's Mask, we play with it, it was no problem as far as button lag. It had stuff with fog being off, but part of that also was my settings, but also sort of kind of, it does still do the, after 50 so seconds, the fog dissipates. It does look pretty nice. Ow. Okay, no, I'm okay as far as that. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, I'm not used to playing as him, but when we did play this about 2 years ago, and I said, I'll have the links to all the shows for the previous plays of this and Pilotwings 64 in there. That's the idea. Still waiting for a new game. New game in this series, new game that you purchased. Feel free to hit. I'd like another one of these if that's what you're talking about. Nintendo, I think there are a lot of people who want Wave Race again. Can you believe it's been since 2001 with Wave Race Boost Storm that we had the last official game in this series? Ow, Christ! Yeah, looking bad! Yeah, he does say that. That's different. Yeah, I know I've been overtaken. Let her overtake me. I don't care. In this series. Yeah, I'm with you. You know what? Fine. We'll do another... You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. We're gonna do the entirety of this championship. You said you wanted to see this game fully. I'm showing this game fully. Damn it. I'm sorry. And then we'll go to the other one. Yeah, okay, different line as far as that as well. I agree, so, I mean, the closest they kind of got to another one of these, because, fine, there are 3 games of the series. There's the Game Boy game from 1992, I think it was, or 1993, it's one of those, I think it's 92. That was the first one, which we can play. I gotta get a copy of that. I actually had it, and I sold it like an idiot when I was growing up. Like, it doesn't cost much, so, like, I think we can show that one, we should. There's Blue Storm, which on GameCube, which I have, and that will probably be the next time we come back to this, unless like Christian wants to see the Game Boy version first. There's this one. And, oh, there kind of is a 4th, but not really. Something that made people think, hey, let's get a 4th one now off of this. That was Wii Sports Resort on the Wii, in the sense that it does have a jet ski game in it, and it got people to saying, hey, you know, I'd like to see another one of these. Perhaps, and even other people saying like, hey, the flight thing in there, let's see another Pilotwings, that would be nice. And then they made Pilotwings Resort on 3DS, which is running on that engine, more or less, kind of. Well, it's using the same setting as that game. So we did get that new one, and with the rumor mill going wild this week on the next Nintendo console, the thought that companies apparently have dead kits for that already, from what I've heard. The thought that Nintendo themselves have said, we're not saying anything about this, but when we do get to this point, we want to make sure that if you bought stuff on Switch, you're going to be able to hold on to that as far as, like, I guess a backwards compatible thing. And the thought of they might be releasing it mid-next year, we don't know any of this yet as far as any of being confirmed. But with that rumor mill whipping up, the thought that, you know, talk about, like, a great idea, come back to this, use new tech of something for some of the modern games that kind of, really enough, there's not a whole lot of stuff with, like, jet ski, like, water-based racing that much. I mean, you have some stuff. There was, I don't know, what was the Vector unit? The people made Hydro Thunder Hurricane. They made something, and I should know, wait, you know what? When we're done with this, I can check what it is, because I have it on the Switch. In fact, I will do that. That was like a jet ski racing game, kinda. But it's something that, in this era, that was kind of the golden age. You had stuff like this. You had stuff like Jet Moto on PlayStation. You had Wave Runner in the arcade from Sega. You had Aquajet, which was by Namco. That was an arcade game as well. The thought of, like, hey, is there any better way of showing off your graphics in a game than showing what water can do, by the way? As we Port Pirates, which is what it's called in this version. But, yeah, so it's one of those things that kind of weirdly went out of fashion, I guess, but something that I always think the idea is, like, yeah, I'd love to have something like that. Something great for summer, you know? And Wave Race, they got it so good. I mean, we talked about this with F-Zero X as well. It's been another one. It's like, yeah, we missed this franchise. Not a case of, well, you know what, we're mad necessarily. Fine. Okay, fine. I guess we might be mad they haven't done anything with it because, like, we love it. We want people to remember it. Because when this came out Switch Online, expansion pack last year, the Crusader 64, he knew what it was. I think Nocturne knew what it was, kind of. And many other people didn't, but I said Gemini 96 is going to be on the show in a couple months for Earthbound. I said, play this game. Also, by the way, I'm going to show this. Yeah, you're hearing the rumble going off on that. So yes, this does have Rumble Pack support. And we didn't get this version outside of this release, or this way of playing it. But he played it, he loved it. He's like, yeah, this game is awesome. He's like, I wish I'd played this. And he was a Nintendo 64 boy. He loves stuff with that as far as how it is. There's a lot of stuff on that he played. But it's one of those things that, hey, it passed by. And sometimes that happens, you know? And the idea is like, hey, remembering some of the stuff, this, Pilotwings, and F-Zero, honestly, when we think about, like, the 3 great franchises of Nintendo's that showcased what they could do as far as a tech element, but also, and this, you know, this might also be the theme, like, why I'm having these games as far as in a line, and you can also toss F-Zero in as this way. They're more than just tech demos. They were games that at the beginning of, with Super Nintendo F-Zero in particular, it was showing off tech of what the console was able to do, but when it came to really delivering on more than just that, people remember it for the tech, and same with this, same with Pilotwings, every Pilotwings, really. But with all those, it's that there's much more to it than that, and it makes it so that you still kind of hold on to it, and it's something that, yeah, you have these memories, you wish you'd see another one. Like, Nintendo, please, we were on our hands and knees begging. I don't know if it's going to be too much of an ask this way, but yeah, you got something great here. You had something great here. You had other great games for sure as far as it. And we'll show off every single game in these franchises that we can, without a question. Do not worry about that. As we're at Southern Island, which for the normal element of championship mode, this is the last round you get. The other courses were Twilight City that Hard has, and then Glacier Coast that Expert has, or it's called Cool Wave in this version. And actually, Twilight City is called Castle City in Japan. Also, you do hear the different theme of, Southern Island here. Alright, so there we go. Let's get going. And like before, just same case where the water will recede on each lap. So we're going to do what we always do, or we're going to try to do what we always do. Pull it back up, forward, boom, go right down the dock, and there you go. Talk about getting into this great atmosphere and something that, yeah, whenever I hear this name, or so in some cases, like, I'll know people, like, hey, I'll talk to them about Waiver 64. They'll just be like, yeah, just, it brings up all these great memories, but also the thought that, yeah, you know, that tech, it's, as I said, crap. When we played this the first time, I'll reiterate this once more, and you can honestly say this with with Waivers, yes, but also with both the Pilotwings games on the consoles, the Super Nintendo and the N64. They're a great marriage of gameplay and graphics because they're all about showing their tech off from them visually. Ow! I'm not giving Miles Jeter a good time on this, as you see in the whales. But it's something that it's a great marriage of gameplay and graphics because it sure looks great to, you know, get people to look at it and say, like, hey, I want to play this, even if you are not a big gamer exactly. But then you play and you realize it plays as good as it looks, and it's the kind of thing that it is unique. It kind of still, they all really stand out, honestly. And toss F-Zero again back in that. It's really, F-Zero, Pilotwings, and Wave Race, they're games that they could be just remembered for their tech, but there's such a charm and such a permanence about them, and such a resonance that they have that, yeah, I get why, like, I'd want to see another one. Like, I miss all three of these franchises. They're awesome. So, Nintendo, please, we'd love to see them. It's not just myself saying that. I mean, that's the other thing as well. Like, hey, the idea of what this show is, like, the community idea is like, hey, I'd like to see more of this stuff, or I'd like to see other things. And that being the idea. Alright, so yeah, let's look at the rankings. Okay. Alright, so we'll show off the, we'll show off the victory thing again. And then we'll go on to Pilotwings for Super Nintendo. It's a little stuttery as far as how it goes a little, but I think maybe this is sort of in the original a little. But I think frame rate kind of is enhanced with some of this Switch Online expansion pack stuff. Definitely is with Pilotwings 64. We'll show that at the end of the program. Alright, fine. There's Miles Jeter winning. Yeah, I'm getting the congratulatory handshakes.
Congratulations!
You get this wonderful ending theme. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. With the piano, oh my god. I think I mentioned some of this stuff a little when I played this a couple years ago, but yeah, that's that idea. It just feels so good, and for early in the system's life, man, it is a showcase title, but it is more than that, and that's the thing. Wave Race 64, it is more than just a pretty face. It is absolutely a beautiful face, even to this day. God, I cannot believe.
You get to move up to the next class.
Yeah, as we get to move up to the next class, I can't believe it's been... Oh god, I'm trying to think of the count on this. 27 years in a few months since this game came out. It feels as fresh today as it did in 1996 when it came out. And something that, yeah, that's the thing. Also, the music. That's the other thing that gives it a lot of personality. It is Kazumi Totaka, as mentioned, who did it, and you could think, like, hey, just have some, like, guitar riffs, which could be cool, you know? But it's more than that. It's just beautiful. Also, I'm going to hold on to this a little bit, because when we played this last time, I did not give enough of an indication of the full version of the credits theme. Oh man, it's beautiful. The bass, it's so good, my god. This is a wonderful game. It still is a wonderful game. Shindo Pack version or otherwise. If you haven't played Pilotwings 64, please, 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 please play it. And Nintendo, please, 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 please. We want to see this back. Idea for next console of yours. I think they'll probably have some cool stuff feasibly when they bring out a new console, whenever that's going to be. But yeah, you got some great stuff here, and I think they could do stuff with great tech, you know, going into it. Alright, so, going home, I'm going to briefly show one thing. I'm going to get the name of that game that was mentioned. Where the hell is it? Also, because there's a bit of a preview to stuff we're going to do for the puzzle showcase in a few months. Sort of, kind of, where is it? It is... I know I have it here. Oh, here it is. It's Riptide GP Renegade. This is by Vector Unit, the people who made Hydro Thunder Hurricane on Xbox 360. This is a kind of modern game. It's 2018. It kind of looks as far as visually speaking. I think on everything. It's not just on Switch. I have it on this because it was on sale, but it's also on Xbox One, PS4. I think it was on the PC as well. I don't know if that's right or not. But yeah, that kind of, water-themed game and, the flight stuff and future racing as far as something like F-Zero as well. So, yeah, there you go. That is your element right there. But, alright, so after a little brief element of Wave Race 64 again, because it's wonderful and it is worth coming back to, and showing that Shindo Pack versions, yeah. If you have the Switch Online Expansion Pack app for Japanese side as well, you can play it. Let's go to Super Nintendo. Let's play the main attraction for tonight, and the game like first wanted to see in particular as far as the trio we got. I do have notes. I wrote these actually 3 weeks ago. I wrote this actually after Nocturne and I did our last part of Mega Man Legends 2, and as it's turning out, next week's going to be our finale of that, so yeah, talk about that. Alright, so let's talk Pilotwings for the Super Nintendo. I have played for practice on this 12 hours and 31 minutes. This game came out on December 21st, 1990 in Japan for the Super Nintendo, 1992 for Europe, and for the US. It was out at the launch of the Super Nintendo, which is actually celebrating 22 years, or 22? No, yeah, 22 years on August 13th. So yeah, August 13th at the launch of the Super Nintendo, along with Super Mario World, which came bundled in with the console, and along with F-Zero, which was also there, and along with SimCity, which is not available on this, as far as it, I guess because licensing with EA and Maxis as it is, but Nintendo did develop that one. We had Pilotwings for Super Nintendo, yeah. Remember, the Super Nintendo was all about its Mode 7 rotational effects. Like the Sega Genesis, it had tech for that built into the console. It was developed by Nintendo EAD, who made Wave Race 64, we'll go on to do that, or Entertainment Analysis and Development is what the EAD stands for. Alright, so yeah, with that is all the stuff I've had. We have a bunch of other stuff. We're going to be doing skydiving and many other things. We're going through all 8 of the lessons. This is going to be an interesting one, but we're going the full way, as it is. So let's get this started as I go into who made this and show the demo. And also show the fact that, hey, the theme song. So yeah, they did remix that into Pilotwings 64 and to Resort on 3DS. Some point I want to figure that. I'm looking into the 3DS capture thing. It might be going into more money than I expected, but I want to make that happen. I really do. We got to complete the trilogy as far as is. But yeah, we're going to the one that started all here in 1991. It was directed by Tadashi Sugiyami. We mentioned F-Zero X. He directed F-Zero X, as well as Super Mario Kart, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link on NES. He also did design work on baseball and pinball on NES, as well as Ice Climbers visual design. He was the visual director on Mario Kart 64. Thing about this game, though, is actually it was only developed by 10 people, him being one of them. As far as everybody else is concerned, I'll talk about the stuff with the music. Shigeru Miyamoto was the producer on this, and Hiroshi Yamauchi was the executive producer, as they were on a lot of stuff that Nintendo published and developed. As far as the programming of this, it was done by Shuhei Kato, who was involved in a variation on golf from NES, a couple of them actually. There was Golf US Course and Japan Course, 2 takes on it. They were updates to the Famicom golf game, or NES Golf, which actually, I don't remember if that's on Switch Online. It might be, as far as how is the original. These are not. They were special ones with unique courses based on the US and Japan, or specific courses for that. As you see in the demo, what we're going to see, and also the controller map like we had for the demo thing, the Pilotwings 64. So yeah, Nintendo EAD did not develop 64, but they paid attention, or Paradigm Entertainment paid attention to this one for sure. Also, as far as the programming, was also Hajime Yajima, who was the programmer on Super Mario Kart, Super Mario 64, and Star Fox 2, as well as Takumi Kawagoe, who did cutscene design of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild most recently. He did the demo intro we saw to Wave Race 64, so it is worth element going into why we played that, as well as the cutscene design on Luigi's Mansion 2 Dark Moon on 3DS, and Pikmin 2 for the GameCube. And then graphics design was by someone called Suzy. It's another case of a pseudonym, or a surname, or whatever it was. No, it's a pseudonym that was used, where I couldn't find the official name, but also of Nakui Mori, who did visual design for Stunt Race Effects, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, as well as Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, and event design on Animal Crossing, as well as some of the level design in Super Mario 64. And the music was done by, well, a little by Koji Kondo. There's only one piece of music he did. I'll go into that later, because it's actually one of the last pieces of music we're going to hear. Who, of course, did music on tons of games. Big ones like Super Mario Bros. And Legend of Zelda. And Punch-Out, the arcade game. So Star Fox, Kung Fu Master, Devil World, and Golf, as we mentioned. But most of the soundtrack was done by Soyo Oka. She did the music for Ice Hockey, the NES game in particular, as well as Versus Excite Bike, which was a Japan-only release that has since gotten releases. It got a Wii U Virtual Console port. It is also on Switch Online here. And she also did the music for Super Mario Kart, or was involved with stuff with Super Mario Kart, and the NES version of Warriors, which we played. But yeah, that is it. So 10 people made this game that is all about, as you're seeing on the screen, flying. Basically taking yourself around, getting your wings. That's what I always said about Pilotwings, every version, is that, how do you get your wings? Well, you gotta go and go into the Pilotwings Academy, and that is what we're gonna do. As you're seeing, yeah, how flat this looks, but I said, put yourself back to 1991, when this came out. Even against something like Super Mario World and even F-Zero, you look at this like, wow, I'm flying in the sky. This is really something unique on a jetpack. Yeah, not many games were doing that back in 1991. And for a game that's as old as it is, it's one of those games like Star Fox, the original one, and F-Zero, the original one as well, where you think the game would not age well whatsoever, given how old it is and the early attempt at this. But it does, and I think part of that might have to do with the fact that, like with a lot of games of this, they were kind of taking a little bit of a lighter take on, I guess, more serious games, as I mentioned, like Flight Simulator of Microsoft, the first one. So, like, yeah, that was maybe complicated, going for realism. For this game, they said, you know what, we're going to go for something a little different. We're going to say, like, hey, let's make it a little more, I guess, fun and appealing. Although, not to say that Flight Simulator is not a fun game, it is. But the idea of a different perspective, say, like, hey, did you ever dream of flying? Even the way they're presenting this right here. As you get this wonderfully cheery music, ding, 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 ding. And like, yeah, ever dream of flying? Well, you're in luck, because the Flight Club offers a variety of aerial sports to thrill and challenge you. So dare take the first step and earn your license. Alright, so we're going to earn our license through 8 levels. This is going to be interesting. We'll see how this goes, but as I said, oops, as I dropped my controller on the ground. That's the other element as far as the show and why it goes this way. I always joke about how we plan the show, I swear to God, and I do in terms of notes and all this stuff, but hey, if I drop my controller and hits the table and it makes the noise, okay, rolling with that. Let's see how that goes. And that's going to be the idea as far as how we fly. And as I said, again, a nod to my late grandmother, as I said, because I showed this game briefly, as I said, a little bit after she passed away, but I don't know if she actually knew I did the show specifically, but I know she was often very proud of the stuff I did, especially when I built myself up in my life. And as I said, to my grandmother, my nanny, as it is, this one's for you. Alright, so yeah, we're going to take a flight. Let's go. Okay, so for Lesson 1, we have Tony. We do have instructors in this one, unlike the later entries in the series. For Area 1, he's our instructor, and we're going to learn how to do stuff with airplane and skydiving. And as we talked about when we played Pilotwings 64, just go back to that briefly, I said, that's an easier game than this one. And now we get to talk about why this game is harder, which I guess can be a bit of a double-edged sword in the sense that, hey, if you thought the 64 version is too easy, see, I don't think it's too easy, it's just that I played it so long, that's the one I started with, so I know it like the back of my hand. This one, not as much, but I have played it quite a bit, as you saw, like the 12 and a half hours on this system alone. That's not even counting the copy that I have on the Super Nintendo, because it is on the Super Nintendo. It was on the Wii and Wii U's Virtual Console when it was around, and new 3DS's, and so Switch Online as it is. So yeah, you have your $20 a year Switch Online subscription. You get access to this, or the expansion pack one, but you do not need the expansion pack to play this. For Wave Race 64, you do. And Pilotwings 64 as well, I'll show later. Alright, so unlike the other versions of this, and it's kind of going with Resort that way when I say this, you have a group of objectives to play on this map. And they show you the map right there. There's the runway, and there's the target. So you're going to be running across the same map for every task you get. So you have 2 options here to start, and this will increase. You have light plane, and you have skydiving. You could do these in any order you want. The thing that is worth pointing out is that you have to do the mission. You only get one element to do the mission as far as one chance. But if you don't do it well, you're stuck with the points you get, and you have to get a combined point total of these tasks or these missions to get your certification to go to the next one. And it's not easy. In fact, I think like for you said when we played 64, you said specifically hey, some of these license tests get insanely hard. This game is difficult. Yeah, we're gonna show it. Let it all hang out, my friend, and feel free to go into any memories or anything you got on Pilotwings Super Nintendo, because yeah, this is the one you grew up with, and we're showing it, no question. Now, we're gonna start with... Do you have a request on what you want to see first? You want to see the plane and the skydiving? I'll take your choice as far as what it is. Also, I will mention one other thing just to go into this. There are bonus chances that you can get on certain missions, skydiving being one of them. I will see if I can show them as I play. If I can't, I do have a save state down for the 3 of them, because you can get them for skydiving and then for 2 of the other, I guess, activities you run. So I will show them off eventually. If I can get them as we play, I'll see if we do that. And it is actually going to be a benefit if you can do that, but it is really hard to do that because you have to land very specifically for what you're doing. For skydiving specifically, there's going to be a target that's over the water. You have to land on it. As I was doing my practice, by the way, on it today, I realized that even if you hit the target, since it's moving, you can slide off. I'll have an edit for that when I see it, and when we get to that point of it, for it to show that. But, yeah, I think, let's show the skydiving, assuming you don't have any objections to that, like first block. Fine, we'll go to that. So, alright, so you do have, like, the other games of the series, and like this one, because remember, this is the one that started. Without this game, we wouldn't have Resort in 64. You have your task you got to do. So you got to maneuver through 3 rings after you skydive. So, unlike the version of this that was in 64, you have to go through the rings as you fall down. And you don't have, like, a cloud cover you have to go through. And you land on those rings, or you can go through them. It's hard to go through them. I'm not gonna lie to you. But you do get that element of it. And if you were hearing that hissing, I have an ice maker going on, so that's probably the reason as to why. Okay, so let's take a look at our maneuvers. You have your controls, which are leaning forward and back with up and down on the D-pad, left and right, circling, and then open the parachute when you hit 1,000 meters with the A button. And your scoring, which is on B. Go through one ring or touch one ring. You can kind of be right on the edge of where the ring is. It may not look like you're actually going to hit it, or you actually did hit it, but sometimes it will count for it. So I guess you are touching the ring. You can finally kind of be in a case of that. Not finally, be in a case of that, kind of. And if you get all 3, you get 20 points. Your accuracy is 70%, or 70 points, and speed for 10. Oh, speed? See, this mission doesn't have time points. Time points are a thing in this game as well. I don't know how that changes it. Also, if you do end on that target, the really hard one that's over the water, you get 100% instantly. So I'm going to try and see if I can't do that. Let's give it a shot. As you're going over the helicopter, I can hit the A button to skip this, but yeah. We're going to tape that going, getting the whirring of the helicopter blade going. Like, oh yeah, look at that. It's like, whoa. If you have a case of vertigo, it might be a case of like, yeah, it's going to be a long way down, but don't worry, you have a parachute and it'll work, feasibly. Also, you can't do the trick from Pilotwings 64, you just dive into the target and hit the A button. When I first played this game, I tried that. I said, can you do it? Like, no, you can't. Unfortunately. But alright, there you go. Just basically angle yourself to get going. You move left and right. Look at that rotation, how smooth it is. And at about 1,000, you get that ding-a-ding, ding-a-ding. Hit the A button to open it. You do need to open it ahead of time. You hear that beep, 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 beep for the rate of descent to rate. You're going to hear that a lot. If you want to flare, you can hit down on D-pad to go. That's the target I'm going to try and hit. You know, fine. I'll try and hit it. If you hold down, you'll go slower, but then you'll go faster. So if I can... Uh-oh. Can I make this? Ah, crap. I can't. Okay, I'm making it a little harder on myself to try and get that thing. And I could rewind. I'm not going to rewind. Just to indicate that. That's a parachute, not a scuba... Or not scuba gear. And he gets really mad if you don't do it right. Okay, so you do have points to this. You know what? I'm going to retry this because I'll tell you why. I'm a little adamant. I want to show that happening for the skydive. Because I was close. It's not easy to land on that. And I'm not going to necessarily try that for some of the later missions. Because it can be really hard. Also, I'll hit the A button. It does actually increment the time up to about 15 seconds. So you can't cheese it by saying like, hey, you know, I'll hit A and then go up there, I'll be at 0 seconds. No, you're going to still be 15 when you jump out. Or jump off of the ladder. You basically just kind of go that way and turn. That is very relaxing. And we'll talk about, actually, something Dolly Finn said we played the first one, or the 64 game, which is that it sometimes seems like it's stressful, but it's also very relaxing. Okay, so I'm basically flaring. I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm flaring to slow my descent, but then holding down still, basically to make myself kind of drop sort of like a rock. So I can basically land on that. And you hear that beep, 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 beep? We're gonna hear that a lot, by the way, just to indicate that. Oh no, I'm gonna hit the water again. Okay, so fine. I'm trying to do this, this way. You know what? I'll try one more time. If I don't do it, I'll, try and run it that way. As far as it... Now, you don't... Here's the thing. You don't have to land there. If you do land there, though, and I can continue... By the way, if I said, like, hey, you know, I can just keep going, I got 100% on the plane, we'll get certified for the next level. But just to make sure we don't do that yet, I'm just not doing that. So in some ways, I'm kind of doing this on purpose. But that being said... Yeah, if you do land there, it does behoove you to do that because you get the bonus chance, and you do get bonus points that go on top of the mission here. You land on 100 there. That is an instant 100% of the mission. Even if you don't hit all the rings, it's a 100% thing. So close. Yeah, absolutely. That's always what it is, and I will also edit in... When I was doing my test on this for my audio check earlier today, I said, I want to try and see if I can land on it. I landed on it, I slid off. I didn't know you could actually slide off. But, I will edit that in, specifically at some point when I put this up. Alright, fine, there you go. Yeah, as long as you hit that, yeah, because I'm flaring in that case, that's fine. But I might have done it too far. I might not make this, but I don't know, we'll see. Okay, fine, that was so close. That should be good for this game. I do need to get myself going down so I can quickly land on this and get into the bonus game. Perfect. Oh, whoa! I can slide off? Never seen it happen before. Fine, I'm not gonna let this go. I'm gonna try once more. So, here's the other thing, is that, okay, fine. On another show, people might say, like, hey, you know, you're too stubborn trying to show this. But I said, it's also showing what that is, because I actually, I'm not gonna lie to you, like, first, I did not know until this year you actually had bonus missions in this. So I said, I want to see all these, and I do have save states down for every single one. So what I will do is, at some point, either at the end of the game or later, I don't know when, unless I don't hit this one, I will show them off. And if I do get this one, I'll only show this one off, I'll show the other ones later. Because of the kind of thing that, yeah, it goes to the idea of all these little secrets and the idea of how playful this game really can be. It doesn't, I mean, even as far as what we're seeing now, it's giving a bit of an indication of that, but these give a little more of it, honestly. But alright, fine, so let's go on. I guess we're sort of in the desert, as it looks like. Yeah, we're almost gonna get it. Yeah, so it's not easy because it's a moving target, and they always are moving targets for the bonus chance missions. And you do have the numbers there. Oh no, that is... Okay, I landed... Okay, that's not exactly where I wanted to land. And they say it's a great landing, but it gets a little mad. Keep in mind, it isn't possible to go backwards. And they will give you hints, sort of, kind of. You know what? Yeah, you can do it. Okay, so he's definitely in a better case of that. Fine, one more try. This is gonna be it. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I'd love to see you play Turn and Burn No Fly Zone for Super Nintendo. I've never played that. Who made that? Yeah, yeah, no question. Oh shit, we're doing, fine, we're doing plane. Actually, no, we're not doing plane, we're rewinding. This is the one time you use the rewind feature. It's like, fine, you press in the ZL0 buttons, we're gonna rewind. I didn't mean to choose the plane, we're choosing the skydive. Yeah, that's like an air combat like game, yes, for Super Nintendo. The name is familiar. I don't know who made it. Absolutely, I'd love to show that. No problem. I said whether you or anybody asks for anything, we're gonna do it. Also, in case that it's a flight simulator. Okay, fantastic. Because honestly, aside from Pilotwings and Star Fox, those are the only flight games we've done for the show. So I think it might be worth, you know, showing some of these off. Just as far as look at genre and also look at something that you probably have a detachment with, especially if you... I mean, I've heard the name very briefly, but I don't know if I've actually seen this. It's basically like Top Gun if it was on Super Nintendo. Yeah, because Konami made the Top Gun on the... or the two Top Gun games that were on NES. And then Titus made one on the GameCube, weirdly enough. It was not like that, as far as it was. Yeah, okay, I'm curious, because it's also one of those things that, I'll tell you, like, for sometimes you're just like, hey, I want to see certain games. There's sometimes games I haven't played, so it's kind of getting that, horizons broadened for me. Okay. Come on. Made it. Perfect. And you got 100%. So I get to show this. Fantastic. Alright, so I'll show this one at least. Get a bonus chance. Get this wonderful music for the bonus chance music, by the way. Okay, you're landing in the pool, so you're a penguin. So I gotta land in the pool. I just finished this game the other day. I take it, is it one you've grown up with? You know, I'm gonna let the I'm gonna let the nice penguin stand here, look down as far as the pool, because we gotta jump in the pool. And depending on where you jump in, you get more points. In fact, I'll say this. If I land in the right place, we don't have to do the mission for the plane, actually. Interestingly enough, you can get enough points for that. And here's the other thing. If you really do bad on one mission, I tend to be the case with the plane. Yes, so you did grow up that way. Yeah, okay, awesome. All right. It's going on the master list. That's the other thing. As I mentioned the past couple weeks when I did my Twitch updates for where the show was over the past few weeks, I said we're working on the Super Bowl Game Saturday Discord site. It was a childhood game of mine. Oh, so you really have an attachment. Okay, you got it. We'll definitely do it. I will look for a copy of that, no question. It'll go on the master list. When we get that Discord site of ours set up, we're going to have the master list set up. Nocturne kind of got me a sense of how to do this. She was doing stuff with that. I made it as far as what it was. I haven't had time to work on it specifically, but we're going to get it set. We'll link the master list. It'll be a Excel spreadsheet going to stuff that people have asked for, yourself included and everybody else. And we'll put it together. That will be on the list. I will look for a copy, no question about that. We can go into it and play it. I'll definitely be looking forward to that as well. And that's going to also be our easier way of show announcements is going to go. Because I realize, yeah, over the past 3 years, the show has grown with the kind of thing that it is so much. Is that we got to do that. And it's also going to be a case of, yeah, you're going to be in our chat group. Yeah, you're definitely welcome there, no question. I will keep you updated when that goes. But all right, let's do a dive in. So hit 4 on D-pad. There you go. We are flying there. So basically, it's like the skydiving as it is. Basically, angle yourself as you hit the center of the target, and you hit the water. And depending on where you hit, you get more points. And so okay, I got 5 points. Except he says, what a waste of a bonus stage because they only got 5 points, which is fine. I'm kind of glad it only happened that way because if I get too many points, I get certified. And he's like, I want to show off every mission as it is. If I hit the center and got that 50, we would go to the next certification mission instantly. We wouldn't have to do the plane at all. And if you get into a case like that, you can be set to that, but fine. Tony's not impressed. That's fine, either way. But yeah, we only need 15 points, so this is going to be fine. In fact, one thing we do have to show, though, when it comes to this, he was not impressed by the fact that, as I said, when you land on that 100% target, that is 100% of the mission you just did, the skydiving, even if you miss a ring. Or don't do the mission complete. Well, no, I think you have to do the mission specifically for the missions that dictate that. But if you land there, you get 100% points, and then you get whatever you get here on top of that. So, alright, we're going to plane it up. And you do not have a bonus chance here, by the way. Let's show our maneuvers on plane. It's moving left, right, up, and down as far as D-pad, and is inverted, so down is up and up is down. And you control your speed with the A and the B buttons. B slows you down, and A speeds you up. That's going to be interesting when we go through. It goes for about $18 on Amazon. Okay, so it is an affordable one. Even if it wasn't an affordable one like first, I would invest. I'm not gonna lie to you. I absolutely would invest in something like that. Like, hey, if you want to see it, we're gonna make it happen. I'll definitely invest in that, no question. Thank you so much for the suggestions. Like, that's the other thing. You come with suggestions. You're just like, hey, I want to see this. This game means a lot to me. Even if it's a case that maybe I haven't had as much experience as you have, that's fine. And some people sometimes like, do people remember this? Or maybe others Twitch streams. It's like, who would care to see this? Like, oh, Edverse cares. He says, I have a memory of this. I want to see this. I'm saying, like, yeah, let's do it. I'm not going to ever say, no, we can't. No question about that. It's like, that's why this is a different show, for sure. And thank you so much for being a part of it and for giving us content this way. It's not like, hey, you know, what's going on with it? And that's really kind of the thing. That's what I think this is unique to, is that whether it's you or guests, and especially with you, it's been cases that you say, like, I want to see something. I said, like, wait, you're willing to take your time out of your life to come to this small show, and then you're like, I want to see something for a show, and I said, I gotta honor that. I said, there's enough of a commitment he's making as far as this is you an example, but anybody who's in chat that way, but especially you, I said, we're gonna do it. I'm never gonna say no. So fantastic. There goes my 20 bucks. It's about 10, 15 bucks for cartridge only, but complete it's only 30 bucks. Really? Okay. I might potentially go for complete if that's the case. It's not bad, especially for Super Nintendo stuff. And by the way, that's about how much this game goes for as far as loose cartridge. Thank you so much for also giving the element as far as the buying guide for, okay, I'm looking as far as what it is. Turn and burn, no fly zone. Alright, awesome. So that's going to be our flight element. So that's the other thing, right? Remember, we're talking Pilotwings, talking about other flight games that are on this system. So alright, let's get running this way. So, scoring is basically, you go in the line on the arch. And it's actually not too bad. You basically can kind of just sort of speed up the start, and you do have gas. You have to try to make it run out. I'm going to try and make it run out later. Near the end. Basically follow the orbs. You don't have to touch them specifically. If you're close enough, the game will give you credit. And as you go, slow down very slightly. Also, don't hit the runway too hard or you're going to crash. You're going to see that later. I promise. Okay, so just slow down and make a nice landing. Hear that? Yeah, you're good. Except later. You'll know for sure. Fine, you probably know like first because of how insanely hard this gets. All right, landing okay. And yeah, let's knock Tony's socks off. There we go. You will get 100%. You get this anime look. He's shocked. He's like, wait. Yeah, you said it was a waste of a bonus level, but yeah, I got him now. Look at that. It's like, wow, look at this. I will try and show all of the reactions, by the way, of every single one of the instructors. Because you do get a different instructor for each of the missions to start. All right, there you go. 50% accuracy, time 20, angle 20, and beam of 10. Perfect. So there you go, 205 points. Oh my. Yeah, I love that look, and I love that character it gives, you know? And it also took time to kind of get that set, because this is not an easy game. We're going to see that way later. But, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, we're certified. And I love showing that, the idea of that character, because, yeah, this is the only one that has the instructors in it. But you do have the idea of this character. It could be just a flight game that way, and be a really fun one, for sure. But then they said, let's go the extra mile. Let's make it this playful thing. And I guess the idea of the anime reaction is like, oh, wow. It's like, look at that. It's awesome. Indeed. Okay. So by doing that, you get your Class A license. And your license number is password. This game runs on password system. So I salute you. Thank you. It's like, but then again, it's like, this is early on. You wait until later because that's not going to be happening later. But yeah, this is your password. And if you do get a game over, you do an end specifically. Just go back to the title screen and you can put this in again, or it does save it unless you turn off the game, or you just put the password in. All right, fine. Surely the next one's going to be a bit more difficult. Yes, it is, and do call her Shirley because this is Shirley. She is our next instructor, and we're going to learn what the rocket belt is, or fine, we're going to see what this game did with rocket belt, and you do overhead view with Eleanor. So let's go. All right, so now you get 3 objectives. You need 220 points to pass. So there's the target and the runway as well. So you have the next missions of skydiving and plane. We're going to do the rocket belt to start. Okay, so fly through the 3 rings, land on the target, but lose points for landing early. And so let's take a look at the scoring. Yeah, this is where you start to get time points. So yeah, time points will be deducted after 2 minutes. You get 20 points for that. You get accuracy for landing on the target. And you have speed. Actually, that's your time. Wait. I guess speed in doing the task. I actually read the Ocarina of Time manga yesterday and finished it. Yeah, we mentioned that we played the game because I know there are differences that were into it. I love how Link is portrayed in it. Yeah, because I know one of the things we talked about, I remember this when we played Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, we talked about the fact that Link had Vivalgia from the Fire Temple as a pet, which is kind of a different take as far as it, but the idea of like what Link is. I'll see if I can't get a picture as far as what the look of that is. I don't think I've read it, although I think the Crusader 64 might have read it, because I know he's a big one on Zelda as it is, so I think I'll have to take a look at that. It sounds really cool, and I like the idea of when I heard about what the manga was doing differently, but the idea of, like, also, Nintendo said it's not canon for games, yes, maybe so, but the idea of, like, that thought of that alternate universe, or I think it's what, I think Nocturne said this specifically. She said something about, A and B canon, I believe she's talking about when we were doing, a couple of the Mega Man Legends parts, I believe, and of 1 and 2, I believe. I was reading the original Sailor Moon manga and currently reading that as well. Yeah, which is another one that I know is, in my case, I'm more familiar with the anime as it is, but it's also the kind of thing I know that some of the later elements, they were pulling from the manga a bit, and one that definitely is a classic, so there you go. It sounds good for that. And we're definitely going to do more stuff for Sailor Moon. I got to get a reproduction cartridge copy of that Sailor Moon fighting game on the Super Famicom. It's by the people who made BlazBlue, and at some point we're going to do BlazBlue as well. I got to dedicate a show to that. We'll definitely get started that at some point, for sure. But as I said, I think that's another one we'll take a look at. I think Blood Space Moon might want to be involved in that, because she's a big one as far as Sailor Moon on the show for it. Alright, fine. Let's do what we got to do. We got to land on this. Or fine, get through the rings and land. I'm not going to try for the bonus chance. I'll show it later. But you get this wonderful, playful music going on here. And something that sounds like early Super Nintendo in a really great way. I'll show this in just a sec. is you have, like, the faux piano going on, the ding, 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 ding. It's so good. Alright, where's the other ring? Here it is. But you also get this. I love that. Yeah, that sound like that wah, 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 wah. That is not an instrument sound I hear in a lot of games, but I love it. And it gives it that personality and that distinction that makes you remember it. Also, you don't have to worry about landing impact, at least not yet. So in that case, yeah, you can go 70 points and be set and they won't give you trouble. Alright, there you go. She's, look at that. Yeah, I never expected you to do so well. Alright, so there she is as far as her shock case. Yeah, her eyes just kind of went wide. Actually, speaking of the Sailor Moon thing, so fitting to bring that up. The idea of, like, hey, that's the idea of, like, almost maybe something that, I guess leaded in the anime as far as some things. Like, wait, I didn't expect to see something like this. But either way, okay, so great work. Keep it up. Alright, we will keep it up as far as how it is, and as I will also show the, bonus chances, because there's bonus chances to go to the rocket belt. Like, there was a skydiving. We'll do the next skydiving as well. Okay, so now they up the ante each time for the skydiving. So basically what that means is you get more rings you have to go through. And controls are still the same, and the rules are basically the same. It's also where it's going to be hard to do, going through all the rings. And where, thank God, this game has mercy in the sense that it doesn't ask you to go through all of them, otherwise you don't get anything. I also watched Justice League X Ruby, Part 1 today. I have not seen that. How is it? Or how is it looking so far? Because I know there's been some interesting stuff they've done with Ruby, which I've heard some things as far as, and elements of Justice League, which I kind of have a little bit of familiarity with. And some we gotta do more stuff with Justice League. I mean, I got that Task Force on the Super Nintendo, or Justice League Task Force. But we'll do other stuff as well as far as it. I think there's a Ruby game on Switch as far as it as well. Yeah, feel free to go into anything else. I said, it's open night, so go ahead, as it always is. But let's do some skydiving. Or more skydiving. At this point, as I said, we're gonna go for normal target. And those yellow areas, you can go in there and you get fewer points for your accuracy. If you go there. So you really want to go for where it's going to be the biggest point value. But it's not always going to be easy to get there. That's for sure. Alright, so yeah. And I love the sound of the wind in particular. It sounds like, oh yeah, we're kind of going down. So talk about really getting the realism down of this game. And also, yeah, I'm going to miss one, but that's fine. I'd probably appreciate more if I watched, or if I was more into Ruby. I guess, what, you're not a fan of it, or you haven't watched it much? I mean, I haven't watched it much, so that's the idea. I know you're the big one as far as, Justice League is concerned, a lot of the DC stuff. So in that case, that makes sense. I wouldn't want to spoil it as far as it, no, I get that. But, I mean, that goes the idea, like, hey, you know, when it comes with a crossover or something, when you're into one thing more than another, the idea of, do you prefer that, or do you not prefer, or do you prefer that over the other thing, and also, how do you take the other thing as I get another 70? Although, here's the weird thing, they give you that... Okay, fine, my speed wasn't good because... Okay, so I guess it does give you time as far as, I guess there is a time point. In that case, as far as what you're saying, I haven't seen Ruby yet. Yeah, I've seen a little bit. I think Protorova and Nocturne are familiar with it, from what I've understood. Actually, the most I know about Ruby is, weirdly enough, from Rock Band 4, because they released, This Is the Day We've Been Waiting For, and there's something else they released. One was a freebie. I think it was that one. It was free. I downloaded it specifically. I was having to flip through Max, or the artist formerly known as HBO Max, and saw it. And I mean, I guess that goes that idea. And I guess thinking this with a lot of the DC stuff, a lot of the it's an animated or anime thing or both. As far as Justice League X Ruby, I would think there's a lot of interesting stuff, and we've went into this before when we've done stuff with DC. The fact that a lot of the animated stuff that DC does kind of has some interesting directions it goes in, as far as going over with other franchises, like with Ruby and with Scooby-Doo and things like that. And fine, they were doing Scooby-Doo back in the 70s with the new Scooby-Doo movies, but in other stuff where they'll have like Batman Ninja, which is really cool, honestly, specifically. Yeah, Ruby was in BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle. Yeah, which you mentioned. I think I remember you mentioning that game as far as the indication of that. Yeah, because it had crossover with that and other properties on top of that. I remember that. And that is on Switch, I believe, on top of other stuff. So I guess that's that element as far as what that is. Alright, so we're going to be playing. Alright, so for this one, fly through the 3 rings, and then you have a choice of which runway you want to land on. If you generate 40 points for 40 seconds for 20 points, 10 points a ring. Off we go. And this shouldn't be too bad, but remember, actually, weirdly enough, when I was doing tests on this, or practice, I kept not landing the plane right and doing bad, and then I kept passing. I think Chasm22 said this specifically because he was in witnesses for this. He's like, yeah, you're getting your certification even though you can't land a plane. It's like, I said, I'm taking the Launchpad McQuack perspective. So I was like, hey, remember, the best landings are the ones you can walk away from, even if, you have like a 99% crash radius as far as Launchpad from DuckTales and Darkwing Duck. I don't know if this is gonna be too much. Ooh. Yeah, if I was on the level 8 landing here, that would not be going that way. It would be really a tough thing to do, but alright, fine, we're okay. Alright, so yeah, my accuracy is a little off, my time points were sort of lost a little, and angle and ring are good. Okay, so that's fine. I'll admit it, your skill's improving. Alright, well, I pressed her at the beginning as far as it, so yeah, that's the idea. Technically, I guess my skill got worse. But either way, there you go. That is, our next lesson. Okay, so that is a certification with 267 points. Alright, so you get the B class. It does feel satisfying to hear that, because when I first played this game was really hard. Like, look, I'm making this game look easy now. It's not going to stay that way, I promise. And I think, Lifers, you know that very well from what you told me as far as this game. But now we have Lance. So yeah, he is our next instructor, and we're going to have Hang Glider. So yeah, unlike the other games, you get other stuff of Hang Glider coming later. Yeah, I'll try flying the Hang Glider. One thing, remember, after you complete your objective, land. He says it all in capitalization. So yeah, he's like, yeah, make sure you land the thing. Like, fair enough. Okay, so you get 3 objectives, and they do take one away. So actually, we don't have to do skydiving here. Let's do the Hang Glider. Yeah, okay, so actually, with Pilotwings 64, I mentioned when we played that. I said, hey, they're riding the thermal current challenge, the thermal fire in the Little States. I said this game has a mission like that. Here it is. Okay, so you have to ride the thermal current to 500 feet. As far as your controls are concerned, it is moving left and right. Move your nose up and down with down and up on D-pad. And flare and quick turn on A. Basically, quick turn is, if you're making a turn, you hit the A button, you'll flare, and it'll basically make you turn quicker. And for flaring, same idea as far as making sure you do that before you come in for a landing. Which is actually a bit harder in this one than it is on the other version, so I'm not as good as far as the land, but the music is beautiful in this, oh my god. In a game that already has beautiful music as it is. We get that nice synth. It's beautiful. Alright, yeah, the thermal currents are just those wind gusts. You hit them, and basically just go in the line of them, and you have to wait to hear the sound, so it gives you a better indication that you hit it than on 64. Get that beep, bing, bink. Alright, we got that. By the way, if you need to hit another one, that thermal current is not there anymore. In fact, I'll show that. As you're hearing this part, I love this part of this music here. Yeah, the thermal current that was there, it disappears. When you hit it, it goes away. But another one pops up somewhere else. So right there is where the other one is. Yeah, coming for the landing is not going to be easy on my part, because I tend to do... Yeah, actually, you know what? Oh, crap. Okay, I was off, unfortunately. You failed. If you don't try for the target, you won't score the points. Yeah, and this also goes to one thing, which is that for some of these missions, even if you do the task, you have to land, otherwise you get nothing. And he says, do you want to give up? So unless I get the bonus chance on Rocket Belt and do well enough on it, I'm screwed. So I'm gonna retry it. Okay, so fine. I'm having more trouble landing the hang glider this time than I did the plane with as far as my practice. But I did practice this part particularly, this part, and then especially the later ones. But I do love the thing with the hang glider. I love the atmosphere here. I love the music. I love how it goes. It's just the idea that even more than 64, because we saw this when we played that one, when you do a flare and you're on the target that way, you will kind of just run your feet. This game doesn't work that way. So what you have to do is... Ow, and I'm inches away. Damn. Okay. So yeah, if you don't hit the altitude correctly, or don't hit the target they need, you just go to another thermal current. But it's also worth pointing out, unlike Pilotwings 64, they do not have the thermal currents on the radar. which is up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, by the way. And the red is the landing point. Okay. Yeah, the hardest part I've realized is that coming in for the landing, because you have to kind of come in from a high distance, you have to kind of judge where you're coming from, and they'll have enough room to get there. And even the flaring, yeah, you can lose altitude way quicker in this than even 64 and Resort do. So it is a little bit of an adjustment, although, fine, it might be the opposite case. You played this and didn't play the other two. You would be in a case of saying, like, hey, I gotta do this. Alright, come on, can I land on this? Yeah, because in that case, yeah, you kind of just glide up. But I did land decently enough. And I'll take decently enough as far as this. And actually, for this one, it actually... You don't necessarily have to be in the center for it to actually be pretty decent with your score for accuracy. Okay. Yeah, it seems so easy now, doesn't it? Yeah, honestly, everything else is going to be easy after doing the hang glider. So I'll do Rocket Bell, which I think is the one I'm the best at. So in this case, we have to touch the 3 bar beams and then land on the target that's over the water. Time points are deducted after a minute 45. So off we go. By the way, about the Rocket Bell, I probably should mention this. Your strong thrust is on the A button, your weak thrust is on the B button. And there are times you're going to want to use that. And unlike 64 and Resort, you don't have the hover. So in this case, it was also me having to adjust my muscle memory, but also making me understand, like, how do you have to be very specific when you're doing your lineups for stuff. Either we're going in direction, including when wind comes into the equation, which it sort of is, you can kind of hear it going the whoo on the soundtrack. But also just making sure that, yeah, go the right way, so you can line yourself up and hit the beam. Or the bar. And also, I love the cutaway when you hit the L and R button to change camera angle to look downwards. And you will want to hit the smaller target if you want to get more points. Or the moving one. We're not hitting the moving one. We will show the game off of that, but yeah, I'm going to not do that. At least not yet. Alright, come on. I got it. Well, I think you do have to sort of be in the circle, otherwise... Okay, so there's another thing he has. He'll be kind of shocked, saying, oh, that's great, so here's the wide eyes. I do need to show him, you know, going nuts, because actually, his going nuts is pretty hilarious. Let's see if I can show it with the plane. Okay, so now we have to take off. This is definitely going to be a different case. You have to take off, fly through the rings, and then land on the runway. So yeah, you have to angle everything and then get 100. Okay, so it's 2 minutes 15 seconds for that. Okay, so to take off, put it to full speed, and then pull back on the D-pad. Because if you don't do it quickly enough, the plane will not get into a case to take off, and then you'll run off the runway and you'll lose. Yeah, in that case, just fly through the rings. It is nice stuff. That's the other thing. Is it's also a good case as far as being able to relax for this game while hearing the great music. And I guess this is where, you know, I'm thinking about it, was like, hey, we haven't seen this franchise since 2011, as far as this one. Where will Nintendo give lip service to it? And it's usually in Super Smash Bros. In fact, in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, and then with all the other ones afterwards, there is the plane thing, and they do have the remix of this music. They don't have the remixes from 64, which I don't know. As I said, I don't know if that was a licensing thing with Paradigm or what. I would think Dan has to do the music for Pilotwings 64. He'd be open for it completely. Because I know he's actually commented on YouTube videos of people who made remixes of the music. He's like, oh my god, this is awesome. And he loves the fact that people are remembering the soundtrack. So, I don't know if that's the case or not. Or they just thought like, hey, you know, Super Nintendo is basically kind of it. And even then, they don't have many tracks from it anyway. They usually vocalize this as far as how it is. It's just kind of cool. It's still something that, hey, I guess I love Pilotwings so much, I kind of wish there was even more. That's always the idea. When you have something like this and you love it, you want to see more of it, as it usually is. Okay. And they do give you the indication when you go through the rings, they'll say, like, where's the next one? Is it 100 feet? So in that case, you won't necessarily lose it, and as I mentioned, also take a look at or keep an eye on the radar. It'll show where the ring is, but it will not show you if it's above or below you, which I guess is why they have that feet indication. Okay, so I want to try and angle this. I want to get this perfect. If I don't get this perfect, I'll come back later and try and get it perfect for something, because I want to show him going nuts when we land. Oh, shit, I'm going to... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is not gonna be good. Ah! Alright, fine, there's the crash. You do still get points for the rings, as we're pointing out. But he looks mad. Yeah, keep your rings parallel to the ground. Okay, but it doesn't matter, I crashed the plane. This goes back to what Chasm22 said. Like, yeah, I got certified even though I crashed the plane. Like, yeah, I don't know if you want to certify me after that. Well, fine, I did get certified, and I'll also show him going crazy. I mean, we're gonna see him again later just to go into that. So, I'll see maybe I can show it then, or, show it later. Alright, so fine, there's silver license. So yeah, that's the other thing. If you do well on the other missions, you can make it so that you can not do hot on one of the other ones and still get a passage. Alright, so here's Big Al. He is our next instructor. Big Al's my name. Reviewing your past lessons in my game. He's like, yeah, I hope you didn't see my crash there, my friend. Others like, yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the case. He's the hardest of the four, understandably, and you do have to do every single flight element in this. And they give you different elements as far as where your hang glider target is, target for skydiving, and rocket belt, and the runway. Okay, let's start with, let's go skydiving. Okay, 8 rings. So yeah, you got a lot of rings to go, and the way to get through these usually, the success I've seen and noticed when it comes to hitting these rings, especially when they get to have more of them and you're kind of moving around, the wind's blowing around, basically kind of try and move left and right and then angle yourself upwards and downwards, because then you can kind of, in a way, cut through the atmosphere a bit. So like, yeah, I can kind of go lower with this one, kind of going down a bit more, and then forward a bit to go that way, kind of rotate it, pull that way, whoop, yeah, like that. But I'm still gonna feasibly miss rings. Alright, we'll still got 6, at least. Alright, so yeah, I'm doing this the right way. I can't do the Pilotwings 64 way. But either way is that, yeah, we'll circle around so we can get our way through, and then flare to go up a little bit, and then just, go down. That's the easy way to handle this. It's not exactly an exploit, but it's also the idea that eventually you kind of go up there, but as far as, you know, flaring to go back upwards, but then you put so much pressure onto it that then it's like, oh, wait a minute, you know, it's gonna work in reverse. Alright, you seem to be a natural at this. Alright, so he's happy with what I got, that's for sure. If you're wondering what's behind those sunglasses, wait, we'll get an indication. Be proud you've done well. Alright, so yeah, he is in a good case. He will be tough on you if you don't do well. 5 of the 3 moving rings and touch down the target that's over the water. You have 1 minute and 30 to get it for time points. Alright, let's go. I do like the settings, I guess, where you're at. I guess we're like on a military carrier or something over the water. I guess like a naval ship or something. A little bit, kind of. Yeah, there's nothing else in the distance, but it is something that, yeah, as I said, for 1991, my god, I can't imagine how this must have looked for that, because as I said, I didn't play this at the time. I played other games for Super Nintendo at the time. And actually, I don't even think, it's gonna sound horrible, but I don't know if I actually knew there was a Super Nintendo Pilotwings until I played the Nintendo 64 version, although at that point I didn't know there was a Wave Race on Game Boy either until that came out. I was like, wait, there is? Like, I gotta play that. And it is interesting stuff as far as that one, too. Alright. Alright, so let's go land. Yeah, honestly, for me, I find the rocket belt to be the easiest, but it's also something that, yeah, your skills can feasibly be a case where you'll be really good at one thing, perhaps, and be able to manage that well. There we go. I think that was fast enough. I think we will see his 100% thing. Yeah, there you go. This is what he looks like, and he is crying tears of joy. I've only got one thing to say. Good job. So yeah, look at him. He's like, I brought tears to his eyes as far as that. Yeah, he's kind of a tough guy as far as how they set him up, but at the same time, it's also something that, yeah, when he sees the effort there, he's really impressed, and he is gonna love you for it. Alright, so let's get some redemption on plane. Taxi and take off, then fly the plane under the arch, and then land on the runway. You have 3 minutes to do it. The arch is worth 40 points. If you do it in 3 minutes, you get 10 points on top of that, and the landing. Same deal as before, and it is a shorter runway. In fact, there is the arch right there. What you want to do is basically just take off and basically circle the island again. Remember, keep pulling back, because if you're going fast, if you don't pull back, the plane will not buck up to get ready to take off. So you actually do have to do that, otherwise you're going to go in the ocean. And if you're not going fast enough, you go in the ocean as well. Which is interesting, because, yeah, the other games in this franchise don't do that. It's like, hey, you know, if you don't take off right, you're going in the ocean. That usually never is a factor in any of the other ones. But either way, yeah, basically just do a circle around and get going. And you do still have the height meter, the same we had in the other ones, where it's in that smaller case when you're higher up from the ground, but then when you're closer, it goes down and zooms in. Alright, so there's the arch, and now we gotta just go land. And the beam over there, the dots, that's not something you have to hit, that's more of a guide that they give you, and I guess it's because this is the first mission where you have to kind of pretty much make multiple passes around the island, and then turn around. And there's one later that I am dreading. It's one of the last things I practiced in this game, I will say that. Because I know this game is hard, and I know we gotta beat it. I said, even though I'm on Switch Online where I can use the rewind and the restore points, we're not doing that. Only because, like, I have to do this. If it gets really, really bad, if it's still 1 a.m. and I haven't finished that, then I will, but until then, no. Okay. Alright, so get my speed going down a little, but not too much that you'll go to that, but alright. Okay, I'm a little off, so it's not gonna be 100%, but either way, I still landed okay. And I want that set because I'm a little nervous on the hang glider mission. Alright, 82. You did well, but you can do even better. Okay. So I only need 26 points, so as long as I land this, I'll be fine. There is room to improve, that's true. Alright, fine, let's take the hang glider. Okay, so this one is sort of a height thing again, but you also have to go through the ring that's at 300 feet. You have to do that twice. You have 2 minutes to get that for time points of 30. Alright, so let's get going. And also, it is worth pointing out, every single one of the hang glider missions starts with you basically being pulled by the airplane. So I guess Big Al is in the plane carrying you up, saying like, hey, let's go, as far as what it is. Because he is an experienced pilot, and that goes into elements of the lore of this game, which, in some ways, this is the most lore-based of all three. There's a little bit of it with 64, as we showed. Resort, sort of, kind of, but it's mostly set at Woohoo Island from Wii Sports Resort. So it's kind of a little bit of a... I don't think afterthought's the right word, so much as that's not exactly the experience. Basically, you're pretty much putting yourself as far as like, hey, you're the one who's going to be in license case trying to do this. Whoa. Alright, good, I got the ring. Okay, so I'm just going to circle around. I'm going to try and land this. As long as I land this fine, I'm going to be okay. I don't remember if I crash, if he says like, hey, no, you're not getting credit for this. But alright, fine. Alright, just gotta make sure I can make the landing. Alright, I'm coming in pretty good. Yeah, because when you flare, you kind of go off like that. But alright, fine, I landed. We got it. There's no way I didn't do that because the points that I needed to do that are high enough. 80. Alright, I'll take that. You could do even better. Yeah, it's fine, but I did decently. Alright. Magnificent. You've earned certification. Alright, so there you go. There's your certification. We got our gold license. Or gold license. But as Chasm22 said, that escalated quickly because it looks very, somber. Yeah, Tony, Lance, and Shirley were en route to Azanu Island. They're captured by the Evil Syndicate. Okay, this is the only game that has the Evil Syndicate in it. As I said, the classic line of Chasm22, because he had not seen this game when I was doing practice. I said, like, oh, by the way, now we have to rescue them. It's a hostage situation. Like, yeah, that escalated quickly. Yeah, I guess so. So, politically speaking, the military can't go in there, so it's up to us. We gotta take the helicopter and we have to go in. You're the only flight club member whose rating is near what's required for operating the rescue helicopter. Will you go? Now, you do have to say yes eventually. I'm gonna say no to start, just to show this. He gets pissed. Don't be a coward. Now, I ask you again. Do you want to go or not? And you do have to eventually say yes. The game will not continue until you say yes. I'm licensed for motorcycles, not helicopters. Or wait, okay, so he's giving an explanation of why he can't do it. Okay, so then it wasn't him in the plane who was taking me in for the hang glider. Because he might not be licensed for that, which is the irony there. It's like, hey, you know, they say the people who can't do it, they teach, which sounds like a horrible thing anyway. It was like, well, no, out of Big Al, I don't get that sense from him. But fine, he will cut deeper if you keep saying that. I forgot, chickens cannot fly. Yeah, that's one to use. Alright, and I think that's all he'll basically say. But fine, and it will be the same case, because we have to do this again. This is one of the hardest parts of the game, for sure, and I practiced the ever-living hell out of this. Okay, let's do it. This is absolutely the hardest part. This is the secret command mission. So, you ever played Choplifter from Broderbund? It's that in the sense you're doing rescue helicopter, but all we need to do is get to the area and land. That's it. As soon as we do that, we don't have to make the return trip. It's not like, oh, we get them and then we get shot down on the way out. Like, no, we don't have to worry about that. So, apparently we have a hostage negotiator on tap over there at Izanu Island. And, yeah, they freed him, so they just need a way out. That's us. So, infiltrate airspace and rescue them. Okay, so here are the controls for what it is. You are moving the nose up and down with up and down, and moving left and right with D-pad. Speeding up and speeding down. You need to speed up to take off as far as that, and speed down to get a landing going. And missiles, which are on L and R. Is an overhead case. We'll see this right now. With this piece of music, which is the only piece of music that was done by Koji Kondo, by the way, in this soundtrack. Yeah, you definitely get this militaristic element. It's like, yeah, we're taking off, and you see the little target reticle there. That's the missiles. You have to shoot those on the targets that are over the areas, and if we get hit once, that is an instant fail, and it is game over. So what you have to do then is go back and put the password. So you do technically have infinite continues. But yeah, this is where the difficulty is going to ramp up significantly. You see how many tries this takes. I'm nervous, because I practiced this part multiple times. I also practiced this part making sure I could do it without doing a save state or doing a reverse of time or a rewind. I said, I have to do this. I have to show this that way. So, alright. We're over the island going on here. Your max altitude, by the way, is 630. So you have to pay attention where those targets are. They will shoot laser bolts out, and not all of them will. Now, the easy way, in massive air quotes, to go through this is when you see shots going on, circle around. Basically use diagonally upwards, either the left or right. And you usually will avoid getting hit. Usually, unless you turn right into it, which can be a problem. Also, yeah, doing this leaves you open to attack. Right now, you can sort of kind of get away with it. Because they will not shoot super fast. It's not even that this level's that long, it's just that there's a lot of targets you have to hit. And they usually could be dead shots, especially get going here. Remember, one hit and it's over. Oh, that was close. Yeah, we're gonna run into a lot of that was close cases. Also, okay, so we're almost at the end, but don't think it's gonna be easy because. Okay, here's what I tend to do, and this is the success I found. I basically will rotate around, and as that target reticle gets on something, hit that L or R button as soon as you hear that beep go off, so that means it's gonna go. Also, be careful of the cannons that are hidden in the trees. You will not see them until they start shooting at you. And at that point, it might be too late. Unless you go around. Okay, I don't know how I didn't get hit by that. Even though I'm circling around. This is going to take a while. And you will have enough fuel to this. You probably would have to be your 20 minutes for your fuel to run out. You do have a lot. If yours going down, you don't have to necessarily worry about your fuel completely. They said, since it's a one-hit kill and everything anyway, it doesn't really matter. But as soon as you can get the hits there, if you can get rid of the targets that are in the trees, you're gonna be good. Those are the ones you want to go first because you can't see where they are. You have to kind of get a sense of where they're coming from by letting them shoot, which you don't want them to do. But if you're gonna get rid of them, and you have to get rid of them, and they sometimes be at random places, they won't always shoot off. Okay, there you go. This is where it starts. One hit, that's it. You were done. And that's it. Alrighty, so yeah, this is going to be the challenge to start, and that's a game over. So yeah, talk about escalating quickly, escalating for, you know, the seriousness of the situation and the gravity, and then getting game over right away with one hit. That being said, we're going to continue. You do have the password ready to go, so we keep doing this until we do it. But this is not the end of the game. There's going to be another set of missions that are harder, the expert missions. That is going to be the rest of our play as it is afterwards. So as we go, feel free to go into what you're seeing and other stuff on Pilotwings or other flight stuff or other stuff gaming-wise you got or anything else you really have on your mind as is. Because I might be here a while. This took me multiple attempts on the tests. Particularly without rewinding. Now, what I could do is, as soon as I get hit, I could rewind. It's like, yeah, you know what? It didn't count. We can just keep going, but... As I said, it's... Okay, here's the thing. It's not that I'm going to say, no, we won't do that. I've done it with stuff like Star Fox. I was like, hey, it was too insurmountable for certain things, and I took too long. For this one, though, I said, you know what? Since, like you said specifically, like, this game is really hard. I would like to beat this game someday. I don't know if you have since we played Pilotwings on Super Nintendo, or N64, I should say. Feel free to let us know if you have, but as I said, for the case of that, I said, we have to show what's the struggle. Why is this game hard? What is it you have to do? And I said, even though I have that element to do this, I said, I gotta just do it. And the targets here will shoot faster, so that's the other thing to keep in mind. That one will not shoot at all, though, for some reason. I don't know why, but it doesn't. Also, it is tempting to shoot your missiles off like I'm doing, but sometimes that can be bad. Uh-oh. And usually if you could do it to the circle, if you make a miss, just do another pass. I've not beaten the game. It's insanely hard. Or, this part is really hard because of, yeah, as I said, one hit and it's over. And we have to do it again. And you do have to basically hit everything down that is in this area. So it goes to the idea, like, yeah, talk about the case of, you know, living with a game and me getting killed and taking that down with me. So it's like, fine, I went down, but I took the cannon down and I crashed there. Yeah, this is really hard, actually. This is fucking impressive for Super Nintendo. Indeed it is. Hi, Melda Alkirk. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Pilotwings for the Super Nintendo. So good to see you. Yeah, sorry we had a delay as far as a show last week for the next part of Lunar. Because, as I said, my grandmother passed away, so we've actually been off the past 2 weeks. This is my return, actually, as far as show. We were doing Pilotwings on Super Nintendo. Feel free to go into memories on it, and hope you're doing well, for sure. Thank you, by the way, for stopping by, as far as it. By the way, next Lunar Party is at the end of the month. That's going to be on August 26th at 3 p.m., just to go into that specifically. I had to cancel the one for last week, but as I said, we're going to get through, and we still have the game going. We got stuff happening with it, and Protov is still... trucking along with that one as it is, and I'm trucking along on the helicopter, and talk about, you're right, impressive elements for Super Nintendo when it launched. I mean, can you believe that on August 13th, in about 9 days, is that right? Yeah, 9 days. Yeah, 22 years since the launch of the Super, oh no, 32 years. I think I said 22 at some point, that was wrong, I'll have edit when I do later for this, as far as it, 32 years since the system launched. This is what they had at launch, this F-Zero, Super Mario World, SimCity, and I think something else specifically, but yeah, you're right, it's incredibly impressive what it's doing, especially for the first time out. I didn't play this series, but I know how popular it was. I said you should make one for Switch, but Breath of the Wild exists. We've been saying that too all night. We said, hey, I'd like to see another one of these. We're talking about another Wave Race, because we showed off Wave Race 64's Shindo Pack version, as far as how it is. I mean, I guess the interesting thing as far as the Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom, because you can kind of do the flight thing sorta in those games, sort of, kind of, but the idea of showing off the tech of system and the thought of, I don't know, maybe when we get another Nintendo console, with rumor mills going out crazy as far as getting those, potentially, but I don't know, because Pilotwings has only been at launches of the Nintendo systems. It's never been released outside of it, so I think that's when they do it, but yeah, we love Pilotwings on the show. I love 64, we've shown it already, and I'm going to sort of show it again at the end of the show as a little bit of a bonus, and this one as well. That's what people enjoy, Breath of the Wild specifically. Most of the praise goes to the ways of traversing the world. Yeah, there's something to be said about that too, you're right. And actually, thank you for going into that this way. Okay, fine. That one will shoot off. I said it doesn't shoot off. That was wrong. It will shoot off, I guess, if it gets alerted. That, now that I'm thinking about this, with Pilotwings, because I thought, like, okay, we've mentioned this before. We said a couple things. We said with F-Zero, when we played F-Zero X, we said, Nintendo hasn't touched that franchise in a while. Why? Or they're saying, like, what do we want to do with it? Maybe they don't know. Maybe with this, maybe with Wave Race as well. Maybe the thought of, I don't know if this might be an idea for any three of these franchises, which is the Breath of the Wild perspective, saying that, hey, this is an open world, you can go and do things, or actually, in the flight area, in the flight element, I don't know if you or Leckfors or anybody else in chat's played this. If you ever played Crimson Skies High Road to Revenge, which was on Xbox, and it's playable on every single Xbox system, 360, original, One, Series S, Series X. It kind of is that, actually. It's kind of an open flight case where you can kind of just fly anywhere you go and do missions. Looks like you're way above the world Final Fantasy IV here, and I did not play Crimson Skies. Yeah, if you've not played Crimson Skies, I cannot recommend that one highly enough. I want to show that game for the show so badly. That game is amazing. And it is kind of an open case, like, almost like a Pilotwings, although I guess in a lot of ways, that's more like dogfighting shooting, so it's almost like Rogue Squadron a little bit. That game is amazing. I'm going to absolutely show that at some point. I just want to get a sense of when can I show that, and I don't want to get hit by that thing, because I'm so close. You're right. Overworld of Final Fantasy IV, you're right. Yeah, remember, with Final Fantasy IV, you're in the airship, but the question of, hey, you know, what that's looking like. Like, the airship didn't have the firepower we have. But fine, we're almost there. I just need to get that one last target. Fine, one last target and then that one. Okay, and there's nothing else over there. I'm making another pass. I'm not taking another chance. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you. We're back after a couple-week hiatus. We have Pilotwings on Super Nintendo. I might be in a case of being able to beat the helicopter mission in only a couple attempts somehow. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to let your memories flow on Pilotwings Super Nintendo. We're also going to show off 64 a little bit, again, as a little bit of a brief appendix. Oh, shit! There's another target! No! Fine, make another pass. Don't worry about time. I'm thinking about downloading a racing game called Slipstream. It looks like it's really fun, a lot like Pole Position, other arcade racing games of that era. I've not played that. It seems interesting, and that's been an interesting thing with racing games, the idea of games of kind of going back to styles of that. I know there's a lot of stuff like that on Switch and other systems. They're like going to like the days of Virtua Racing and Daytona USA. Speaking of franchises that we miss dearly, although there is stuff being done with that sort of, because there's an arcade game of Daytona USA, but right, with Pole Position, which we've shown on the show before for some of the for one of the Namco collections we played a couple months ago, as well as we showed up for the Dreamcast Racing Showcase as well. Yeah, I've not played that. That sounds interesting. If you want to see it for the show, say the word, we'll make it happen. Okay, good. Those are all the targets. Okay. I don't know how we're doing this effectively for now. We do have to do this again. So, okay, to make the landing, go down and get your speed down. That is on the B button. So, and we just have to land. We don't have to take the hostages back. We just have to land. You don't worry to say fuel rate too great. Just speed up a little. Make a nice landing. Boom. Great landing. Awesome. But that was way fewer attempts than I thought it was going to take. But we have to end the game with one of these, by the way, so that's going to be the other question. Alright, fine. We got Lance, Shirley, and Tony rescued. And off we go. Okay, I'm curious, because we've gotten a lot of good requests as far as this game. It's like Outrun. It looks like a fun game. Okay, so, Dolphin, you're looking at that. Well, that's another one. I love Outrun. I want to show that for sure. Is a view from behind and track scrolls as you react, almost like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out approach to racing. Okay. Alright, there we go. So, yeah, we got our silver Pilotwings, so we did a good job. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that, because we've gotten a lot of good suggestions as far as chat tonight of other games that we haven't shown. I know, Leckfors, before both of you jumped on, we were talking about Turn and Burn No Fly Zone on the Super Nintendo, as well as Slipstream and other stuff as well. I did see people saying Outrun in reviews. I never played those. Yeah, I will definitely show Outrun. I actually have, it's worth pointing out, I have the original Outrun. I have the arcade version on this, and I have collections that have it. I also have... Yeah, it's on the Xbox store for $4.50. Oh, so it's like on sale. Awesome. So it sounds like maybe something I'm going to probably have to pick up as it is. As far as Outrun, I also have speaking of Xbox, I have an insanely rare Outrun game, which is Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast, which is like $300 now. I found it for $7 back in 2008 somehow. I want to show that because that game is really, really interesting as we're getting the demo flights. But yeah, we don't want the demo flights. We're done. We got the expert mode. So yeah, we have 4 more missions to do. And you do get a password for that with our silver license. Okay, so lesson 5. So yeah, we're gonna see the instructors again. So here's Tony once more. So after we saved him from the evil syndicates, yeah, talk about escalating quickly. We're gonna be doing stuff with skills that we learned before, but we have yeah, it's winter. Yeah, not outside it's not, but here it's gonna be as far as what it is. But all right, thank you for the suggestion, Mel Dalkirk, on Slipstream and everything else we've gotten. Is that we're gonna put stuff on Masterless as well. And we're working on that as far as elements of communication of show as it's going along. The guy looks American and Japanese at the same time. Yeah, which is interesting. You think about that. And we did show earlier the idea of what happens with, you know, him being surprised. He goes like, he has the anime look saying like, huh? I can't believe you did that. Wow, that's worth it. I agree. $450, I'm down with that. I will definitely take a look at that. I do love my classic racing games as far as it sounds like a cool element. That's the other thing. As I said, this is a Town Hall Gaming. Anybody out there has suggestions of stuff or saying like, hey, I'm playing this is cool for that. I don't know everything. I've mentioned that multiple times. So in that case, you're giving me knowledge that way as well. So it kind of works as far as a reciprocating thing. And by the way, thank you so much to everybody out there tonight. As I said, the past couple weeks, as I said, with the passing of my grandmother, it's been a case where I took time off. I said, like, we're going to come back as far as show for it, but I'm going to tell everybody on the Twitch site what's going on and come back. Is that we're going to keep going strong as it's been. I said, yeah, the element of the show is still going on. It's been over 3 years since I started this, and yeah, we're not stopping on this one. Okay, so we have 2 challenges. We have to do the plane and the diving, or the skydiving. We'll plane it up again. The icy runway is slick for this one. We have to fly through rings and land. And they give you more things you have to be in cognizance of as far as landing and time and all that. But I want We Love Katamari Reroll since it's sale for $19.50. Well, do you have it on the PS2? Because the reason I ask is because if you're okay with it not being a great version in some ways because of missing sound effects, the fact that there has to be an end-user license agreement when you start playing it, that's going to take your data, that they nickel and dime you on DLC, that there's stutters as far as how it can be. I only have an Xbox One S and PC. If you're going to get it, I'll probably get it on the PC. I have the Xbox One version. I'm kind of disappointed with what they were doing with it, because it seemed like it kind of was slapped together a little bit, sort of, and there's like voice samples that are missing. There's stuttering in the opening cutscene, especially that version. Thank you for mentioning Xbox One. I have it on that. I have an Xbox One X that I would be running it through until I get a Series X. But it was stuttering as far as some of it is. Oh, the remake of 2 is low effort. Yeah, shockingly, because I have We Love Katamari, or I have both of them. I have Katamari Damacy Reroll. We actually ran the Xbox One version when we played it for the show. It is on the YouTube site, that full play we did. It was mostly 1-to-1 with the PlayStation 2 version. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it is good on PlayStation. Fine. Katamari Damacy Reroll is a good game on before, even though I don't like the end-user license agreement thing. It's a game from 20 years ago, almost. It's not an online persistent thing. We don't need to be told, hey, sign off your life, potentially, to Bandai Namco. But, that being said, that was a pretty good version. It is comparable to the PS2 game, whereas with Katamari Damacy, or We Love Katamari Royal Reverie, Reroll plus Royal Reverie, they give you extra content, so that's cool. And we are going to sort of show it, specifically because Nocturne was supposed to be when we played We Love Katamari on the PS2, but she was not able to be there because her family had COVID. She didn't get it, and they're fine as far as how it is now. But I bought this. It's like, hey, we're going to look at that for the extra stuff. And we will show off We Have Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie for the extra stuff that's in it. I will say that. And if you don't have it on the PS2, it's fine. It's just that they changed stuff with voices. It's only been on months. Maybe a patch will deal with it. That was the day 1 patch that I played it. When I did it, I got the day it came out. I don't know if they patched it since. I can also, I'll put an edit when I edit this in a couple days, see, like, have they patched that game since then. It was weird, though, as far as, like, what that was. And also, even some of the voice acting, to the point where, Edwack is going to be on the show in 2 weeks, by the way, for Spyro Reignited Trilogy. He's going to play the first game for us to start. He asked me specifically, there's a kid who says something when we walk around the PS2 game saying, origami. He's like, is that in this version? I said, let me see. No, it's not. They cut out a lot of voice acting for some reason. Some of the sounds are missing for some reason. There's stutters in gameplay in cases. I don't know what that's about. And maybe it's just that version. He bought it on PS5. He's like, I'm kind of appalled by the pop-up in this. And they bought it on Switch. It's like, it runs at 30 FPS on Switch as opposed to 60 and everything else. So probably don't buy it on the Switch. I'll say that. But that being said, like, if it is cheaper, you might want to do it. My PC won't even pretend to emulate PlayStation 2. Well, I've heard PlayStation 2 is not an easy one to emulate. Although the good news with We Love Katamari is that, honestly, you can get new copies for the same $30 it cost when it came out in 2005. Let's hope I can make this landing. Okay, good, because when you make that landing that way, if you are off a little bit, even though it goes that, it'll also, you might crash because of how icy the runway is, but I got it. Yeah, so the good news, like, if you want to get that on the PS2, is he's pissy. Wait, why is he mad? Okay, I didn't land very well, and my time sucked. Alright, so fine, he's angry. So, okay, yeah, be careful landing on a snow-covered runway. I did. Honestly, what's the best console for, emulation these days? Console? That's a good question. It's not Microsoft's system, because I know they've been cracking down as far as that. As we do, going through the 3 rings of skydiving. Actually, I think Alekfirst might have an idea of this. I know he was saying this with... Okay, actually, no, 2 people. Alekfirst, I think, because he said he did this with 3DS for certain things. Surrender Antonio has been on a couple shows. He did it for PSP, I think. Actually, I've heard the Wii, honestly, is an interesting one as far as that. Yeah, the Wii, actually. That would probably be a really good one. Well, the Wii and... I've also heard the Dreamcast. Well, sorta with the Dreamcast a little bit, but... I've heard the Wii. I've heard people with the Wii been doing stuff with that to get things running. And I think part of that also has been, like, archiving of stuff when the stores are shut down for that. Also for Wii U and for 3DS. I would say those. I mean, I guess PC... well, fine. PC, yes, but you're saying, like, hey, PS2 is not a good indication that... Which, okay, that might explain what I'm saying as far as We Love Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie. Although, Katamari Damacy Reroll was fine. I guess I got time stuff off, which is why it gave me that landed thing. Okay, fine. He's shocked. I just didn't go super fast. Alright, great. But I didn't get 3 points off. Okay, you're not certified. Okay. So, yeah, if you don't get enough points, that's that idea. I might just get a mini PC for it because I want to run F-Zero GX without issues. Yeah, here's the thing. Does that game not emulate well? We talked about this. In fact, we'll go on this as well. And that's the other great thing about having chat as far as we'll go into all this stuff. I don't know if... Let me think about this. Is F-Zero GX a game that emulates well? Because I know sometimes there have been cases where games... And this is also... If you're wondering, like, why will I not emulate stuff? Or usually won't emulate stuff. Look, if it's not been released anywhere else, like it's, for example, if we're going to do stuff for arcade, I'd have to use MAME. I don't have a choice for certain things if they never came out. Yeah, emulate fine, but you need power behind it. Steam Deck is good for emulation, so Alekfirst says, yeah, alright, Alekfirst, you mentioned that. He did mention that when we played, or started Game Dev Tycoon. He's right about that. He did mention that. Actually, him and one of my coworkers who got a Steam Deck, I think he did emulate PlayStation 2 on that, actually, Mel Dogkirk. So I think... That might be it. Actually, I think Steam Deck might be a case of that. I think he said he emulated PlayStation 2 on that. I think, although, question of, hey, it's like PC, so if you're having problems with it on PC, maybe the Steam Deck might not do it. I mean, like, if you want to go on that, go ahead. But going back to the idea, like, why I usually won't emulate unless it's never been, like, as arcade games that never came home, if I have to do a MAME thing on that, that's going to be our only option, unless it's gotten released somewhere else. But the only reason I won't usually is going to be sometimes, I guess, because sometimes games just don't emulate well, and it's tough to find that. You're just like, hey, PS2 doesn't emulate well. I was like, yeah, I guess I gotta go the real way then, feasibly. Would I have to disable internet for that? Imagine trying to play online while pirating, you'd get brand bricked or something. For the Wii, no. Because the Wii's online is off. Dreamcast didn't have online that way, so, unless you're doing custom servers for stuff with Fancy Star Online, nowadays, you're not going online with that. As far as Steam Deck is concerned, I don't know on the Steam Deck. I don't know, Alekfirst, do you know? And I guess the question is, the Steam Deck, no. Okay, because, okay, thing with Steam Deck, it basically is a portable PC. sort of, kind of yes, or what is that? So, well, fine. What is that as far as, okay, not what the Steam Deck is so much as far as a device, but what is it as far as its innards, as far as, I guess, what it's doing? I thought it's almost like a laptop in the sense that it's more focused. It's like a PC or a laptop that's more focused on gaming, I think. But if that's not right, tell me. That's fine. It's like, and we can go into this discussion. Like, hey, it is a worthwhile discussion. I'm fine. We talked about this, Mel Dalkirk, when you were on part 1 of Lunar, which was, hey, the idea of, like, what's the legality of emulation, but also the idea of, like, wait a second, when stuff's gonna get lost, like, hey, companies don't have something set in place for it, sometimes that can help. Like, hey, if people emulate it, like, hey, we can recover this kind of stuff. It's basically a portable gaming PC, so, like, versus saying, okay, so there you go, there's your answer. But I said, sometimes that's the idea, like, hey, emulating stuff, like, some companies like, hey, we couldn't do something with a game if it was not emulated specifically. I mentioned this, in fact, I'll go into this case as well. There's actually Mel Dalkirk, this goes back to something we were talking about when we did that first part of Lunar, as I got a great landing. And that was, I went to this retro game store, fine, here's the element, just like, mixture of the American and Japanese, right here, look at that, like, there's the anime look of what a knockout of 100%, so there you go. And we got certified. So, I went to a retro game store about, God, this was like 4 months ago. They have a thing in the back they were setting up as far as, like, a gaming lounge. They focus on retro stuff as far as the store is concerned. And they said, we want to have, like, a retro gaming lounge. People can come in, you can get that stuff set. Steam itself has RetroArch, which is what runs emulations, I believe, correct? Or emulating of consoles, I think. Is that correct? If you were to correct me if that's not right, or to go in that more. But I said, I went to the store. There's this guy who basically built these custom PCs for every console you can imagine. And he was also saying, like, hey, I'm trying to emulate Atari Jaguar, and that's a hard one to emulate. So, like, there's certain games where cracking the specific elements of how to emulate is really, really hard. But it's fascinating. Oh, nice. Saturn 2? Yes. In fact, it was, talk about perfect timing. This was, I think, 3 weeks before we played Guardian Heroes, because we did play that on Saturn, because Katamari 22 was in with that. He has it on Saturn, so we were able to play it. Sweet. It was actually 1-to-1 with how it was on Saturn, honestly. Technically, yes, Steam has RetroArch, but not very good. But the thing is that how he was emulating, he told me this, I talked to this guy, he said, like, hey, I was emulating this because for certain systems it has to be, as we're mentioning now, it's based on the tech of it, and he had to kind of go in to some of this stuff individually for individual games. I think he mentioned Guardian Heroes being one of them, to kind of make it so that it's going to be running that specific, and Saturn, we've mentioned this on Saturn, Saturn is notoriously hard to emulate, and it was notoriously hard to program for back in the day. It's notoriously hard to emulate. Yeah, or no, it's bad for Saturn emulation, because it's so hard to emulate that. I mean, even Sega sometimes has trouble with that, but sometimes they don't, like with Guardian Heroes. That's a little different, because actually, Sega does have the source code for that game. In fact, when they redid that for Xbox 360, Treasure went to them and said, like, hey, you have the source code on DAT tapes, D-A-T, and it's like, we don't have anything to press this off or take the files off, can you help us? And they did. Saturn emulation sucks. Yeah, it's hard to do that. So it's one of those things that when you see really great Saturn emulation, especially as far as an official product, or even as far as something just an emulation box, it's fascinating. And yeah, we do have Shirley here, by the way, as far as our next instructor. But the thing, going back to quickly, everything else is fine except Saturn. So basically Saturn is the tough part for an emulate. But yeah, this guy, as I said, when he put this together, he put it amazing for Saturn. And we were talking in that show for Lunar, we're saying that, hey, Pop for Mail is a game that's like $700 for a complete copy, or $400 for a loose disc. I did play it there, because I said, I want to take a look at this. I even played the Sega CD edition of Lunar to say that, how's that running? That sells it. I also need a Saturn and an action replay. Yeah, that is the way to go. If you're running that, if you get a 4 meg action replay, you can have 4 meg RAM card and a Japanese import method going on. Or, actually, my system's modded. I found it on eBay. It actually has a switch on the back of it, which you can play Japanese imports, which is how we played Christmas Nights, because you used the Japanese version of that. And when it comes to cost of money, you definitely want to do that for certain things, because there's games on that system that cost a fortune. But the good news is, I said, we've got our connections on this program. I know people who have Saturn collections, specifically Nocturne and Chasm 22 off the top of my head. They have stuff that goes for a fortune. He has Saturn Bomberman. So, like, yeah, we got to show Saturn Bomberman. We showed Guardian Heroes. She has Panzer 2 Zwei and other stuff as well. It's like, hey, you know, that idea. And that's the other thing. Is like, hey, sometimes if people can emulate something for that, it can help for a release. I mean, because how many times have we said, like, hey, when it comes to stuff that was on Saturn, we'll do some more skydiving. They've usually had to remake stuff, because, like, the Panzer Dragoon remake that came out, that was a total remake, because they couldn't emulate the Saturn game, and I don't think they could even emulate the PC version that was in Panzer Dragoon Orta on Xbox, weirdly enough. So they totally remade it from scratch. And they're remaking Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei, in the case that, Forever Entertainment says that's still coming. They're just working on their remakes of Front Mission now. They have Front Mission 2 coming out later this year. It's one of those things that comes out. I bought the Panzer Dragoon remake when it came out. It's like, when 2 Zwei comes out, like, I'm buying that. It's like, if they can remake and get Panzer Dragoon Saga going, because that game is so expensive, I'd love to see that. But sometimes people who emulate can help that way, because companies like, hey, you were able to build it. This guy who did this, the way he was explaining this to me, and what he did, I said, from what I've seen of this stuff, it's one-to-one with the original stuff. It really is. Even stuff for, because I said, we always talk about CDI as far as this show, like the Zelda CDI games, they go for a fortune. And I have Crusader64 on tape saying, if you get one of those to play on your Super Bowl game Saturday, I'll stand in just a bad mouth. It's like, I gotta play one of these to understand it. And now we have the spiritual successor, by the way, that RZ, which is coming out, I think, later this year, that is like a Zelda CDI game remake, with the same voice performers from that game now, as is. But I played it because they said, like, I'm not gonna be able to play this otherwise. And going back to the Powerful Mail thing, I said, I played that as far as that setup. I said to myself, I said, this is a game that's worth $700. Like, I want to get a copy of that. I think we do need to show that. I'm willing to drop the bills on that game. I really am. It's that good of what I played of it. I think, Mel Dawker, did you say you played Powerful Mail? So if so, I think you back me on this. That game is amazing. What I play is that this game is fantastic. I said, I would spend, if I gotta find out a loose disc for $400, I will buy it. Absolutely. It is that good. Which is shocking. Like, that's the case. Like, well, that's that idea. And then the question of, you know, how can people emulate? All right, fine. We got 86 on the land, so not bad. Alrighty. So, yeah, we do have 2 more missions to go. Yeah, we'll do Rocket Belt, because at least if nothing else, I can hopefully get this running. And actually, it's... Thank you, by the way, for going into this... Well, fine. I love when the chat goes into stuff they're saying, and it kind of creates the discussion. It said, this is a gaming town hall, is. Powerful Mail is pretty cool. Anything that's working designs piques my interest. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing, which is also why we're doing Lunar, we'll do other stuff as far as that for it. But yeah, that's another one. That game is awesome. I said when I played that, like, this is fantastic. I haven't tried emulating PS3 or Xbox on that. Yeah, PS3, I'd assume that's hard too, because even Sony has trouble doing emulation of that. But that being said, yeah, I mean, it is a fascination, really. But I'm glad this is coming up, because we're going to end the show tonight after I finish Pilotwings Super Nintendo here. I'm going to show off the Switch Online Expansion Pack version of Pilotwings 64, which we played 2 years ago. But I think they had to rebuild that for this. I'm pretty sure. This is the only re-release of it. It's never been re-released anywhere else. It was only on N64, which doesn't cost a lot of money. But still, it's something that... It was fascinating just to see that. And it's like, hey, you know, how they did that as far as the rebuild. And I guess also when you get other companies that do stuff like that, as we go for the 70 target. And we do have wind, so it's kind of blowing around. You can kind of hear it on the sound. It's good stuff. But that's, I think, been a little bit of a fascination, really. We had that recently with some of the announcements that came out, Limited Run Games showcase. As, yeah, there we go. Yeah, speaking of the anime perspective, like, yeah, whoa, look at that, 100%. Again, with that. But, because they have, like, this retro engine thing that they're doing for the remakes of Tomba that's coming out. And that was actually, it was requested Tomba on the last show we had. And also, the Gex trilogy. So it's one of those things that people understand how to do an emulation on that, how to kind of hold it for something else, how to do feasibly rebuild. Another company that I know does that a lot is, and there's a rumor that they got another game coming up for this. Oh, fine, they do have another game coming up for this. But, Night Dive Studios, they made the Doom 64 port. That was an incredible piece of engineering, what they did for that. Also, their versions of Quake and Power Slave, which is another one that's expensive, Power Slave. And they're also doing the remake of Rise of the Triad from Apogee Studios. That was a PC game. It is them making it from 1995. They're redoing it. It basically is, because of that engine, it's called the Kex engine they do. And it basically is something that they're able to, I guess, pull off from old code somehow, or rebuild it in a way that it captures the feel of what the game was, but it actually enhances. I mean, when we played Doom 64, we're using that version. I have it on the Switch as it is. It is an amazing port to the point where it has like a lot of features in it that make it look the way it did on N64, but much, 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 much more. And Power Slave too, in that Power Slave is Metroid Prime before Metroid Prime, set in ancient Egypt. Yeah, and named after a Iron Maiden album. As there's another picture of the Power Slave album showing here. It's one I missed when it was on PlayStation Saturn, and it's one that, again, goes for a lot of money, but they made that Power Slave Exhumed, which I believe is on... No, it is on Switch, and it's on PS4 and Xbox One, and all the new PlayStation and Xbox systems, and PC. And from what I understood, it's much like the original, and then it's enhanced to the point where it's better. Which is kind of what we're going to see with Pilotwings 64 later. So it's... I kind of love this idea, and also in my case, when these games cost a lot of money, and I've heard they're great, so that, hey, it's an easier way to get it, but also the question of being able to hold on to it, because now at this point, I think people are realizing, hey, a source code save for, I guess, a game preservation thing, something like that, and this really working well to that. As we have flying through 3 arches and landing on the runway, which we do 45 seconds for what we got. Yeah, I haven't played Power Slave as it is, but I want to buy that version for that very reason, just for it. It's cool, but needs a true polished remake where the controls feel current and comfortable. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's always the challenge sometimes. And I guess, same with Pilotwings this way, which is that this is impressive as far as 1991. I think it still is impressive, but the idea that, hey, if you come into this more as far as a recent thing, it might be a bit of an adjustment. My brother Inherit Knocked, he was not huge on this because we played the 64 game first, but the thought of, like, what that is, yeah, it could look amazing. Yeah, and the way that engine is, they've been able to make stuff like that look amazing. The Doom 64 port, or it's not a port really, it's like a total rebuild. It's incredible. And the Quake one, they're apparently doing Quake 2. I've heard the rumblings going on that. And if they do, I can't wait to see what that looks like. And that already looked awesome, even when it was on the PC, and even the console versions that got. But I mean, that's the other thing, like, hey, with something new like this, like bringing it back, people realizing, hey, you know, here's another return to this. And kind of getting that attention for another game. Because it's been kind of the theme. It all goes into that, and I did get certified. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if I did enough on the plane, but I did. Alright, B-Class. So that is our next one. We got 2 more to go, and 1 more helicopter case. Okay, here's Lance, 1 more. I'm going to try and get the 100%. And also, at the end, I will also show off all of the bonus chances I didn't show. Strong winds, so yeah, be careful. In this case, it's also looking a bit darker there as far as, like, what's in the water. I guess it's poison, but if you land in the water, you just fail. It's not like you're gonna die, so don't worry. Alright, so let's go with Rocket Belt again. Touch the green bar-shaped beams. Time points deduct after a minute and a half, and we go. But the beautiful sunset. Oh my god, this looks gorgeous. Yeah, for 1991, yeah, I mean, talk about showcasing what your console could do. And Pilotwings has always been good at that. It's always done that for any system it's been on. For Super Nintendo, it did it with the Mode 7 stuff. For Nintendo 64, it was the 3D. And with Pilotwings Resort on 3DS, it's the 3D perspective as far as the 3D gaming thing for the way it looked. Because it is one of the best 3D games on that system as far as showing what, like, hey, the immersive case of that. It's incredible stuff. And I'm going to work on getting the, the capture thing for 3DS so I can show that. If I have to go to emulation on that, though, I will. But I'm going to try to see if I can't do it that way. Just because I said, hey, it's an interesting thing, and if I can show it that way, I'll show it that way. Or maybe they'll re-release it, because, hey, Nintendo is doing Luigi's Mansion 2 Dark Moon for the Switch next year. Maybe they can do something with Pilotwings, I don't know. Because every other one's been re-released except that resort game. Where is the target? Oh, it's right over there. Yeah, if you're out of distance of target, by the way, if you see the flash on the radar, it'll say, oh yeah, go over this way, so don't worry. Like before, I do want to land here, is you hear that wah, 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 wah. I love that in the soundtrack, my god. It just seems so, it is just so insanely playful and lovely. Oh! Okay, yeah, I didn't, right. Whoa. I didn't get a, okay, you can get points deducted later, but I don't think I did. I just want to make sure I'm doing decent and maybe getting... Okay, fine, I got him with the wide eyes. That was close. As I said, if I don't show him going nuts with a perfect score, I'll show him going nuts with a perfect score before we end. Yeah, it seems so easy now, so far. let's take the hang glider out. Okay, this is another thermal current one. We gotta land it to 700 feet, but it says it's a kite now. I was like, okay, well, I guess it is. I mean, they're kind of the same thing. They run on wind. 2 minutes, 3 seconds, 30 points for the time bonus and accuracy of 50. So off we go, and we get this wonderful music. Again, it's so beautiful, which I mentioned at the beginning of the show, the music in this game being done by Soyo Oka mostly, and the helicopter theme is by Koji Kondo. And it's great stuff. How about getting you in that perfect mood, I should say, for flight, and also the perfect mood for something that can be stressful in the case of like, hey, you know, like, can I do this mission? Can I make it where I need to make it? But also something that it feels so relaxing at the same time. So it's a weird paradox. That's always what Pilotwings really is. And that's also, I think, why I've always loved this series. Alright, so there's the next thermal current. You just have to hit into it this one, but they will disappear, unlike the Nintendo 64 and 3DS games. Okay, so... Also, I guess... Okay, here's another thing. Let's go back to the emulation thing again, since, hey, I just need to go up to the top. I need 700, please. Inches. It's always, that's always the worst part. And if you don't hit the current, up to where you need to, basically go around the map, another thermal current will appear somewhere else. Because when it came to emulation for Super Nintendo, I know for a while, we talked about this when we played, Castlevania Adventure Rebirth, which is a game that is not available to buy anymore, which I've been begging for a re-release, but it's like, hey, if you're going to play that, you have to emulate it. There's no other way you're going to play it otherwise now. Unless Konami makes it. Please, Konami, I'm still begging. Just because I want other people to buy it, I'll buy it again. That's how good it is. But with Super Nintendo, it's been interesting. We talked about that on that show, saying how for certain stuff with this system, was there a struggle point? I guess with Nintendo... I think initially the Super Effects chip they had trouble with, initially, when it came to emulating that, as it was. But then later they got used to it, and then it was also, like, the CX4, and I don't think, for Capcom's games, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I never had issues with Z, SNES on any PC. Yeah, as far as my old days of PC emulation, and I don't think I'm gonna land... Oh, crap. If I'm landing on the street. Yeah, they're not gonna be happy with the fact that I landed in the street. Alright, so I got 60 points. It's still good. I guess I landed on the strip, so fine. Yeah, I didn't have trouble with that in my ancient days of that, which was like 2001, 2. And also SNES 9X, which is one of the ones I used at the time. But I know initially there were weird stuff with emulation for certain things. I remember actually the Mega Man X games 2 and 3, because of the CX4 chip in them, those were a little weird initially. I know Nintendo said they had issues with the Super Effects chip, which is why for the longest time... Star Fox was not re-released, and Yoshi's Island, they took the Game Boy Advance version. And actually, one of the weirdest ones, which I didn't expect this, Kirby's Dream Course, which is on Super Nintendo. I don't know, maybe it was something with the way the ROM was, but actually they didn't program in the idea that when you kill an enemy, you get a tomato in order to recover yourself. So that was a weird one, like, and it was like, hey, it made it almost impossible to actually go through a course. But that was like a one-off, and I played the actual game, bought the actual game. No, I played it before, I rented it, then I did that emulation, and I bought the game as it was, and that was the idea. Nintendo 64 and Saturn were the only ones I struggled as far as emulating. You're not the only one. Ed Wack has been on the show, he's mentioned that before as well. In fact, we talked about that. You're barely making it. Want to give up? No. We're not going to do that. We're not giving up. It probably is a messed up file, because I love Kirby's Dream Course and never had that problem with mine. Yeah, so that probably was it was. Mainly, that was about... That was 2001, 2002, so it was about 3 years ago. But yeah, you're right as far as N64 emulation, because we talked about that with the Switch Online expansion pack, because people was like, hey, this was not emulated well when it came to this initially, and people were saying like, wait, what's going on? And then I think Edward brought up the point you brought up, saying like, hey, if they're not going to do this right, why don't you just emulate it? But even he was saying like, hey, with the N64 emulators, there's stuff that goes with that that's very, very weird. So that wasn't a perfect case either. So in some cases, it's been a case of, thank God I got a huge Nintendo 64 collection, including a game on that that is $1,000. That is Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, and it's an authentic one, so that's how we're showing that one for sure. Kirby's Dream Course is an interesting game, and another one I never got to run smoothly was, or emulate smoothly, was Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. Yeah, because we played that for the show, with the actual card of it, and they haven't emulated that, because I've been saying for years, like, why have we not seen that back again? maybe that's another one that's tough to emulate. So that's interesting to kind of hear that. And as we mentioned before, thought that there's certain games that just might not emulate well for whatever reason because of how they're designed. Then go back to Kirby's Dream Course, it is an interesting game that's like a golf game, really. In fact, you know what, maybe we can make this a bit of a smorgasbord. You know what, I was going to show just Pilotwings 64 after we're done with this. Maybe we can give a little bit of lip service to Kirby's Dream Course, and then we'll do that for a show at some point. Alright, we gotta take off and fly through more rings. Okay. Yeah, if there's any game you're going to be flying through rings for and having a great time with, it's Pilotwings. Pilotwings is never going to let you down when it comes to flying through rings. That's for sure. Yeah, but that's another case, because I've been saying, like, I've been begging, like, where is an emulation of that, or another version of Mystical Ninja Storm Goemon, but, apparently, yeah, it must be something with that one, too. I can understand with Saturn, but you'd usually think Nintendo 64 is easy to emulate. Yeah, you'd think so, but in some cases, certain games aren't. Bomberman 64, The Second Attack, that is a very notorious one, from what I understood, which is why it hasn't gotten re-released. Majora's Mask also emulates poorly on the GameCube in the, that GameCube collection. Yeah, I remember I played that because somebody else had it. It was okay, but it felt a little weird. The collection just mentions it before you play. So they explicitly state... Actually, I don't remember that. It's been years since I played the copy of that I was at a friend's house and played it. Meanwhile, Nintendo 64 is downloading a lot of video plugins, which actually, I think I remember... I think Edwax said something about that. So that might be what it is, the fact that... Because I guess this goes to what you're saying, which is that why does the system not emulate well, or what's the difference between them? Okay, fine. This is an emulation. We were playing an emulation of Pilotwings for Super Nintendo, where they were able to get it running multiple times as far as the way they ported this. Because it was on Wii, it was on Wii U, it was on new 3DS, it's on Switch as far as it, and Super Nintendo had it. But I guess because the way systems are designed for that, and how is a PC or wherever else you're going to try and emulate it off of, what is that necessarily going to look like when it comes to trying to replicate that, when in some cases it's not going to be one-to-one just by its very nature. Yeah, Project 64 lets you save the setup per game, so you have to do it over and over again. Yeah, and that's the one Edwack uses, actually, as far as how it is. But even that's one, he said, like, hey, there's certain things where, he said it just felt wrong. It was like, I know him and Nikki particularly, like, hey, there's certain games she hasn't played that he's played. He's like, hey, I'd like to show some of these things or go into them. I mean, they're doing stuff with Final Fantasy VII now. They're using the Switch port that also has its problems with emulation with audio, which we learned over the week, as far as how it's been, and I don't think I'm going to be able to land this thing really nicely. Come on. Alright, we'll see how this looks. Stop. Let's see. Why didn't that collection have Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, or the Oracle games in it? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because that collection had... yeah, 69, dude. I don't think that was enough. Yeah, it's not. Okay, so he's looking sad. Unfortunately, I'm off by 15. We gotta do this again. Which is fine. To why? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, maybe because Link to the Past was already on the Game Boy Advance by that point, so I thought we don't need to emulate that again. And Oracle of Ages and Seasons were 2 years old. Link's Awakening, that I don't know either. Maybe Link's Awakening DX. Good news is, yeah, those have all been released, including those Oracle games. Since I've been off, Oracle of Ages and Seasons are on Switch Online now. And it's awesome to see them, although it is worth pointing out one thing. They aren't going to bone themselves, and they can save that for future plans. Yeah, although, even at the time, Nintendo was not doing much stuff as far as, like, classic game emulating, really. Honestly, that Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition on GameCube and Animal Crossing were really the two first examples of them starting to do that. And that in the Game Boy Advance, really. As far as some of the stuff they ported out, like the classic NES series. So, I mean, yeah, maybe so, although... That's an interesting question, I guess, as to why, and, like, when you say, like, hey, with Majora's Mask on that, they say, like, they even give you warnings, say, like, hey, this wasn't emulating completely correctly, even for a game that was more recent, but, yeah, now it's on Switch Online expansion pack, it seems like they kind of, sort of had it figured out. Though sometimes they don't, because we run into cases where, when they drop stuff on Switch Online expansion pack, they introduce bugs. Kirby 64 has a soft lock bug, or it had a soft lock bug, with the Orca fight that they had to fix, and then Paper Mario had a case where if you hit the wrong tree with the hammer, the game crashes, or it says the unexpectedly forced shut down, and all your saves go away, which they've since fixed. But it's in case that those weren't the other ones, so when they emulated, they introduced it. Honestly, I'd say a 3D version of Minish Cap would be cool. Oh yeah, you're talking to a lover of Minish Cap all the way on this show. I want to show that one so badly. That game is amazing. And when they put that on, when the Game Boy Advance stuff came up on Switch Online for that was the first batch. I said, "Oh my God, this game is back!" And I was telling people like, "Have you played Minish Cap?" They either said no, or it's like, "I haven't played in a while," and they all were playing. And it's like, I forgot how good this game was. Like, yeah, it's great. I have that on Advance. We're absolutely going to show that at some point. But yeah, I mean, so I don't know. Maybe that's the reason as to why, as far as like why they wouldn't do it. But I mean, I guess the good news is that now there is cases. But just go back quickly on the Oracle of Ages and Seasons releases on Switch Online. There is one thing they're missing, just for to put this out there, because I don't know if anybody's actually indicated this that I've seen. They did not emulate the unique shops that are open when you play it on the Game Boy Advance. It's worth pointing that out, and I don't think I'm gonna land this right. Well. Yeah, okay, I was angled bad, but I'm able to kind of go in the center. But yeah, so basically, it's like the 3DS Virtual Console versions, where the stores that had open doors when you were on playing on a Game Boy Advance, playing that Game Boy Color game on a Game Boy Advance for both of them, they're not unlocked in either the 3DS Virtual Console version, which you can't buy anymore, or the Switch Online version. So when we do that game, we're going to be running them on the Game Boy Color, because they do have them both that way. Those other ones, like, expensive now, like $50 a pop. Right, so fine. I did worse that time. Yeah, if we can try hard enough, we can do it. In fact, you know what? We're going to try a little harder, because I'll tell you what I'm going to do with Rocket Belt. I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to try landing on that floating target. If I land on that, we're going to have a bonus chance, and I can make it so it'll be easier for us to beat this. Because we do have 2 more license tests. Fine, we have 1 more license test after this, and then the final level. Which is fine as far as how it is. I can use rewinds, and we're not using rewinds because I said I have to do this way for it. Although yeah, with the wind in effect for this, that's going to be a tough thing to do. So I hope I can pull this. I can't believe I've gotten this far after only 2.5 hours, and admittingly about an hour and 40 minutes. So this has been with this game. So the Katamari game is slight stutter in the opening video and missing voice lines. On Xbox One it did. Edwag played it on PS5. He said, I didn't see the stuttering, but on Xbox One, it did, and it was a fresh disc. I just put it in. So, that was that case. Fine, it does missing voice lines. Like, fine, it's... I don't know why it was, though. The other one didn't have stuff that was missing. Alright, there's the target. You know what? I'm gonna try and just get 100%. I don't think I can get the bonus chance. It's too risky. That's fine. Yeah, it does. I mean, if you can get past that, it's not bad. Okay, fine, 90. I'll take that. There is a physically, too. Yes, they did. It was physically released on everything, as it was. I bought it that way, because, like, hey, you know, that's that idea. You're barely making it. Okay, so if I get 84 on Hang Glider, we'll be set. Yeah, they did release it physically as it was. So, yeah, you do have that option. It was $30 when released, just like We Love Katamari was $30 on the PS2 when that first came out. But there is also DLC that's $10 that gives you extra music, I believe. And there are extra things in it, because there are the King of all the Cosmos missions. They give you 5 new ones. They explain the story that we showed when we played it on the PS2, saying the idea, like, what was his upbringing like, so you get to play as him in 5 missions. And, yeah, it's not a horrible... it's not a desecration, despite what I'm thinking, or maybe giving an indication off. It's not that they necessarily ruined it, it's just that I'm in a bit of a nervous case, honestly, when it comes to Bandai Namco. Recently, we did our showcase of them for our compilation program with the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade, which we had a great time with, and it was a great collection, generally speaking. But this year, Bandai Namco has really had a lot of problems with themselves with some of the stuff they released. Fine, I'll say this. If you're going to be picking one remake or re-release of an old Namco game from this year, make it this over Tales of Symphonia Remastered. That game is a disaster. That one is awful. I don't know what happened with that on every system, but especially on the Switch, it's a disaster from what I understood. If you're going to buy it, though, at all, I've heard it's better on the PS4 or 5, as it is. Because there's things that, there are things that are wrong with it on the other systems that are not wrong with it on the other consoles. That hurts me because I was so excited. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I said this constantly. I said, like, why is it that every version of Tales of Symphonia that's come out has, in one way or another, been worse than the last one? Because it was on GameCube. I have it on GameCube. We'll show it on GameCube when we get to that point. They then put it on the PS2 in Japan where it had extra content but ran half the frame rate. Then they put it on the PS3 where it had the graphics changed, but it was mostly the same as on the PS2. It also has cel-shaded elements, admittedly, which is kind of, it's a whatever thing, sorta. And they put it on the PC where it had problems, and they put this one out, which is a weird case. I guess I'll emulate when I get something that can handle GameCube without issues. Yeah, or that's not super expensive, admittedly, on GameCube. It's not the most expensive RPG even on that console. I just stopped playing it around my son as far as because of how stuttery it was, how much it made you mad, how, I don't know, stuff with story. I don't know if story stuff content-wise is a teen-rated game. I don't think there's much to that as far as what I played it with. But, and I don't know, what'd you play it on? Did you play it on, what console did you play it? Oh, the original. What, he never, wasn't necessarily a big case of that? Oh, fine, he could have played it too, I guess, because, yeah, there's multiplayer for its battles. Although, when we do, Tales of Symphonia, just start, oh no, we do Tales of, as far as the franchise, we start with, Nocturne wanted to start with Tales of Vesperia, which we'll do at some point. We're gonna use the definitive edition, which they did do right. So that's the case where they did that right. But Tales of Symphonia we had a problem with. Man of Medan on Switch, I've heard weird things about, which is why we're gonna run that on the PS5 when we play that in a couple months. There's the We Love Katamari thing, and I hope we don't have problems with Baten Kaitos when that comes out next month. And Baten Kaitos, by the way, is going to be digital only unless you import it from Japan, which you can get an English version. Come on, let's land. Awesome. He was 5 and didn't even going to school calling people inferior beings. As far as plot, no, I get that. I think this might have been enough. And it gets said during battles a lot. No, I get that, absolutely. Fair enough. I mean, it is a teen-rated game that way. Although, fine, in that case, there's a context to it, but look, I get that. Especially, like, you're saying he's 5. You said your son's 5, yes, specifically, at that point. Yeah, no, I get it. No question. I get that completely. Okay, we made it. Fantastic. 241. We got over by 1. Alright, so there's our certification. Silver Expert License. That's what we got now, and we got one more run with Big Al. Time to review your skills with Big Al. Hi again, my friend. I didn't even think about it that much, but perhaps there's an option to turn off the battle cries. I don't remember, honestly. I'll have an edit down below. I'll put the GameCube version in over the week when I edit this. I'll have an answer down below so we just have it on the record. So like, hey, we're doing the show live now, but the YouTube site, we have the edits of the shows there. So if there's a case where I don't know, or chat, you have a question, or you say something we don't know an answer, we'll have an answer that way. Yeah, they do get old as far as them being repetitive. Yeah, I get that, for sure. I'll get back to you on that one specifically. Or, chat, if you know. I'm fine. Electverse, maybe you know. Dollyfin, maybe you know. Yeah, hit us with it. We're doing Night Flight, by the way. Fitting. Yeah, Demon Fang. Demon Fang. Demon Fang. You do hear that a lot. Yeah, you're right. That is true. You do hear that very, very much. I mean, I guess that was the era when you had games where they would tend to do that, and, oh, fuck it, let's get the light plane out of the way. This one I'm nervous about, because you have to take off, fly through the arches, and land the runway, but the wind keeps pushing you. And, time points is 3 minutes. Okay, let's try that. Well, fine. I remember, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games of Konami at the time. The 3D one from 2003, and, like Battle Nexus and Mutant Nightmare. I remember with, Donatello in that first one, every time you hit the square button, or the X button, or whatever button was on the GameCube, you get that, dumb goon, corner pocket. You hear, like, every time you press the button. It's like, it's very weird. When you change outfits or weapons, you can see that in battles, which is something I wish Lunar had. Yeah, and that was an era where we were starting to see that more in RPGs. We saw that actually, I know Star Wars Knights of the Republic has that. Where you get armor, you can put that down, and maybe the thought, like, hey, you know, something to that with, like, hey, a future idea. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's cool, you know, the idea of, like, the customization and being able to see that in an element. Although I guess with Lunar, fine. I guess Lunar did it differently as far as stuff with the plot. Because, like, hey, we're showing off the bromides when it comes to that game, as far as how it is. So in that case, we're kind of seeing that a little. But I know what you're saying, like, hey, a costume change, that'd be cool. Or, like, I don't know if you ever played this, Tokyo Mirage Session Sharp FE, which is, something I've heard actually really good things about. Most of the time, I just mute the TV and put something on when I'm doing a level grind. Yeah, I mean, I get that. And see, it's funny, because that can also be a case of, how's that go? In fact, Nocturne's been this way when she's like, hey, you know, since we're going back to Mega Man Legends 2 next week, we're going to finish it. She's like, how do I do the Zenny grinds? Like, I don't think I can do this. I'm going to have to put in a Game Genie or Game Shark code, I should say, to have enough money for what we need to do for the weapons showcase. As I have to land here because the wind is pushing me over, so I gotta make sure I start a little to the left of it so that when I land, I slow down enough as I make the approach, I'll be able to land in line. Yeah, because otherwise I'm gonna be going off and going fast. Oh, that was way better landing than I thought it was gonna be. No, actually, I did that with Kingdom Hearts a little bit, because when I said, like, we have to be at level 100 for the finale, I made sure, like, fine, I'm just keeping a conversation going with everybody around me. 76. Okay, not bad. I got 1 point over what I needed to. I was doing a test on this week. But alright, fine. That's not bad. For that is actually a really hard mission. Yeah, your skills are passable. You can do better. Yeah, we're going to try as far as how it is. I'll do the Rocket Belt because I know I can be really good with the Rocket Belt. Yeah, but that's the idea so far as, like, what did you do with grind? Because actually, in her case, I was doing practice on Bomberman World before we did that about a month ago. So in that case, she had that on the side as far as the other television. Like, I was having the PlayStation 2 of mine over on that and playing that. She was, like, doing her Zenny grind as far as Mega Man Legends 2. And she's like, hey, what's this? She was kind of curious at that, but also kind of motivating her, like, hearing the stuff for that game. So sometimes when it comes to, like, a repetitive task, and see, here's the thing. Sometimes it's come to the question, like, why do you have a discussion program as far as this? Why are we talking so much as far as it when there is a Pilotwings game going on? Well, because I've explained what's going on. We've got the bouncy balls going on here. You have to touch these, and with the wind going on, it's not easy to do that. But the reason I'll do it is like, hey, you know, if something's boring, you're seeing it going on, we're going to talk our way through, and we can kind of go off on, like, 8 million tangents, feasibly. So that can kind of be unique that way. There are not other shows that'll do that. I guess maybe it's like a time-filling thing, but it's not even necessarily a time-filling thing. It's just an idea of like, hey, you know, it's a relaxing element. It's all about, you know, our gaming town hall when you really think about it. Like, all the stuff you want to talk about. We talk about elements of emulation, that element, what it's all about. We do that. We talk about elements of ourselves personally with family and things like that. We do that. Talk about memories of a game. We do that. Talk about things we want to see in franchises, returns to franchises, or features in franchises, or whatever. We do that too. So we kind of go that, and it makes it, I mean, it's an interesting thing because I'll go into this anecdote a little bit because I only have one more of these things I got to do and I can land. They do give you a lot of time for time points. I've been noticing one thing is that when I started the show 3 years ago, one of the Let's Play channels I watch a lot, the Super Gaming Brothers, they were going to stop doing their show, and then COVID happened, and they basically said, we're not going to do it anymore for that reason. And then they decided recently we're going to come back to it. So they've been doing new shows of stuff. They recently did Mario Party Superstars, as well as Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate and Metroid Zero Mission. And actually, the first part of the Metroid Zero Mission play they started, it was kind of interesting, the idea of saying that, how do we, you know, go into discussion on game that way? It's like, we've been out of this for 3 years. It's kind of a weird case of us kind of trying to figure that again. But it's something that kind of made me think deeply as far as what I'm doing with my show. Because, like, look, I have my inspirations as far as shows and things, but I said, I don't want to just be those. I don't want to just be looked at as an imitation, saying that, oh, you're a poser, just pulling off of these other things, not making it your own. I said, that's why I said we're going to be doing live shows. That's what this is all about. That's also why this is not a monetized program. This is an independent program, because they have to cut out content when it comes to stuff with Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate. They have to, like, put the cutscenes in black and white like it's the Punisher game from PS2 and Xbox. We don't have to, because I'm not, I don't care about my videos getting monetized on YouTube. The only thing I have to care about is nudity, but even then, if they don't show anything, it's fine. Like, we showed one of the bromides. Actually, no, we showed the bathing, we showed the bath element of the men for Lunar. We didn't get a problem with that either way. So, and Proto was like, I don't know if we can show this. Like, we can show this. We showed Parasite Eve with nothing. Fine, with nudity that's not visible, it's fine, don't worry. So we did that. So I said that, so it kind of got me thinking, it's like, look, okay, inspirations I have, but what can we do to make this my own as far as it, and then all of you making it your own. That's what you're doing. You're coming in here, you're making your own, saying that, hey, do people necessarily play some of the games that you mention? To which I say, yeah, we'll play whatever you want to see. We'll go into whatever you want to see. We'll go in deep. And I said, that's why I call it the best chat on Twitch. That is exactly the reason. Because it's not just me doing this. It's all of you out there. It's the guests we have. They always are going to come up with gold. And it's one of these cases where it's always just a fascination. I never know what I'm going to get on the program, and I love that. And it's also the case that it can be surprising to me, but I guess surprising to the audience out there for what that as well. Yeah, honestly, people play South Park, The Stick of Truth, and The Fractured But Whole on here. I wouldn't worry too much. Yeah, that one, I don't know. Do they show, when it comes to that, do they show some of the things that I know are in place? Because there's a scene of bestiality I know in Stick of Truth. I don't know if they actually show that. That I'm not sure about, but that means say we haven't necessarily gotten a case. What I said, well, I'll probably do for some of those things. If I think I'm like, I don't know if I can, because it might be visible, I will probably do an off-screen thing for some of those things, although right now it hasn't come to that, or I'll dance around it as it is. Yeah, you have a battle under your parent. You have a battle on your parents fucking while you're shrunk down, and I guess that was Fractured But Whole did that. I don't remember which one it is, because I have Stick of Truth. I have it on Xbox 360. I don't have Fractured But Whole as it is. I don't know how much you see of that as it is. It's either way. I mean, okay, so I'm doing consistent as far as 76 across the board, but I need to get 92. So I don't know how that's gonna go. I mean, look, I get that as well. I mean, fine, we did show a South Park game in the show already a little bit. They're great. Both good to stream as far as it. They don't, I guess they don't go into that for that element. That's my one question on Stick of Truth. Though we have played one South Park game on the show already. Sort of, kind of. We played South Park Rally on the Dreamcast. I was part of that racing showcase we did last year, where I mixed it in, because I also, speaking of things, I love to fuck with people. I love to say, like, hey, you know, it's Tantalus who developed this out of Australia. They ported The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess to the Wii U, or the Switch and Wii U, respectively, and people's like, they did? It's like, yes, they did. It was a fascinating thing, so I get to tell them, like, no, they made this kart racing game where it's like a South Park element that way for it. I was able to, fine, that's a case where it doesn't show anything to that, so I could show it, and also it was kind of a small thing, although, that was also a weird one, because, like, hey, I wanted to dance around stuff with licensed things with, fine, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer game, I knew I couldn't get away with that one necessarily, but as I said, with that, as I said, I'll see that, because I know there's definitely stuff with South Park I want to show off. I'm amazed it's still going on, considering how woke the world is in as far, or world is right now, as far as South Park is concerned. I guess because, I don't know, I guess maybe just because it's been something consistent or something that, hey, it has that shot in the arm that I guess people really, really like, or they get the sense of, see, it's weird, because it was controversial and people like, we don't want people to see this when it came around, but nowadays, no, not really. People are trying nothing. People keep trying as far as a car racing game, nothing touches Mario Kart. Well, there's some that do. I mean, Diddy Kong Racing on Nintendo 64, that's a great game. That's one that definitely did. And Crash Team Racing on the PlayStation. Fine. As I mentioned, we played that game, or showed that for that show. Because I'm also pretty much resigned. We're going to have to do this again. I don't think I'm getting 92 on this. But I'll try. There are only 4 kart racing games on Dreamcast. We showed 3 of them. But for that one, South Park Rally's better on the Dreamcast. It gets by better because there's only 4 of them on that console, which is that one, Walt Disney World Magical Racing Tour, Wacky Races, and Looney Tunes Space Race, which was my favorite of the 3. Or 4, I should say. Can I land this, please? Okay. Okay, oh, I overshot it. Which is fine, I was not gonna get this anyway. Yeah, it seems every time people try something controversial, it might get canceled. Yeah, okay, fine. Keep height. Actually, I'm trying to think, would I have been able to feasibly get that when I hit it? Maybe. But yeah, no certification for me. Alright, so yeah, we'll try again as it is. Yeah, I mean, fair enough to that, because, I mean, and that's been the interesting thing for our show, is like, hey, you know, since it's not a monetized show, we can kind of go into some of this stuff when it goes on more, I guess, a little bit. And the idea, like, hey, you know, if it's like something controversial, although, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I almost wonder if maybe there's the thought that maybe people are kind of wondering about that, because, I don't know, I mean, recently as far as movies, you had people going to, Oppenheimer when that came out, and then also Barbie, which, fine, Barbie is that kind of thing. It is, have that bent to itself, but Oppenheimer is a case where, hey, it's about the atomic bomb. It's a historical element. Even Oliver Stone, who directed JFK and, Platoon and a lot of other movies that were seen as very controversial in their day, said, like, I'm amazed this movie got made in this climate. I mean, I guess with South Park, maybe it's just the fact that when, it's funny you say that, we can talk about this with South Park, which is that I remember when I was in college, in particular, which was like the early 2010s as far as how it was. It was something that every week, it's like, it kind of became a flashpoint, really, of pulp culture. Like, what were they going to talk about? What were they going to go into? What were they going to necessarily skewer? And in a lot of ways, I think it kind of became that point of, it kind of got people, I don't know, it kind of seemed like maybe hitting something where I realized, like, hey, it's almost the satirical element, it kind of worked. And okay, it looks like I'm out of the target. I sort of am, I'm sort of not. So maybe that's where people went. Or take Johnny Bravo, for example. Try to do that now, you'd get canceled to death. Although, one thing about Johnny Bravo that's interesting is that even at the time, Johnny Bravo, which was made by, the two people heavily involved in that were Butch Hartman, who went on to make the Fairly Odd Parents, and Seth MacFarlane, who makes Family Guy, which also does stuff as far as being controversial. Johnny Bravo did comment on the fact that he's a womanizer a little bit, but also the idea of, like, how he is. Like, there's an episode they take the guy, I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who does voice for Schoolhouse Rock. He turns in basically saying, you're a sexist pig with no manners, but the idea is, like, no, he's, like, a massive hypocrite as far as what it is. But people realize, like, hey, Johnny Bravo's, like, he's not necessarily that way, as far as it. Yeah, Creative put it out there anyway and people share it. It would be sees demeaning to women. Although, see, it's funny because with Johnny Bravo, we do have to do, I mentioned that I'm going to do this, Cartoon Network Racing on the PlayStation 2, which does have elements of Johnny Bravo and other stuff with that. The idea that, in some ways, it kind of had a weird sense of parody when you think about it, which you would think would it really, but it did, because in a lot of ways, they were the ones who were really charming or smart about stuff. Like, they saw right through him. Even the idea, like, how they went, like, the first element of Johnny Bravo, and they had those as a, what a cartoon, he says, like, there's a gorilla that's on the loose, and he's gonna say, like, you gotta be kidding. Like, in order to do that, you have to be like a superhero. I was like, yeah, you're not a superhero. Like, maybe I'll go on a date with you if you do this, but then later he says, like, she goes out the gorilla. He's like, aren't you giving me, like, a thanks or a hearty handshake or something like well, I would go out you, but it seems like you already have a date as far as the janitor guy. He's like, well, this is cute and all, but I do have a wife. So they do, I mean, I don't know. I think maybe it's the thought that, how it's presented. Because look, I think I've mentioned this multiple times, and we've seen this with Lunar, and this has been the idea of this. Context is everything. And I almost wonder if, I know that's gotten lost as far as modern thing. I know that. I definitely believe in the idea, like, no, it is a context thing to go into it. Which is why we can show something like that and put it in that way. But I think that's what I think I liked about it, because it did put it in context. It was this kind of, in a way, it was very satirical as far as what it was, especially with the two people involved as far as making that. No question. And also there hits on Scooby-Doo, the idea, like, hey, they're having fun with Scooby-Doo for things of it. So it's like, I don't know, I think people saw that maybe was the perspective. And also the idea that, Johnny's mama was actually a very strong character, and someone who you get why he is a mama's boy that way, but also the idea, like, how she's about, and she, in a way, is kind of balancing that, so it's interesting, So, but I get what you're saying, like, hey, would that necessarily fly today? Like, I don't know, I mean, depending on how it's looked at, I wouldn't necessarily say no, but I get what you're saying, like, yeah, it's iffy, so that's that idea. But I said, if nothing else, but it is an interesting thing to think about, the idea of, what do people have a problem with, and what don't they? And hey, we're gonna bring in that when we play Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, as it is, because, hey, that is a game that definitely has that element, but we're gonna show it, because, like, we're gonna put into context of what this was, as far as when it was, and why they can never re-release that. Like, fine, lucky me buying that game for $11 back in 2008, and now it's worth over $1,000. So, yeah, I'm morally obligated to show that, even though it's a case that, hey, it's gonna offend that way. Yeah, I often wonder where his dad was, and, like, who was he? I don't know if the later elements of the show, they probably didn't go into that, because I think I saw the first 2-3 seasons, and then I didn't see it later, but, I mean, maybe that's the idea, like, what was the idea of, like, what Johnny's father was like, and also Jeff Bennett, who, actually, it's worth pointing out, Jeff Bennett is in Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, it's worth pointing out. In fact, he voices one of the most objectionable characters in that game, Kung Pao, as it is, so, yeah, fitting that comes up. Okay, so we landed. I don't know if this is going to be enough. I am really right on the edge of my seat. But I got 84. You did well, but you can do better. Yeah, you do need to do really, really good on these. 76. Okay, this is better than I thought. If I can get to 76, Okay, this is a repeat of 2 days ago when I did the test of this with Gemini 96. It was the case of I had to get 80 points on this mission, and I made the landing and I got 81. So maybe history will repeat itself on the show. I'm nervous, but it's like I think we can do it. But yeah, interesting question to ask, and definitely we can go into when we do other stuff as far as Cartoon Network-like games. I said, I think there was something Johnny Bravo based on Game Boy Advance, but I know that Cartoon Network Racing game has him in it, as well as other elements you mentioned, Courage the Cowardly Dog, as far as we did Kirby Superstar. There was I Am Weasel, there was the Powerpuff Girls, there's other stuff. There's also games based on something like Ed, Edd and Eddy, which I know there's one on the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. Midway was involved in that, I believe, as far as the publish. And also one on the Game Boy Advance, which I actually saw a video of the other day. Like, actually, the Game Boy Advance version looks really interesting as far as how it is. So yeah, we definitely go into that stuff more. Alright, so yeah, let's see if I can make this landing and get 76 points. As I said, that's less than the 81 I got the other day. If we can do 81, or if we can do 76. 76? Yeah, I think it's 76. We'll be set. And the hint for this mission, by the way, is that kind of go out and then turn in to where the arches are and basically get them both on the approach, but be careful because they're rotating. And then also on the way in, as I mentioned before, make sure that you slow down enough, but also make it so that I'm way off. But also make sure that when you come down to this, since the wind's pushing you, make sure you're coming in from this direction as you slow down, and also don't slow down too much, otherwise you're hitting the water and it's not gonna be good. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. I like what this is looking like. Come on, 76. 82! Awesome. So it is a repeat of the other day with Gemini 96. So, okay, fantastic. Alright, we did it. Alright, so those are all of the missions as far as the main stuff. We have our Gold Expert license. We got one more test. As I mentioned before, it's back to the helicopter. Yeah, here's Big Al again. This is different. Okay, so I like to do something above and beyond the Call of Duty. I know you'll accept it. If you say no, it's the same case of saying, like, hey, I can't fly this. I forgot chickens don't fly. And, you know... yeah, you're bad. So, we're gonna do this, because the same case as far as helicopter. Okay, we're gonna take off immediately. Alright. So it is another secret command mission. So the evil syndicate that we saw before, they've grown in the past past hour or so. The kidnapped government VIP that opposes them, our agents penetrated their hideout, and they await your rescue from the heliport tonight. This is, Big Al's brother. So yeah, we have to save him. And like before, it is one hit and you're dead. And you have way more targets you have to hit in the surrounding area. It's the same thing you gotta do. I practiced this all week, basically. Even to the point where I think I practiced this about... I think I lost count of how many times I practiced this without using a save state. I did do this last night, and I think I did it with a save state, or a rewind, I should say, before. But I did do this without one. This is definitely where, yeah, the challenge is coming. But yeah, we're gonna be getting there, and as I said, then I'll show the bonus chances stuff off. I'll show Lance getting excited, and I will we'll look at Pilotwings 64. And I'll toss Kirby's Dream Course on as a bonus. Why not? That's the other thing. We can, as I said, this is when you really think about this, this is an improvisational show. And look, I take down notes as far as information of game we're playing and all that stuff. But hey, if I'm on a case where you can take a look at a release and say like, hey, you know, let's look at this as a little bit of a bonus, we'll do that. I'm not at all against doing that. And that way it's unpredictable. It's like, hey, if chat mentions something, like, wait, I have it. We can show it easily here. Let's do it. Why not? And give you a preview, I guess, the fact that we have not played that game for the show yet. But at least give you an idea of it. Because, yeah, two games we have played before, which were Wave Race 64 and Pilotwings 64. And then this, which we're playing fully now, and then Kirby's Dream Course. So, yeah, we can do that. Ow, crap. Alright, so yeah, I got shot down. This is gonna be interesting to see how long this takes, but... yeah, we're not giving up. Yeah, we've come this far together, as it is. I do love that city sky element as far as the title screen, because they do change the title screen, you're running the expert mode here, or the expert stages. Alright, so let's do this one more time. Well, let's see if it's one more time, or if it's 30 more times. I'll probably have a count on both these missions, because honestly, I didn't expect to do the first one nearly as quickly as I did. This one, yeah, we'll see. I do love the nighttime look, because yeah, we do have the spotlight here, although, I don't know, if we're going in dark of night, maybe we should turn that off, although there's no button to turn that off, by the way. So we don't have a choice. Okay. So yeah, same deal as before, just keep going. Yeah, and the same strategy I guess I gave before kind of sort of applies to this in that if you rotate, it's not often that they'll hit you, but you can still also get in cases where they will. So yeah, if you can kind of do it that way, that can help. And as you make the turn, as soon as you get that reticle going into a target, as soon as you see it, drop it and try and get rid of it. You really want to get rid of all of the targets in the area where you're going as quickly as you can without getting hit. That's, of course, the challenge this way. And if you miss, usually you just want to kind of go backwards or be really, really lucky hitting that. And if you do have to go back, it's like, hey, the cannons over here will not shoot as fast as the ones later. Also, you don't necessarily have to be dead on with them, but you do have to have the target reticle, for the most part, over them. And they'll give you the beep to give you a sense of, hey, where it is. Okay, that looked like that did hit me, but fine. I was gonna say I can ignore that, but maybe I shouldn't have. Yeah, fortunately, yeah, it is one hit kill, but yeah, we're gonna do this. Yeah, in the meantime, yeah, feel free to hit me with anything else you got as we go, so that's gonna be that idea. So that also means that, hey, if I'm struggling on something, or how that goes, we can talk our way through it. Yeah, we're in this together. That's the idea of what this show really is. Myself, my guests, and everybody in the chat is like, yeah, we've had an active one tonight, and I've been loving the show as it is. Hopefully you've had a good time, too. Because that's all I want to do. I want to give you the best damn show I can possible. That I can, or that guests can give you when they're playing. And we got a lot of cases of guests coming up as far as it... Yeah, actually, in my case, with one exception, for now, unless the schedule changes, and there might potentially be some subject to change cases, nothing like where we're gonna cancel shows exactly, but if that all holds, this actually is gonna be the last show I'm gonna have I'll be doing solo until September 30th when we play Contra Hardcore, play it fully. Because we gave a preview of that back in December. I did a preview program of it last month, and we will play it fully in about a month and a half. Actually, a little over a month. Under 2 months, and I got hit, unfortunately. Well, fine, I guess this is the tie to Contra Hardcore, because, like, hey, you know, they took a shot and went down. Yeah, we lived through that when we went through the parts we were going. And I do think I'm in a better case of that. I also am practicing the other endings I didn't show, because there's 6 endings. I showed 3 of them. I was able to find out where one of the other ones was, and then the other 2, I know where they are. I just need to practice where the areas are. But I actually do feel more confident about that game now than I thought I ever would. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to getting to that and playing it fully. Just like I am with this one. Like, and that also goes to the idea of this, which is that, hey, I'm also never going to say, we're like, hey, question, like, when I'm going to say no on a game, never. That's never the case. When it's a game that's hard and chat requested, I will put in more preparation for it if I'm the one playing in particular, saying that, hey, I'm going to play as much as I can. I'll practice it. I'll put 12 and a half hours as far as what I have logged on the Switch Online version of this to practice this, so we'll be ready for the show. Yeah, that was weird. It looked like the bullets went Okay, I probably should have turned into that. I was like, yeah, I have to either go right in the middle of that or feasibly avoid it. I don't know. But yeah, alright. Okay, I do want to try and get my altitude up as high as I can get it. Okay, good. Yeah, my altitude max is 630, so if I can get it that way, we're good. I mean, it is technically the same map we saw before. It's just that there's way more targets to hit. Okay, I missed that one, but there are a lot of targets, so we're going to be here for a bit of time. Until then, enjoy the atmosphere. That's the idea. It's like, yeah, for 91, man, this was 1991, this is creating an atmosphere like crazy. Yeah, also, I said for the other mission that, hey, shooting off the missiles super fast might not be a viable strategy. Here it kind of sort of is because of the fact there's so many targets. But it's also the case that, hey, when you shoot, you can only shoot 2 missiles at a time, so you might be open to attack. But if you're circling, you will have a better shot of not getting your ass killed. Or whiffing as far as that. But yeah, this is, yeah, the kind of strategy you want to do. Just kind of circle it, take your time, even though there's a timer, which doesn't really factor in anything as far as, this mission, because, yeah. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, that was way too risky. But I got a bunch of targets down, so, yeah, I'll take anything yet. And also, if you are thinking that, hey, you can land in the middle of that, no, you can't, because they will eventually hit you as you go down further. Yeah, being at the highest altitude will help you have as much time to react, getting out of the way as you possibly can. But as I said, it's not going to always be a guarantee like that. And I tell you, there's nothing more frustrating than getting through every single one of these targets, then you've forgot one, and then you realize, oh yeah, it shoots you down. That happened to me last night when I was doing the practice of this. Okay. All right, yeah, we gotta do this. We will. And eventually we will. As I said, if it takes me 3 hours to do this mission, then I will use the rewind to do it, but I don't think it's gonna take that long. If nothing else, as I said, it's also showing what you mentioned, the struggle. How hard a game is this? This hard. Not this insanely difficult, it's just that actually the helicopter levels are a big spike in difficulty. Not necessarily to say that the license tests are easy, but at least with those, you don't have like a one-hit kill case going on. Whereas in this case, you do. And you have to get used to a flight apparatus that you've not used at all up until that point. And it is only these 2 missions you use it. Because, yeah, as soon as we get this done, we beat the game. Okay, good. Yeah, you can basically get the target reticle up high enough to where the target is and then circle it and hear that beep and hit that L and R button, or L or R button to shoot down. But yeah, when you do shoot it, it does have a little bit of a sort of a delay, kind of, sort of, fine. A delay in the sense of when you shoot, it might not exactly go directly to your target when you're turning. Yeah, but the easiest way also to kind of handle this is if you can get rid of the targets that are in the trees, go after those first. Only because in some cases, like, yeah, you can't necessarily see where they're coming from. Also, one other thing you could feasibly do is try and keep it so you have only one target that's shooting you at a time in the range, so in that case, at least you only have one thing to avoid. Come on. No! Okay, I got that one, luckily. I mean, okay, here's the thing. I believe they are in set positions in the trees. It's just that it's not easy. I'm back, I got food. Yeah, you're just in time to see me take down the final challenge, or try to, because Yeah, this is it. We got another helicopter to do. It's right here as... Uh-oh. That was way too close. Yeah, I have to take down all of those specifically. I personally love to see James Rolfe do this game. Yeah, that'll be interesting as far as it, I guess, because of how insanely tough this game can get. I mean, it is interesting when you think about it, just because of that. You're like, hey, it is this kind of thing as far as, like, celebrating, especially celebrating the Super Nintendo, really. Because actually, he is on record as saying, like, hey, when it came to the battle of the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis, he loves Super Nintendo above Genesis. So that would be an interesting case to have going. Like, hey, look at the launch lineup. I mean, fine, he looked at Super Mario World sort of technically kind of when he did his Christmas Carol episode. It's like, I'm just going to play good games from now on. He's like, no, we're not. We're going to play shitty ones. Or sometimes we'll play stuff that is good, because he did, in fact, this is also going to be a case, I'll link to this when we do, shit. This is in October. Earthbound. I actually waited to watch that until Gemini 96 and I played through that game on our work lunch period, our work lunch break over 5 months to get ready for the game. Not that he needs the preparation, I do. But I said, like, let me look at this, let me see where this plot's going, and be ready for that so then I could watch his videos. Like, and it was definitely worth going into for that. But fine, it does spoil the game, so I'm glad when I did it. So actually, the day we finished that game, I said, I went home, I said, I can watch this specifically, and I did watch it, and I kind of got into that element of what that was. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to doing that one for sure, although he's going to be heavily involved because he's the expert on Earthbound, and we are using the Switch Online version for it because, okay, he has it on Super Nintendo as it is, but the reason we're going to use it as far as this is because since we do have the Japanese version available through the Switch Online apps, the way I have it set, we can show the differences. You want to talk about politically incorrect things. The cult members in that, they were Ku Klux Klan members in the Japanese version. We're going to show some of those differences, that one included. Also because there is a weapon for Pooh called the Sword of Kings, I think it is. That's not right, I'll have the actual name of what it is. The drop rate on that is insanely low. I don't think in all the years he's played it, he's ever gotten. In fact, when we did our off-screen play, there's an extremely rare weapon for Paula that we got off of a battle near the end of the game. He said, in all the years I've been playing this, I've never gotten this. So I'm going to try and grind that as it is, because there's a specific enemy type that drops it, and has a really low element of dropping it, and he knows everything about the RNG manipulation of that game, to the point where that's going to be a big factor in our play of it, and also because the finale of that game is actually going to be him doing a speedrun of that game, because he has done one. He actually did submit to speedruns.com net, I'm trying to remember which one it was, as far as that element. He did submit it, it got approved, that was a couple months ago. He knows how to speedrun that game, so after we play the game fully, showing it that way, he's going to do that. Because I said, like, do you want to do that? I said, I delineated 6 months of this game to cover everything. He said, do you want to do that? I said, yeah, I would absolutely. I said, fantastic. Because I knew with that one, when they dropped that on Switch Online, I said, when I came in, because every time there's a Switch Online release, I always will show my lunch period with my coworkers, show, like, what do they put out? Whether they played it or not, but when Earthbound and Earthbound Beginnings came out, he held very close to the chest, and I love that he did this, saying that, ooh, I love Earthbound. I was like, oh, great. He's like, let's take a look, just because of these. And then we were doing the character entry, and we'll see this when we play it. They ask you a question like who the characters' names are. He's like, yeah, his name is this, her name is this, their favorite food canonically is this. I said, because they ask you those questions when it comes to the entry of that game if you have not played Earthbound. I stopped. I said, wow, you love this game, don't you? This must be one of your favorite games. I was like, it basically is my favorite game of all time. I said, I think you should call dibs on this when we get to this for the show. Do you want to be involved? And they said, yes, I absolutely want to. I said, great, fantastic. I said, that's going to be it. And that's how we're playing Earthbound, as it is. And another one, going back to this as far as what's been the RPGs that have meant a lot to people, and ones that, weird enough, sometimes might be things that gamers know, but also ones that maybe they don't. And I've had my gaps too, because I had not played Lunar until we started Lunar for the show. And we also didn't play... Fine, Earthbound was the case of that for me. And Shadow Hearts... Oh, shit. I don't know how the hell I'm living through this. Okay, crap. I had to say something. But that's kind of been the thing I've realized when it's come to the RPGs, and we finished Parasite Eva about a month ago. It was this way, too. The RPGs that have meant a lot to the guests who've been on, because that's been, or into chat as it's been, because like first that was you with Kingdom Hearts, and Mel Dalker gets clear you with Lunar, even though it was like, hey, you know, you didn't request that. It was like, fine, we were giving it to you. You found the show that way, because like, oh my god, I love this game. I was like, yeah, absolutely, we're giving you the game. And yeah, you're part of the Super Bowl Game Saturday family now, as it is. So, as I said, that kind of thing of filling my gaps, filling audiences' gaps, and kind of putting the word out there, saying that these are great games. These are games that are absolutely worth your time and money, and games that mean a lot to different people and say a lot about who they are and what they like and what their elements of gaming or anything really are. As I said, I've always said as far as guests, this is you up on the screen. And that's really kind of the mentality that's been with that. And I can't wait to keep that going as far as Earthbound's concerned. As far as it, and also when we go more with Lunar in a couple of weeks. Especially get close to the end, because I have so far absolutely loved the experience I've had on that. I've also understood, Mel Dalker, what you said as far as elements of the other releases. Yeah, because you were right on one thing with the PSP edition. They did change lines. Actually, they did change lines as far as political correctness, but I think I brought that up. In fact, there's a reference, it was in part 3, to an IUD that is not in the PSP version. It's in the PlayStation version. I don't know if it's in the Sega CD version. It might be. But actually, I gotta be honest with you, it's one of those cases where if that's the feasibly more offensive one compared to basically saying I thought it was just for pretty girls, honestly, the more offensive line works better because it's in connection with a character who, usually under normal circumstances, didn't take the idea of saying, like, oh, she's not pretty, you know, as a slight. But something like the IUD line, that's where you realize, wait, I crossed the line. So as far as a story reason, it works better. So so it is an interesting question. So I get exactly what Mel Dalker, you were saying, and other people were saying as far as the elements of the translation, because they did change it for that PSP edition. And I get it, and some of them I know they had to change probably for lawsuit reasons, potentially, not that one, but some of the references to like M&Ms and Tootsie Pops, maybe, I don't know if that's why they did it, but whatever the case, I get that idea. So in that case, I kind of like the fact that I'm seeing the, I guess the unedited version, that's the one we're playing as far as the show, and then also showing a little bit of the difference with the PSP game as far as like what's remake on, and also because a lot of the lines were 1-to-1 up until some of those later points. So at first I was like, it seems like it's 1-to-1, and then I realized, wait, no, that line's not there, that line's not there, that line's not there, but other ones are there, sort of, kind of, even some that are referencing. So I get that idea, and also the question of, because this game costs $200 on the PlayStation and on the Sega CD, the question of, hey, you know, the feasibly cheapest one, that's not the iOS version, is giving a different experience that is something that works okay, but it's also something that in some ways is not 100% the same. So I get that idea. It's what Blight Space Moon said when we started playing that, saying that when you do in fact it was to you, Mel Dalker, I believe it was when we went into this, which is that when it comes to remake of game or rebuild of game, when is it you're going to say, hey, I like what they're doing, or like, no, I have a problem with it. And honestly, I get where you're coming from as far as that with Lunar with from the PSP game, as far as the differences of it, because like, yeah, you got a point. You definitely have a point with that for it. To see, like, hey, in some ways it had this kind of cavalier attitude before, but it also works in its way for its drama, even with it being cavalier. Again, context being everything, as we said. So in that way, I was like, even for that line I was mentioning, like, I'm not offended by that, because I said that works as drama, because that was a line cross. It is a shocking case, but then it's also a case when she says, like, wait a minute, how could you possibly say something like that? And then he backs off. He's like, whoa, he realizes that. So it works as character development. It works as comedy in the sense of you don't expect it. It works as drama, because, like, he crossed the line with this, but also works as character development, saying that, hey, even, fine, it's Kyle it happens to, because he says that to Jessica, as far as how it is. And you realize, okay, it works for his characters. Like, usually we've seen Kyle in that game, the fact that he usually doesn't care about anything. Like, he'll just be completely uncouth as anything. But then there's one area where he does it and he realizes, wait, no, this is not going to be something I want to go. So it shows that depth of character and how strong the writing really is. And also, I guess why it's really a disappointment that the Genesis Mini 2 did not have the Sega CD version of that, or or Lunar 2, or Powerful Male. And when we do Lunar 2, by the way, I have it on PlayStation as well. So yeah, we'll run them that way, as far as it. So that's going to be that idea. As we're trying, yeah, get through the dark of the night in the helicopter, it's just the end of it, really. As long as I don't get hit going into that, that's the case, but yeah, this is, oh shit, fine. Okay, okay, here's the thing. You're seeing that I'm ignoring some of the targets or some of the cannons. That's because you don't necessarily have to hit everything. And in my case, the choice I make to say that what am I gonna hit, I have to hit everything by the target, that's true. But also everything in the surrounding area, it's basically, is it close enough to the target where I could get in trouble, or when I'm gonna do another pass, where I could just get myself, in a case of getting myself hurt, or getting a sense that, hey, you know, I could get myself dying by doing this. So basically, it's kind of risk assessment, really, when you get a sense of, when do I want to go into a battle? So, for a game that's not really, strategic-based, it has a strong strategy about itself. You get a sense of, okay, you have choices you want to make, because they're going to lead you to victory. Or fine, we're talking about because it's a flight, this is a flight simulator by its genre. It's not as much of a simulation in some ways as other things, like Flight Simulator. I mentioned when we did Star Fox 64, I mentioned some of the early games of Electronic Arts, like F-117 Night Storm and US Navy fighters. It's maybe not as hardcore like that, but it's also something that it fits as far as genre, because you do still have this intent on realism that also is then blurring the line of it being more fantastical and maybe more approachable. The thought that, I don't know, would people necessarily... We said this with Star Fox 64 as well, which is that people normally don't go for fight games like, I love this game, it formed my childhood and all this. And what is it to bring somebody to a game like this, when like a genre like, I don't know if I want to touch this, or like, hey, I don't know if I like this that much. And I've run into that a lot, cases of that game that for genre you think that, would it necessarily be something that people's like, oh, I don't care about the genre, but then they find that one's like, oh my god, I love it. I mean, an ex-girlfriend of my brother in particular, I always regale this story, she hated video games, but she loved Age of Empires 2. Like, what was it about that did it? And I think it was, in her case, it was, she liked the historical element that it went into. She liked the strategy that went into it. She liked the richness of its world and its narrative. And it was interesting to kind of see that, saying that, like, what's the gateway game of gaming period or of a genre? And I think that's how you really can tell when you have a great game in a genre, when you can get a sense of, I don't care who you are, you should play this, and it's something that anybody can really kind of approach and say, like, oh my god, I love this game and I can play it. Okay, so yeah, that one right there, I do want to get that. So I'm going to go over here, I'm going to turn around. Yeah, you can tilt up and down. I usually will go forward as far as how it is. But just kind of get... Yeah, because you do have enough of a wide berth that right there I can get the... Oh, I just missed the target. Okay, that's what I basically want to do. I want to circle around so that as I'm making that circle, I hit over that, I hit the target goes off, and I shoot down and it goes away. Because that is my main path resistance coming over this direction. Got it. Okay, perfect. And then see, like, yeah, what's my next method of attack? All right. Whew. Also, you get the tension. That's the other thing as far as a game like this. When you're getting close, like, oh my god, the tension. And when is it going to necessarily release when you get a case of going in that way? And going is like, uh-oh, I got to do this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And turning. Yeah, this is how I was the other day when I was doing this. Actually, yeah, it was last night. Because, like, yeah, I knew we had show for this. I said, I gotta beat this thing without a save state. Uh-oh. Okay, there is a hidden, or there's something in the trees over there. Oh, God. Oh, shit! Okay, yeah, that was a risk. I was way too risky to do it. I got really lucky there. All right, we're gonna get this. I'm not gonna say this is it, but I'm gonna do what I can. Okay, and also, not all the targets will shoot. Okay, that's another one. I can maybe ignore that. I don't know if I should, though. Fine, I won't hit now. How about that? We'll compromise that way. Fine, I'll hit it now. It's like, okay, there you go. Because you do basically need to destroy everything in the periphery. If I miss one, I'm not gonna do this. Yeah, my fuel is going down really slowly, which is good. So you don't have to necessarily worry too much. Okay, I'm not landing yet because I think there's another thing over there. There's another cannon in the trees. Yeah, there'd be nothing worse if I missed that one and then I get myself shot down and we have to do this all over again. I don't want to do this again. I really don't. Just because it takes a while. Yeah, you're looking at this. I'm running almost 7 minutes. In fact, yeah, there is. There are 2 of them. Oh, no. Yeah, and I absolutely need to take those down, otherwise we're not landing. Okay. That's one. Alright, one more. But I don't know where it is. Whew, that was close. Okay. That's everything. We did it. Now I just have to land this thing. And I'm gonna be a little careful. I can go backwards for this. I'm not necessarily gonna drop it. In fact, I can drop it. I can put it at nothing, and I'll fall down quicker. Also, I can't hit the water. That's the other thing. It's surrounded by water. Just take it nice and easy. I know it's saying that, but don't worry. Come on. Made it. Whew, we did it. Thank God. I also have a count of how many times it took, but Jesus Christ. There we go. Sorry, we saved Big Al's brother. Whew. Whew. Man. And that feels good. I was tense in my palms. I was sweaty. I was like, uh-oh. How's this gonna go? But we did it. Yeah, and like before, you don't have to do anything as far as that. Alright, we've done this magnificent job. Word of exceptional performance, I hereby award you our highest award, the Golden Pilot's Wings. Recognition of deeds above and beyond the call of duty. You awarded the top honors, the Golden Pilot's Wings. That is all of us. That is all of you. Thank you so much to everybody out there in Chatland for this. And nicely done. Thank you. Thank you so much, Selectors. Like, yeah, you said beating the game is bugless. At least you're seeing it going. And this is how you do it. And there's the credits. So we do have a little bit of a walk as far as, you know, us being saluted. So that's Pilotwings for the Super Nintendo. Yeah, 32 years later, it still holds up better than you'd think it would. And talk about really showcasing what the Super Nintendo was capable of, really giving it a strong shot out of the gate, which Pilotwings always has done a great job of, and this game definitely is no exception. It looks great. This is Susie, and it was 10 people who made this game only. That's the other important thing about this that's indicated, or that I indicated at the beginning, but yeah. It reminds me of the ending Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Yeah, it definitely does, and it does put you in that mood as well. We'll definitely get more stuff with Metal Gear Solid. We have Metal Gear Solid 2 coming up in November, by the way. Yeah, so yeah, give the salute. Also, the salute as far as my grandmother's is, like, rest in peace. But not as melancholy as that. Yeah, definitely gonna be a case when we get to Metal Gear Solid 3, no question. And we play that, we're gonna run some systems on the PlayStation 2, but yeah. We did it, and there you go. Yeah, that is Pilotwings for Super Nintendo. It is the hardest of the 3, but it's very satisfying to get to it. It does have a great atmosphere, a great variety. It has a lot of value to it. It is a great technical showpiece, but this is the thing. People have always said the idea of Pilotwings being seen as a tech demo. I always think Pilotwings as an entire franchise, it's more than that. It is about the atmosphere it creates. It is about the tech demo that it is showing, but it does so much more than that, that it does remain something that is so iconic and timeless and has a real resonance. You remember Pilotwings. You remember all of them. Whether it's the Super Nintendo game, whether it's Pilotwings 64, or whether it's Pilotwings Resort on 3DS. And it's a case of, yeah, it has been too long for Pilotwings. I think they can get another one. I mean, look how Flight Simulator is going on PC and Xbox Series X now. I can imagine something like that as far as an open world case on Pilotwings. I'd love to see it. And yeah, if you have not played Pilotwings before, it is on the Switch Online. And if you have the normal base subscription or the expansion pack subscription, you can play this right now. You can also buy it on the Super Nintendo for $15 or $10. It's about that. It's not expensive. And it's definitely worth playing. And it is like old Super Nintendo games where it is a reset case. It does not reset automatically on the end. But what we're going to do, we're going to show the bonus chances that we didn't show. And I did have it set landing on... Yeah, I landed on the targets that were there. So, all right, let's take a look at... I think this is one of them. Here we go. So for hang glider, your bonus chance is Birdman a little bit. Keep hitting the A button. You keep hitting A, and you're going flying. You have to land very specifically to make these things happen. It almost looks like Monkey Target a little bit out of Super Monkey Ball a little bit. So yeah, we do have our, patriotic ending as far as the idea of, our stuff going. But yeah, if you land on the bonus chance, you get to fly, and if you land in the water specifically, you get more points. In fact, there is Lance. In fact, you know what? We got very good as far as that. I'm going to see then, because we didn't show him going nuts as far as his 100%. I'm going to try and do an 100% on Rocket Belt, and then we'll show the other ones off. So same deal as before, so yeah, just, we get to relax and sit back. And then we'll take a look at Kirby's Dream Course as a little bit of a bonus, and Pilotwings Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, just to show the emulation, because I think it's worth it. And the discussions we've had, I think it makes sense to do that. Yeah, but there we go. It is a new day, a new sunny day. And yeah, it feels good that way. Yeah, so even if you did beat this, it's like, yeah, this game is hard enough that even finding its bonus levels is hard. But it is satisfying to do it, and it does give you an incentive to go and do it. Alright, so let's go here. Also, I do need to land on the target normally. I can't go for the bonus chance, otherwise he will not do the crazy eyes. And in this case, if I can't get him to do the crazy eyes, I will use the rewind. At this point, I have nothing more to prove. The same deal, just run in the yellow circle in the center on the small target. Oh no. Yeah, we're not sticking for that because that's not going to be enough. Yeah, this is the one time I'm using this because also this is me showcasing a feature that I said I was going to. And also, if this game is too hard, you can use that. It's worth doing that just to get a sense of what it is, but there we go. Yeah, oh my, I've gone cross-eyed. Yeah, I'm speechless. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, savor that as far as it... I love that animation when you think about it. So in that case, I also did show off all of the instructors, show off the instructors as is, because you're going to see them, and all of their, oh my god, you got 100%. So yeah, look at that with the eyes. In some ways, that's maybe one of my favorites, because, yeah, he's just going totally nuts as far as how that rotation is. But there you go. So there is Lance. Good job. Yeah, his eyes are everywhere at once, basically, is what I'm thinking as far as that. Okay, so that was that one. Let's take a look at this bonus chance. This might be the one I already showed as far as the, Okay, no, this is not. This is sort of like Birdman. You're basically flying forward, and basically you move forward as far as it and bounce on the trampolines. Hit the A button to go, and use the L and R button to look upwards and downwards. And you land on the P blocks. So like Super Mario World, or Super Mario 3, you land on them and you get points. But if you land in the water, you only get the points you have. I'm going to rewind and show that off. I want to at least show a full run of this. Yeah, don't waste your bonus stage. Yeah, she does say that specifically, but that's fine. We'll just load that up again and show that off. This actually is one of the hardest ones, and here's the other thing. The bonus chances, you do have to kind of understand how they play. They do give you instructions as you go, but it is something that you do need to be ready for it and understand how the control is, because it doesn't completely tell, hey, keep pushing forward. Because you can't really go backwards that much. In fact, at this point, I kind of want to just keep going forwards. So I hit the P, bounce off it, But if you miss, you don't get points. But you hit the trampoline, that is your big shot, and then your last shot is also go into the center where the 30 is. There you go. If I can make that. Basically hold up on D-pad to make it there animated. Is that Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law? Maybe it is. I mean, there is the Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law game that's on the PS2 and the Wii, which I think we should play that. It's like Phoenix Wright. In fact, Capcom was involved in that, as it was. Was that Walker was a skill? Yeah, don't take down as far as Harvey Birdman. In fact, you know what? Let's take another look at Harvey Birdman once more. I just want to take, let's take him, not Harvey Birdman in on all his glory. Or, fine, because remember, Harvey Birdman is based on the old Birdman cartoon of Hanna-Barbera. I always remember him saying, Birdman! And Bird Boy. That was later. But, yeah, so, because that's where he came from, if you recall. But that's the idea, is like, yeah, and that was around, sort of, kind of, at the time of this game. A little bit. So, fine, let's also take a look at, in fact, you're right, like, first, I'll have a picture when we do this as far as the edit. I don't care where I'm gonna land right now. In fact, I don't know where I landed. It's either way. I'll have the picture of Harvey Birdman right there. I think he has the same clothes. I think you're right. Yeah, don't waste your bonus stage. Yeah, I didn't waste it. We're just showing it off. And thank you for that insight as far as it. But all right, fine. Let's look at the last one. Which actually, no, that is the one I showed. Actually, this is the one I showed at the beginning of the show, but I'll try and show if I can do it better. So yeah, land in the pool with the penguin. Although, I think you can land over there. Actually, wait a minute, hold on. Also, yeah, if you hit the pavement, that's not gonna be good. Or, okay, fine. Okay, never mind. Okay, I didn't hit the pavement. Fine, I'll show him hitting the pavement. Well, why not? So basically, it's the same as the controls of, the skydiving. Isn't this fun? Actually, I'll show you this. Because here's the thing. That alone lets you complete the certification of this without touching the plane. So yeah, if you can get into the bonus stages, and you do really well in them, you can choose feasibly to not do missions, or in this case, I already have enough. I don't have to do it. So yeah, that is your easy way to beat the A-class license, but of course the hard part is getting into the bonus stage to begin with. Which is it's not easy, and I honestly did not know until I was getting ready to do this game and set up for this year that this was how it was. Who's the man in the suit? Oh, who's the man in the suit with the cat with the beak? Do you really want to feel him? Harvey Birdman, hideous corpus, Harvey Attorney, Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Oh, the theme song for Harvey Birdman, I'll have a link as far as that as well. There you go. We have to play that Harvey Birdman game. I have not played it. I don't know if it's supposed to be that great. But just because of, hey, that experience and the Cartoon Network element as well. So yeah, you know, all that stuff comes in. And usually when we mention stuff like that, even when it's really obscure, there usually is a game based on it. So it means, like, I'm like, yeah, let's show that. That is our way to get to show that. In fact, I don't know if that game even has the theme of it. But fine. All right, we're going to land on the pavement. Sorry. You know what? I'll tell you what we'll do. Actually, wait. He's... Okay, you go through it. Yeah, Space Ghost is from the same era, I believe. Yeah, the old one. Yeah, you're right. Well, fine, the old Space Ghost cartoon. And then they updated that one with Space Ghost Coast to Coast. The Actually, I don't know if there's... Is there a game with Space Ghost in it? I don't know if there is. Well, maybe that Harvey Birdman game on the PS2 and Wii... I think it's on the PS2. I know it's on the Wii. So at some point we can definitely show that. I love both. I did too, and I'll tell you one thing. Interestingly enough, it's something I saw the original shows and I saw the new ones. I think I was too young to appreciate them, but then when I came back to them years later, I realized actually these are really, really good and kind of the start of Adult Swim for the Cartoon Network without necessarily seeming obvious about it. In fact, I'll tell you one element I have a little bit of a custom is I have old tapes I taped back in the 1990s of stuff from the Cartoon Network. Of stuff like Yogi's First Christmas and things like that. I actually have a Space Ghost Christmas. I watch that every year as far as how it is. Of like the interviews he did with Carrot Top, and then also I think he did one with I think it was James Hetfield of Metallica, and of Elvira. And it was hilarious kind of seeing it's like why did I not appreciate this enough when I was growing up? So it's one of those things that, especially now coming back to it, I realized, yeah, this is with Space Ghost Coast to Coast, I know they position that as like animated talk shows, like, okay, what that's about, and then I realized, wait, just this weird stuff, and it's great. Stuff like the Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Laboratory, and some other earlier shows you're talking about were first advertised on Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Yeah, it's true. And so it was a weird case of like a marketing thing of marketing their shows, but it also, for some reason, it had a kind of, I'm trying to think of the right word to say this, it had kind of a natural, you know, flow about itself, in that it didn't necessarily feel like it was shilling it exactly. This is true. Yeah, and that's interesting, you know? And it's something that, especially when the years go past, and you remember that kind of thing. I mean, it goes to the idea of like, hey, what is nostalgia like? But also the idea of like, what does that really mean when you go deeper into it? And that's also what it was as far as this show, really. We go deeper into stuff that, yeah, it was wasted on stage, but I'm just showing it off, but that's fine. But as I said, just kind of going into some of those deep stuff. And as it, we can go into that. We can definitely talk about it. And there's a lot of value to kind of go into that and get a sense of where some of those great things are, and why do we still attach to them? It's one thing to say, hey, I watched this growing up, or had attachment growing up, but then you realize, oh, it's kind of doing some really clever things. It's something that I remember this. It had some stuff that you'll go back and look and realize, yeah, this was really kind of forward thinking. You wouldn't maybe think, but it was, and it's kind of amazing that way. All right, so fine. That was our wasted bonus stage. That's fine. Yeah, you're almost certified. That's fine. We did our certification, but yeah, that's going to be... Okay, that was my save state. The second one there was actually, yeah, from September of 2020 of the helicopter mission, the first one. Okay, so yeah, that is going to be that for this. Okay, so since you're talking about this, and I said, like, we'll pull this out briefly, let's take a look at Kirby's Dream Course. This came out on the Super Nintendo in 1994 for Japan, 95 for us. Let's take a brief look at this. It's a golf game. It has 1-player, 2-player, and demo play. I'll show this. We'll definitely do this as a full show. I think we should do this as a full show. You have your member case. You can also... One thing I find really interesting about this game is... oh, wait, I have to create a new member, right. Yeah, your enter your name is basically entering it as, like, a pencil. And just draw onto it, and then use the L and R buttons to, like, put stamps down. Saying, like, wait a second, I have that. I can put a nice circle there. I could put, a Kirby face, so still short through... Or he's gonna meld through... And some nice stars over on the side. I don't know, a lollipop. Then also will go off the side. Like, hey, if you put it on the side, it's gonna basically, it's gonna be cropped off. Like one up of so that's the idea. It's like, okay, fine. And I don't know, you know what? Yeah, let's put. I'll tell you. It almost looks like a weird. It almost looks like a Space Ghost kind of thing. If he was like, I don't know, like an old, I don't know, shopkeep or something. Or like, I think maybe the merchant from Resident Evil 4. Find it. Okay, yeah, look at all that stuff. Like, oh, that's Kirby if he's like very scary or something. I don't know. Let's put another star down there, like a tiny one, or up there. So yeah, this is the name entry screen. It's a very weird name entry screen, but I kind of love it, honestly. All right, fine. Okay, let's do it. And they keep that picture going the whole game, which is amazing. As you go to your courses. Yeah, the plot of this game, by the way, I mentioned this when we did Kirby Superstar a few months ago. Which is, Kirby gets it in his mind that King Dedede is stealing the food. He's not, actually. So yeah, Kirby basically is persecuting King Dedede over nothing that he did. But I guess King Dedede said, you know what, I've had enough of that, so I'm gonna actually do it. So then at that point, we basically do it. It is golf. You're seeing this right here. You basically move left and right to kind of shoot. You basically hit the enemies to kill them, and then what happens is when you kill all of them but the last one turns into the hole. You also hit up on D-pad to do bounce shots. Hit down on D-pad to show a little bit of a guide going forward. You can also kind of run this billiards a bit because there's green walls that you bounce across. But it's great music, by the way. I love the music. I hold the Y button to basically look around the whole map, see what's going on, see what's going over here in Dreamland. And you're ready to make the shot. Oh yeah, you can also adjust like the curve of how you hold the B button and move the D-pad left and right. And then up and down for another thing, so you can kind of go in the side. Or you hit the A button, basically you go into this direction, and that's your shot. You hit the A button to shoot, it gets that bar going with the do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. If you hit the A button as far as when it goes, you shoot off. But if you are in jump state, hitting up like this, you have this bar going, you have that green thing going in the middle. If you hit it right in the middle, and then you get a perfect shot, which by the way, a perfect shot is when you hit the top and showing all pink, he will follow this path right there exactly. But for the purpose of this, we don't need to do that. You usually want to sit there and try and get a hole-in-one. If you can get a hole-in-one, you get a life. Got it. Awesome. I usually say it's more like golf, but billiards makes more sense. I think it's both, really. Because we've got a hole-in-one and you get a life without the blip. So it's kind of a bit of both. For this level, it's kind of a billiards game. But it is also golf because, hey, you need a low score. It's not, you don't want the high score in this. Fine, the high score is the low score, as it is. So that's how you run it. And also the idea is that this is like, it is like golf, because yeah, when you do a jump shot, it is like basically doing a golf swing, really. In fact, the system really is, along with Wispy the tree over there, and the enemies. So it's kind of a bit of both, really. And also you have out of bounds or O, B. Yeah, don't let that happen. So you have to kind of balance between that. And of course, the great hook of this game, I will show that in a little bit. Yeah, well, one thing is, yeah, you hit the arrows here, you bounce out. So there is a lot of strategy in a sense what it is. And when you defeat an enemy, you get a tomato. As I mentioned, when I emulated this back in 2001-2, or about, the enemies did not give me billiard, or did not give me tomatoes in my, I guess the ROM. So it must have been something wrong with the ROM of it. I don't know if it's an issue like, hey, they couldn't emulate this thing correctly or what. But whatever it is, you hit that. If you run out of tomatoes, that is a death. And if you run out of lives, that's a game over and you have to start the course again. Yeah, but it is like a golf swing. Like, hey, you know what? Hey, I can get into this easily. But the thing is that you hit the B button, you adjust a bit. It's like, hey, if I shoot it down, I can put top spin or slice that way. So if I can get that sort of go in a direction that way and curve it enough, I can just bounce into it. I'll show bouncing later. But in that case, yeah, you just give it a little bit of a light touch. And sometimes about finding the touch, which is where this game kind of gets a little weird. And it's interesting we're playing this just because this actually is the very first Kirby game I ever played of any kind. We played, for the show, Kirby the Crystal Shards and Superstar, they're full. And we'll play this, though it's full for sure at some point. But this is the very first one I played. I saw, it was Kirby's Avalanche and Kirby's Dream Course. I remember the TV commercials. I'll see if I can't dig one of those out for the link lists. But it was something I saw that said, hey, this is interesting. I was like, what is this? I played it. It's like, okay, what is this? So I didn't know what really the copy thing is. So in fact, to make this course easiest, you usually want to kind of bounce that way. But I want to get this, because you see a flashing enemy, he has an ability. You shoot and hit him, or miss. In that case, I can also use this for a longer guide. Yeah, that bing, ding, ding, that means that you get an ability. So yeah, that is jump. And while your ball is rolling, or while Kirby's rolling, you hit the B button to use that for a specific purpose. And there's certain holes that they design you to be able to use some of those skills for. I'm gonna also try the top spin thing, or the back slide. No, backspin? Top spin, backspin, I think that's it. Almost perfect shot. Also, when you launch like that, you hit the A button when you drop down, you can bounce. So you can get yourself extra distance. So like, hey, I can't make that completely. You can kind of go on. So there's 1, 2, 3. And also, you have stage hazards. If you run into the spikes or the Gordo over there, you lose a tomato. And always is going to be the case of that. Also, you have warp tiles. You hit over that, you will go towards where it is. And you also keep the speed you have going through. Okay, that was not good. But, you know what? I can hit the A button and do a jump. Uh-oh. Okay, that was lucky. And I basically just kind of stopped. Yeah, if I went over there, I was gonna die. It's like, okay, that was not gonna be a good thing. It's one thing about taking a light touch, it's another thing about saying, like, no, I'm gonna be in trouble if I do something. Oh! Oh, crap. Okay, I tried to avoid getting hit by that thing, but I made it worse. And also, by the way, this is worth pointing out, you only have one usage of the ability with each shot you make. If it gets tired like that, it goes, and if when it does that, it means you're down to your only 2 tomatoes, and if you do it again, you'll get really, really tired. So yeah, that is kind of the skill. So yeah, you're right, Electverse, in that. It's fine. We're both right. There's billiards to this in certain ways, but it is golf-like as well. So actually, okay, this is not gonna be perfect. All right, that is the power shot, the full power. Okay, so yeah, this is not gonna be a good shot necessarily, and I'm still getting tired. Also, you do get a recovery of a tomato when you get in the hole. Shit. Fine, I'm always showing this because this is gonna be the case of when we come back to play this. Apparently, playing a pirated version, Kirby will not recover health from enemies, and you complete the course, you'll lose all your lives and not be able to continue. Oh, so that was it. So it had okay, so that might have been intended then. So, basically they made it Oh, okay, so that might explain what was going on. So they put a I guess a piracy safe check in it. Actually, we mentioned that with Game Dev Tycoon, because with that game what it did was it basically makes it so that if you get to a certain point in the game, you're going to be losing all of your money. Oh. Alright, yeah, also, yeah, when you hit the ground, yeah, you can kind of get the bounce going, but I didn't do that right. It's according to this wiki for it. Okay, thank you for providing that. They'll go in the link list, but yeah, so, okay, then that was intended. I was like, okay, we have an answer. Thank you for providing that. And as I said, that's why I call all of you the best chat on Twitch. It's like, hey, I don't know everything. I've mentioned that out multiple times, and if that's the case, as that being the case, it means that, hey, you'll fill in the blanks each way, but I died. And when that happens, yeah, you get brought back. You do still have your same shots. You also lose your ability when you die. It's worth pointing that out. Also try curve, and as I said, this is more going to be a demonstration, but either way, just to get a sense of what we're going to see eventually when we play this. We definitely are going to play this, no question. I know there's stuff. Oh, crap! I was like, uh-oh, am I going to fall out? I will show falling out, or fine, out of bounds, fine. It is like Super Monkey Ball. Fall out! I was like, yeah, no, it's not that. Can I... You know what, fine. Oh, it's one of those things, I'll tell you, maybe my thing with this game, and I had beaten this years ago, I sometimes make it harder on myself, saying that, hey, you know, I can be fancy, but then sometimes the best idea is just shoot straight, as far as this. But sometimes it's hard to tell, because you have to take into account the contours of the course. So it is like golf, but when you get in cases where you're bouncing off walls, it can be like billiards, too. And then also, the way that the abilities go into this, it creates a dynamic, including this one. In fact, I'm going to make sure I can get a strong shot off the line here. Boom. Alright, because this is the Parasol. Good one of Kirby's. Bounces off, hit the B button in the air, and you can move around. You use the D-pad to move, and it reverses your movements. Left is right and right is left. Also, when you're on the ground and you do this, you can do this kind of stop and get in. If you can stop, there is a little bit of a physics to that, so when you stop... If you're going really fast, you'll have to catch yourself from the speed before you can go. There are other items that will let you do that. Also, bouncing off the water. You usually do need to have top spin going fully to do this. And try and hit it as perfectly as you can. Almost got it. And you can sort of kind of bounce off the water hitting the A button, but yeah, by doing that, you will bounce across the water as it is and get a hole. There's some holes I think it is impossible to get a hole in one, but this is not one of them. At least I think so. I am not the expert necessarily of this game. I don't know if there is a way to hole in one every single hole in this game. But each hole each course does have 8 holes to it. And I love this music here. Also, you get a little pressure points. You hit those, the water there's gonna go away as soon as I hit it. I love that doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. It's definitely a unique case as far as what it is, and fine. When you really think about like the spin-offs of Kirby, this is in a lot of ways one of the most unique, really. Even some of the ones that you could think of, and there's been a lot of unique ones, and we are going to show off a couple. Actually, there is one I'm going to show off for the puzzle showcase we're doing in November, because I mentioned it multiple times. I think we got a show out of that one that I've got in my mind for it. As I also recenter. Also, the worst feeling in the world is also when you get that parasol at the edge of it and you don't go in the hole. But yeah, there we go. Actually, going back to my grandparents, I'll say this, my late grandparents as it is now, for both of them. They're the reason I understood why, or fine, because of gaming, they loved golf, but as far as like watching it on Sundays and all that. But also, because of games like this and Mario Golf, that's the reason that whenever they went, ugh, when somebody misses a putt, I get it now, specifically. And that was that idea. So stuff like these, actually, I guess the other golf games as far as myself, this, Mario Golf, both versions of Mario Golf, the Microsoft Golf franchise on the PC, specifically 1 and 3, and later Outlaw Golf on Xbox, and also, trying to think of, yeah, that's most of them. Although I have played Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2005, which had some interesting stuff with it as far as its character creations for it. Yeah, feel free to go into elements of golf games or elements of Kirby as well, as we can hit that. And they do give you best score specifically against it. That was not so hot, but I got a silver medal. And we played Kirby Superstar about a month or two ago. Or no, 2 months ago at this point. The gold medal treasure you find comes with this game, but that's the bronze. But you do still get the dance as well, and you do get other powers. You can get Spark. In fact, I'll tell you what we're also going to do when you get Scoreboard. So yeah, somebody who did a really great Poppy Brothers junior or senior picture up there did really well at round 1. Or fine, rank 1 on round 5. That ain't me as far as that, but either way. Yeah, Jigglypuff Girl, this one's for you, because when we did Kirby Superstar, just to go back to that like first, I know you're like, her YouTube channel's gone. I found Internet Archive stuff for that, so it was in the link list for that. One thing I'm going to briefly show for this one, and then we'll show off Pilotwings 64 briefly, and then I'll shut the show down, I think, for this week. I'm going to show the demo play of all of the abilities. Actually, yeah, you know what? We're going to do something else. We're going to show all these. Why not? So here's our tutorial and our preview of Kirby's Dream Course for Super Nintendo. And they're like the basic rules. A button to shoot, shot panel, B for canceling. So yeah, kind of going on what I was showing, but also showing the game doing a good job of it. Start moving, hit the A button. It's stronger when you have it higher on the top. Yeah, in that case, they basically say, like, fine, I'm going to show that. But actually, the stuff they show with the abilities shows quite a bit of skill. All I mean is that the last one you hit, the last one's the cup, and that is where you want to aim. Alright, so look at them basically being so pixel perfect with their shots. Saying, hey, let's show each case of it. Put in the hole, and we'll go to the next hole. Oh no, put in the cup, and we go to the next hole. And they actually do kind of have a clearage of this, because it does go in, like, fades. So yeah, we'll take a look at this, and then we'll take another brief look at Pilotwings for Nintendo 64, just because I always show how that's emulated, really. And there's one piece of music I want to end on, I think. Press the D-pad, you hold the Y button to see the entire map, which we showed. But yeah, it's good, because some of these courses get pretty big. Not that they're necessarily going to be bigger than one screen as far as, you know, massively huge or anything, but still, you get a sense of it, and long guys on down on the D-pad. It's not going to change the direction of how you shoot, but it's going to help you, yeah. It won't change it depending on your length, or change the length is not going to change how far it goes, but also give you a sense of where you're going to go if you hit that far, specifically like right there. Yeah, the guy can help depending on the shot, yeah, absolutely, no question. I'm mistaken, if you complete a course, the game will crash and delete your save file. Okay. Okay, so it has an element as far as, I guess, a copyright protection. I said that's what happened with Game Tap Tycoon as well. Pirates eventually hit you, and you will just eventually go bankrupt if you pirate the PC version. On Switch, that's not a factor because you can't pirate that version, as far as I know. But either way, it's like, hey, good to get an answer that way as far as what it was. Yeah, fly shots, ground shots. Okay, it's fly shots is up on D-pad. Grounder is on... Hold on, what they say about that? I'm going to rewind this because I skipped through that too quickly. Oh, I see. You hit grounder is just normal. So normal shot, basically. Okay, never mind. And if you hit it perfectly, you follow the guide exactly like that. And also, I like when you put top spin and back spin on the ball, it'll give you, like, the sound of it going like the or the for it. It sounds nice. I love the sound design of this game. We'll say that as far as it. Hit a weak shot, he will not follow it. So yeah, if you don't hit it perfectly, yeah, you're not going to hit. Actually, yeah, I didn't show that going out of bounds. I probably should show that, and then we'll show all the abilities, and that'll be that. And Pilotwings 64, that'll be it. Okay, left and right, select direction. So yeah, this is also how this game works. And it is good they have this, because this, you know, even to this day, I'll say this, and this is the best compliment I can pay this game to start. Alright, L and R buttons let you go 45-degree angle shifts. I honestly can't think of any other golf game, or, you know what, I'd say game even, that's quite like this. That's quite a statement when you think about that as far as video gaming. Usually the case is that there's always going to be a game that's like something else. Even when it comes to like a spiritual successor or something like that. Stuff like, I don't know, fine, Super Plexus is a lot like Tetris Attack. Stuff like Puzzle Quest is a lot like Bejeweled. There was that game I think you mentioned, like first, that was based on something like Contra. Actually, fine. No, Mel Dalkirk was mentioning one. what was it called? It was, I'm going back in the chat this way. We've had a long chat this way, which has been great. As far as that was, Slipstream. That was going based on stuff like pole position and Wipeout, or, Outrun. And fine, Wipeout, like, you have something like Quantum Redshift, which I have copy of, by the way. We're gonna figure when we do, Quantum Redshift. I do have it. That is absolutely gonna be on table. Hitting a grounder, you make a hook, spin panel, and you can do that for the hook, like that. When it's shown, select the way you want to curve, hitting left or right on the D-pad. It also just looks kind of cool, the idea. I always thought that guide is really interesting to see that. And same deal as before, Super Shot is getting perfect with the yellow, with the pink like that. If you do, he'll follow it specifically. But yeah, you're basically running in a corkscrew, as it is, which is kind of neat. So yeah, it's fine. It's golf, it's billiards, it's Kirby, it's also feasibly stuff that isn't any of those three things, weirdly enough, which is what makes this such a unique and, I guess, an indelible game. And when you think, like, hey, you know, if this was your first Kirby game, wouldn't it be weird if, like, hey, you're not used to, like, you didn't play the platformers first, which the platformer I played first of the Kirby stuff was, Kirby Superstar that we played 2 months ago. That was where, it kind of started to click that way. But, yeah, in that case, like, yeah, this is not necessarily a bad one to start with just because of how unique it is, yeah. While it's flying, you have a top or back spin. Top spin flies forward, backwards, back, ellipses back. And, same deal like that. Also, yeah, that part of that movement looks smoother in this version. I don't know why, but, yeah, I'll have to look at that. Because I do have this on Super Nintendo that way, and I guess, question then to chat when we get to this. Do you want to see it running through Switch Online? Do you want to see it on Super Nintendo? Because I do have the Super Nintendo cartridge for it. It's your pick as far as it. Not that it's necessarily going to make much of a difference, I guess, but either way, it's fine to that. Yeah, like that. I love that look and that sound as far as it. I mean, it's a small thing. I think that's the other thing. Like, we'll celebrate the small things because it tends to be, I get the sense, from everyone in chat tonight, and as it's been for the show going backwards, as far as the past shows we've done, I think it is kind of these small things that you think that would other people necessarily give much of a spotlight to, as far as games or just little details of games. But I say, like, I love that. I love that minutia. I love going into that. And in a lot of cases, it's you telling your story on games the same way that I would, as far as something like this, or any of the games we played tonight, or any of the games we've shown. Okay, so yeah, they're also going to show other stuff that go on that, and I definitely want to show the abilities, because there's interesting stuff they do with these. So yeah, shot on water. Yeah, if you do make the good shot, he'll bounce, and you don't necessarily have to do what I did, which is put topspin on Kirby. Fine, he is the ball. But if you don't do the shot right, you'll just sink, and I don't think it's going to show it's... Well... Okay, you don't have to get it 100%, you just have to get it decent enough in order to make the hit, but you can also do it from a ground shot, and I think they're going to show that here. Yeah, I think in that case you do have to get it perfect, I think, because otherwise you won't keep your speed going across the water. And some bodies of water are too large in order to make that happen anyway. Yeah, just go for it, for all of you beautiful Joe people. But yeah, in this case, there's enemies in the air. We're going to see that eventually when we play this. Yeah, press the A button at the right time to get a boost. Because yeah, fine, you can't reach that, but by doing a jump shot, as you come down, hit the A button, he does the extend out, you can basically increase your bounce, and keep increasing that as you go along as he lands, and get your distance going, so yeah, you can make a hole-in-one. That's a very useful skill, and it's something that seems so small. When I first played this, I said, yeah, what's this about? Hit the A button, he's just, I guess, increasing in size briefly. I said, what is that? I'll tell you, it's almost like the Insta-Shield in Sonic 3 in the sense that it's a mechanic that seems like, what does this really do? And then you understand what it does, and it really changes the dynamics of the game in a way that is... really shows the depth it has. Also, you have, trampolines with that bung. Yeah, but getting spiked. Also, dash panel. You also get stopped in sand. There is a fan. You get blown up as far as in the air. I love that. Also, tiles that'll spin you around. And grass that'll push you in area that way. Yeah, basically, you'll have a strong resistance if you shoot against it. Yeah, with it, even with it, you can still get through. Yeah, so, yeah, for a game, I'll tell you, we've sometimes talked about this, the idea of, yeah, clear the maps with the 9 basic skills you learned. And that is, we sometimes talk about the idea of, the build of games. I guess also, fine, the build of games as far as what they do, how they kind of coalesce everything that they go to, and how they keep, I guess, challenging you and keep you going as far as taking a premise, I think, and also then really doing a lot with it so that it has this depth to it, but also this intrigue that makes you like, yeah, I want to keep playing it. And that's what this game does really, really well. Fine, Kirby does that really well as a franchise anyway. I mean, even as far as a spin-off like this, yeah, it's still an interesting way. Yeah, you can kind of curve the shot and do a launch shot and bounce backwards with a lot of that. So yeah, there you go. But it is ability showcase time, and then it is Pilotwings 64 emulation showcase time. Yeah, stone. Yeah, you have a ground shot, you'll stop, or if you're shooting in the air, you'll just drop down like a stone. Also, here's a YouTube short about this game's anti-piracy. Awesome. Okay, so I'm looking forward to seeing what this is as far as going more into this game. Yeah, if you are in that case, you'll stop directly. Also, in that case, yeah, you can OB specifically, or out of bounds, but I don't think that's going to happen. I'll show them out of bounding. I'll do this as the last thing. With this game, anyway. Also, when on a hill, yeah, because if you defeat an enemy on a hill, it can have the hull on the hill, which can make it really hard to hit into, unless you hit it correctly. But when you hit the stone on the hill, you'll basically just keep sliding down until you get to a flat surface, or in this case, go in the hull. Alright, so here's the parasol that we showed before. They'll also show other things, and feasibly better use of it than I did. Yeah, he slows down to make sure you're playing ahead, because, yeah, you have to stop as it is. Yeah, because I'm going fast, or... Yeah, but in that case, yeah, be careful, like, ooh, yeah, you gotta hold back, and then you'll stop. But when you fly, you can control the path with D-pad. Yeah, this is how you use it. Yeah, that is beautiful. But now we're gonna get some stuff we didn't show. Including Fireball over there. Turn a Fireball, you get a burst of speed. Yeah, you can kind of go in a direction with that, where it's like, hey, if you go too far, you can out of bounds, but... basically use it to get to an area quick. Vroom! There are no courses, though, I think, that ask you to do that, as far as shooting that over a pit like this. Well, imagine if there would. Imagine if there was, I should say. And next up, we got Needle. It's like the stone, except you stick to the ground... as far as it, and when you're on a hill, you stay on the hill. Also, if you are rolling like that, and you're not, like, flying off of an edge or something, you'll basically stop right away. So in this case, yeah, the hole is on the hill, but as soon as you hit that, yeah, if you were on the stone, you hit that there, yeah, you'd slide off and you'd be dead, but with Needle, that does not happen. But similar with Needle, you also have to be in a case of making sure that, yeah... Oh, fine, you just shoot that. I was gonna say, yeah, if you shoot that in the air, he would launch off, and there would have been an out of bounds. But also the tornado. Yeah, you do his left and right on D-pad to do that. You basically use that to get around, obstacles. I do like how they set these up. And also, by the way, you keep hitting these enemies, by the way, each time. You do get a refill of the ability. So, like, hey, you hit it once, you get to use the tornado once. But if you keep hitting them, each time you hit the enemy again, or hit another enemy with an ability, you can basically use that. And they also sometimes will ask you to chain them together. So, like, you get one ability, like the wheel here, but then you might get the stone, and you need a time when you use those to get better scores. Here's Wheelie, yeah. You run up hills until you bump into something. Oh, that vroom! You know, bounce in the wall, and yeah, you'll go backwards. And also, it makes it really easy to go over the water. Yeah, hydroplaning, yeah, Kirby's maybe heard about that once, but yeah, with Kirby, it's totally safe to do that. In fact, it's probably recommended it's more safe to do that than actually shooting them across the water, as it is. But there you go. And this is an interesting one with Spark, because... yeah, usually thought, like, what happens with Wispy, the tree, or Wispy Woods, as far as it... yeah, you can kill Kracko and Wispy. Yeah, Kracko's in this game, by the way. You use this, you shoot it off, and we go in the glowing element like this. Hit the B button. Yeah, bye-bye tree. Yeah, Kirby's in the deforestation committee, so yeah, he can completely get rid of Wispy Woods completely on that. And they ask you to do that in multiple areas of this game. It's kind of glorious in its way. Yeah, the high jump as well, which we did show before, but yeah, same deal. Do the jump, and when you bounce that way, yeah, that Gordo's on the ground. Not anymore, it's not. I can jump right over him. And by the way, this is being controlled by the computer, by the way. I'm not controlling this. But either way. Also, another case where I don't think they ever ask you to do this, but... yeah, you can... yeah, you do a jump shot, and then basically at the height of that jump, make it so that you hit that off, and you can jump really high. Although, as I said, I don't think there are any courses that ask you to do that. But as I said, we'll find out when we play this fully. And two last ones, which are, yeah, good old Chili, Crusader 64's favorite. Or one of his favorites, anyway. Yeah, Kirby can skate, so yeah, it is the ice power. You use that to freeze the ice. Otherwise, just slide across. But, yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, you can skate across the ice by doing that. So as soon as you hit that, you go on the ice, it freezes, you go across. If you don't get out of the lip of the pool, by the way, with that, the ice will eventually thaw out and you'll go into the water. But in that case, it was fine. And yeah, the most overpowered ability in Kirby's Adventure is in this game. And it's pretty overpowered here if you know what you're doing, but you don't get it often. The UFO. You are in a time limit for this. You hit the B button when you get it, and you basically can move left and right wherever you want. So yeah, you can basically guide yourself to the hole, but you are on timer, so it's not completely that way. Yes, you have a timer that way. Like, as he's getting more of those, you may just keep hitting the B button to keep yourself going. Yeah, but after 9 seconds, yeah, it goes away and you drop down. You don't see this thing often, but you hit the B button and stop it anytime you want. But yeah, why would you want to? Because, yeah, this thing is awesome. You don't get this much in this game, I know that for a fact. Yeah, you basically just, yeah, you descend and there you go. So there's your idea as far as Kirby's Dream Course for Super Nintendo. Yeah, a little bit of preview for you. We'll definitely do this game eventually, because, yeah, it is a unique one. Oh, wait, I gotta show him out of boundsing. So, yeah, let's pull this. We'll go to the next course. I'll show the, thing for this. Anyway, fine, let's show the game over. Why not? So there he goes with Kracko. So there's Kracko. We'll get to see him, but he missed. And went underneath that. I did hit that, but yeah, ran out before it hit Wispy Woods over there, and so we're taken out. I do love this piece of music as well. The fine, we got it out of bounds. And they do take your tomatoes away. But yeah, it is the same deal as before. Where it's going to be that. Yeah, as I said, I'm going to show the game over just because. And then we'll go to Pilotwings 64 and that'll be the end of the show. Because I had a good time as far as the show. And yeah, it's good to be back, as I mentioned. As I said, I was off for a couple of weeks as it's been. As I said, my decision. I said, I'm doing this. I'm not doing a show as far as it. My family's coming first, but I said my Super Bowl Game Saturday family, and that's the idea of what it is for it. You're all part of the Super Bowl Game Saturday family as far as chat's concerned, have been on the show. That's the idea. I'm not leaving you hanging either. You're an important part of my life just the way that my family is, and so that's that idea. There you go. That is the game over. And if you don't go through the course, it'll just tell you, like, hey, what's the best score? What's your score? Yeah. Nothing. So, alright, fine, I'm gonna show one thing. If I do continue, the star comes in, or the warp star comes in and takes me out. But, let's also show what happens if I say no. It does do the... Actually, we didn't show this for Kirby Superstar, like I said I was gonna. Yeah, the finger says, like, yeah, not Master Hand from Super Smash Bros. I guess that's where they got the idea. And was how it made that. It's like, fine, let's crush him with a star. He'll wake up. Yeah, actually, no, he won't. But he lived, and the hand says, like, yeah, I've had enough. I can't do this. Alright, so that's that idea. There's your Kirby Dream Course element. Alright, so close this. I'm going to do a swap off of controller one last time. Using the Nintendo 64 controller, going to the US app for this. This is going to be the last showcase. I'm going to show the emulated element of Pilotwings 64, which you played before. I'll have the link for our full plays of this on Nintendo 64 and Waver 64 that we showed at the beginning of the show with the Shadow Pack release. And since we last looked at it, yeah, Pokemon Stadium is the thing they released. They didn't put on the Game Boy games as far as the linkage. That was disappointing. But they did give it in multiple languages. You can play it in German, you can play it in Spanish, you can play it in French. Actually, I did do an edit as far as something with Pokemon Gen 9 with the off-screen Nocturne I did for one of those to have an element of that. But alright, fine. As I mentioned, this is the Pilotwings game I was familiar with. I showed it off technically 3 times. I have a record of 2 of those times, this being the second. When they put it on Switch Online expansion pack, you're seeing it runs at 60 FPS. They had to have rebuilt this game because it doesn't run this smooth on the Nintendo 64 itself. Also, one thing I'm also thinking, yeah, congratulations if you get the credits. You also have sound, you also your sound stuff. Also, check album, which just loads your pictures. And there's Edwack playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Hi, Edwack. So good to see you tonight for show. He's going to be on the show, by the way, in 2 weeks. We'll go on that in schedule. Yeah, also, it loads the photos quicker in this version. I didn't actually give an indication of that when it came to the Nintendo 64 version. But yeah, there you go. There's Mount Rushmore with Mario on it. As well as, yeah, the oil rig fire as far as Everfrost Island, the fountain in front of the Crescent Island, Crescent Island Hotel. I believe that was the World Trade Center in New York City, because it came out in 1996. So it was 5 years before 9/11. Also, Misty the Monster, and the St. Louis Arch. So yeah, you can do that as far as any of the files you got. Because I do want to show this, because, yeah, they apparently had to rebuild this game. They must have had to, because it didn't run this smoothly as it was before. Alright, I'm going to show... Fine, you know what? I'll show Birdman as the last thing we do. We're ending on that Birdman music. It's too beautiful. Let's do some skydiving with Lark, who is Nestor from Nintendo Power of the Howard and Nestor comics. Kiwi, Ibis, Goose, Hawk, and Robin. Let's pull Goose out. There you go. Yeah, I've already said how much I love this game. It's one of those cases where there are probably enough people say like, "God, you love this game so much, you may as well marry it." It was like, I don't know. I don't think I can legally do that, but I love this game so much. But either way, it's like, okay, fine, we're doing the skydiving. Unlike Super Nintendo, you have the case of flying around, doing formation before you bust the cloud cover, as we showed, because we did show this full game. But show that it is much smoother than it even was on the Nintendo 64. Fine, actually, it had a lot of slowdown on the Nintendo 64, but this version eliminated a lot of it. We'll see that when we break cloud cover, which is 1,100 meters, by the way. You hear this great music by Dan Hess. God, I love it so much. As, yeah, we're saying hi to Kiwi. Hi, Kiwi. Yeah, in this case, just using the A button to flare to get myself in position for the 5 formations you gotta do. Or can do. They're worth points. So, I guess instead of the rings in the Super Nintendo version, this is what you get for the element of this. Alright, and when we do all 5, the girls say, like, yeah, bye-bye, Goose, see you later. And the B button to do the flip, but when we break cloud cover, you can then do, elements of flight. Yeah, look how much smoother this is. Also notice that the word time is not next to the timer for some reason in this version. So that's what I'm saying. They had to rebuild this. It's an uncapped 60 frames per second that's not always hitting, and there is pop-up, and there is visual tearing, so much it had on Nintendo 64 anyway. Also show you what you can't do on Super Nintendo. Dive towards the target at the last minute, hit the B button, try and make the landing. But... oh crap, I didn't do it in time. Fine, that's 50 points as far as it. Yeah, because I do want to show... fine, let's show the cannonball. Lark is not the best choice for this because he's very light. Him and Kiwi, they'll be blown around by the wind either way, but you do get the hilarious cannon music. It's like the carnival music. You hear the deet 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 deet, and then you shoot off, and it goes. Yeah, the child screaming as he launches into the head of Mario on Mount Rushmore and becomes Wario. Hi, Wario. And yeah, you can see his teeth much more clearly in this version because the draw distance is further. So this might be the definitive version of Pilotwings 64. Also, unlike some of the other games that are on Switch Online for Nintendo 64, I don't get the sense there's a button lag on this. The only thing I'll say is that, here's a bullseye, And also, the last thing I'm gonna do is shoot the cannon up fully. Get the music going faster. Also, there's no speed indication, so they took some of the dialogue off of things, but changed the camera angle, and there we go, we're flying. He is wearing a helmet. He'll feasibly survive as he falls. Feasibly. I love this so much. And like with Wave Race 64 that I showed at the beginning of the show with that Shindo version, this port of it, which is specific for Switch Online expansion pack as far as this way of it, it's like playing the game anew again. There you go. Yeah, don't worry, he'll live. But yeah, we're done with that part of it, but I do want to show... Maybe I should show a little bit of everything. Just because, right, because we showed it on Super Nintendo, so I think at this point... I said I'm not taking away from our look at this on Super Nintendo. I'm not. I absolutely am not. But I said put it into context, because we did... Actually, when we played this, this was not on Switch Online expansion pack. That didn't exist. Super Nintendo game was... Also, one thing is that it is a little twitchy, the movement with this, but then again, I'm using that Nintendo 64 controller that I haven't completely busted in. Alright, I did not get it perfect. You have to do it in 15 seconds. Oh, okay, never mind. Yes, it did. Okay. Alright, but there you go. So, yeah. Okay, so that's perfect score. Skydiving, Cannonball. We'll show Birdman as the last one. We'll show Hang Glider. Actually, I do want to show Hang Glider. Yeah, I'll show... Okay, I want to show Chicken Dive. Actually, no, wait, we're going to show different characters each time. We'll show Kiwi. Who is actually who I ran when I did this for the play of the show. Alright, Chicken Dive. This is what I noticed when they first unveiled it. They showed this level. I said, they're running an uncapped frame rate, aren't they? Like, they are. So yeah, it never was this smooth on the Nintendo 64, and you'll have the video of the YouTube upload of the Nintendo 64 play we did, or I did, to indicate that. Pull up! Or not. Okay, fine, she's going in the water. That's always the fun thing, but yeah, it looked so smooth, man. Fine, since this is so insanely short, I'm gonna try it one more time, and then we'll look at the other two, and then we'll end on Birdman. And we're going to Little States for Birdman, yeah. We're gonna be flying across the US for that one. Talk about a great piece of music to end the night with. Even though I'm missing rings, so it makes it a little harder. You have to kind of adjust to the way the frame rate is. Because it's better. It's way better. You do also see, as I mentioned, some of the visual tearing and pop-up, but still... Yeah, it's amazing. And I said, they must have had... Going back to the emulation thing, this is also the reason I'm glad they came up tonight. And also why I said I want to show this above anything else, because they must have rebuilt this game. They had to have. You're seeing the interface of it. It looks a little different than it did on N64, and you do still have the stuff with the pictures. But, yeah, it's fascinating just seeing, like, hey, they took this. This is its first re-release, and you could make the case, I would make the case, they took one of my favorite games. Oh, shit, as I failed the landing. Okay, fine, Kiwi's not landing that right. In fact, I'll tell you, the quality of this is so good as far as the clarity of the graphics. I didn't notice when we played this. Look at her face. Look at what that is. Like, what the hell is that? It's like she lost teeth or something, or she got injured or something, or kind of has the crazy eyes. That was not a detail I ever noticed on the Nintendo 64 version. So I said, they took one of my very favorite games on Nintendo 64. This is probably my favorite game on the system that people don't know about, or I get the sense that needs more attention. Maybe. But I don't know if I don't hold me to that in a court of law, please. Because there are other Nintendo 64 games I could say that about, like Mystical Ninja Storm Goemon as an example. But they took this game I adore to death, and I've been begging people. It's like, if you haven't played this, please play it. They made it accessible to people with a Switch Online expansion pack account, and they made it better. So I'm like, okay, fantastic. So yeah, that's that idea. So fine. All right, she's getting the weird case of it. But all right, let's look at Rocket Belt.
Oh yeah.
Let's take Robin. Yeah, she is the adult character here. Let's yeah, let's go Metropolis stance as far as this. We're in Hollywood. Just flying through the rings. Yeah, you know what? Here, enjoying the lovely jazz music again. You know what? Fine. We feasibly should just like fly all across America. Fine. That's what Birdman's gonna be for. But yeah, just cleaner. The way the controls are, it's not a case where I'm hitting button. It seems like, hey, there's something missing. There's the hover, which, yeah, Power Super Nintendo doesn't have that. And yeah, I was spoiled by this game as far as that, because that's that case. Yeah, her jetpack or rocket belt, I never noticed those details of the stars on it before. So that's the idea that the improved graphical quality, in fact, yeah, Mel Dalkirk, you're saying this with Power Slave. The idea that, hey, that new version, the Power Slave Exhumed, they took the original, they upgraded as far as an up-res, or fine, they remastered it, really. And this is a case of them doing it right, and that one was a case of them doing it right, but saying, like, hey, it also then exposes some of the elements of the graphics, so like, hey, you know, if we go over there, it's like, hey, there's stuff in the distance, but yeah, the mountains and stuff are kind of just going to be popping in, or some of the wind turbines, as it is. Oh, right there, like one of the buildings. So that did reveal that way. But hey, for something like this, yeah, they did a really good job. And it's like, I don't know if there's an official story of what they do for this port, but I have to assume it got rebuilt. And I guess that they feasibly figured out if they had to go to Atari, or whoever it is who has the remnants of Paradigm Entertainment who developed this. I don't know if they did or not. If Nintendo has the name of Pilotwings, they can just do what they want with it. Yeah, let's, Gyrocopter. Fine, we didn't see Mecha Hawk. Let's show Mecha Hawk again. Let's take Real Hawk out and let's blow him away. Yeah, by the way, if you're also wondering, like, why do I have everything, you know, set to this? And yeah, look how smooth this is. Jesus, I cannot emphasize that enough. So yeah, this is, when we talk about the updates to Switch Online Expansion Pack, this is what I'm talking about. This is what they all should be as far as the Nintendo 64 stuff. This is the one they did right, even though there's tons of pop-up in the, planes over here. Like, yeah, look at all those buildings. So that maybe doesn't look as good as it did on N64, but there he goes. Yes, you do have your robot going on as far as it's like, yeah, it's like only yesterday that I showed off. And wait, hold on. Wait, did it held Wario being on Mount Rushmore from Cannonball? Wait, I don't know. Did it do that on N64? By the way, also, I'll show one thing I didn't show on our play of that one. Yeah, if you keep shooting it, it'll turn Mario, and it'll turn back to Wario again. Yeah, now I'm going to land on his hat and crash. Okay, so I'm going to look back at that with the original cartridge, I think. I'm wondering, did they do something as far as how it's holding stuff in the RAM of the game? And also, look at his face, Jesus. Well, I guess it's saving what I did in Cannonball with Wario here for when I come back. I'll have to look at that. I'll come back with an answer as far as that when I edit this, because I'm too fascinated on that now. But alright, fine. We showed Hang Glider, Rocket Belt, Gyrocopter, Cannonball, Skydive. Right. Oh, let's go Birdman and Little States. Let's take Gibbets out. Yeah. Free flight. Yeah, display sights to see. Cloudy day. Don't worry, Mecha Hawk's not there. I let him go. Ignore the test, of which there is none. You can fly free as a bird. Vehicles will fire fuel, run out of gas. So go to a gas station. Yeah, which is the Paradigm logo, which eventually looks like Sit-Go. Alright. And we're hearing the sexy jazz. Oh my god, I love it so much. One of the best pieces of music out of this game, and that's saying a lot. And a game that even people who haven't played this game, there's one aspect of this game that gets tons of love. It's the Birdman music. Oh my god, it is so good. You'll talk about your sexy jazz. I mean, it's the best case of sexy jazz that is not written by a sexy jazz musician of any kind, or the case of, you know, Barry White, of course. Like, I bet I'd love to think, like, hopefully before Barry White passed away, maybe you heard this soundtrack and this song, it's like, yeah, that's something I would have loved, perhaps. Or going back to our elements as far as 90s cartoons and stuff. Remember, the Angry Beavers, Barry the Bear was supposed to be is a reference direct to Barry White, as it is. Even to the point where they sample Can't Get Enough of Your Love Babe on when he hits it big. Even to the point where he also has, unrelated to that a little bit, but he has his doorbell, which is James Brown's Hey! From I Feel Good, which was amazing. But, yeah, that's the idea. And maybe the thought of we're going to see something with Angry Beavers again, because there is Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2 coming out They did say we're going to have voice acting from the start this time, thank Christ. They shouldn't have ever had it that way without it to begin with. They also realized that, hey, rollback netcode is not the only thing that is going to get your game going. Also, I want to get her up a little bit. No, it's fine, I think, for it. And apparently there's the thought that Daggett and Norbert will be in it, and I guess that they're going to get the voices of Nick Barkay and Richard Horvitz back for it, potentially. We'll see that. Yeah, we'll have other stuff as far as all of our memories and stuff of that as well. As we're looking down on the starry sky. Actually, you know what? I want to get myself a little closer. Also, you do have to kind of hit the button a little more in Birdman to fly in this one, compared to it in the Nintendo 64 version. Also, yeah, okay. I'm oblong. I can't be oblong. I need to be. Fine. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna land over there. We're gonna look at the Golden Gate Bridge, and that's gonna be the end of our show for tonight. Our jam-packed return show, as I said. Yeah, my grandmother. This one's for you. I said it was nice to have 2 weeks off, I guess, just to be able to remember her, and as far as all that. But yeah, I got a mission as far as this show. I got a lot of missions, I guess, in life as far as how it is, but yeah, being in a case that this is a part of my life now, as it's been, and I don't ever see this going away, and I'm never gonna let it go away. Alright, flat land. Alright, I just want to make sure I land right. Ow. It's sometimes tough to land that. By the way, you do the landing, hit the B button to get yourself into a land position. Yeah, you know, let's do this. Right here. Also, I can also feasibly put it into a first-person view. You know, fine. We do want to have Ibis there, so there you go. So that is the element of Pilotwings 64. I love this game, too. So, yeah. So for this show, 4 games that have been shown off for this that are worth your time. 2 we played before, 3 now as it is with Pilotwings for Super Nintendo. 1 we'll play in the future with Kirby's Dream Course, and a lot of good suggestions and discussions out of the best chat on Twitch. Thank you so much for everything for tonight, and as you always do for every show for Super All Game Saturday. Yeah, we're back as far as it. If we run into a case as the plane takes off, so take care. As we get into a case again, we're like, hey, I'll take a break. As I said, I will advertise it on the Twitch site for that week. And we're like, hey, the schedule goes down until we get to the case of the Super Bowl Game Saturday Discord site, which is in the works. I have it created. I just have to build everything for it. I have to get time to do it. I'll make sure that we can have that going. So I'll at least have stuff with announcements going. So if something else goes on, or I have to take a break from show or something, I'll let you know. I'll get people, or I'll have people involved saying like, hey, you know, if something happens that way, as far as me say, they'll be in case to help out with that. But yeah, that being said, yeah, so thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday for tonight. And yeah, it's good to be back. I said, yeah, I've got a lot, I guess, to kind of go as far as it's been. But yeah, it's been quite a ride as it's been. The show has been a ride. The past couple weeks have been a ride. I said, my grandmother as well, wherever you are, looking up into the sky. As it is. Yeah, I know, she's watching down on me for sure, as is my grandfather. As I hopefully you're proud as far as you're seeing what the show is, and I guess what I've done with it, and maybe what I've done. I know she'd say that. As I mentioned, the one element of that as well that kind of went to that, something that actually came from my mom as far as it, a couple minutes after she passed, saying that there's this blanket she loved. And this also goes to the idea of my setup of Pauline with the picture, saying that, she kept her warm on cold nights. Her wish also is as far as that to be cremated, like my grandfather was. So they said, can we do that with the blanket you gave her? Because it'll give her warmth. I said, yes, absolutely. It kind of took me aback. And then what they did, a very beautiful thing, they mixed their ashes together. So yeah, they're both together in heaven. And yeah, there you go. That's the other thing. Other shows won't necessarily go into stuff like this. I'll go on an element of this and saying that what this is, like, yeah, never bringing a room down. It's a personal experience as far as myself, but all of you out there. All of you have been willing to open yourself that way too. Like, first, I know you've done that multiple times, as is Dolly Finn and Melda Alkirk as well. And I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for that and for everything for tonight's show and every show. For Super Bowl Game Saturday, as I said, it is Friday tonight, though, because we're not having a Saturday show for this week. But yeah, with that, let's talk with schedule as we enjoy the sexy jazz and the beautiful sights. Beautiful nights, something nice to calm down and to kind of relax, which is the idea of what Pilotwings really is. And why I love it, and why when I can get the 3DS figured, we will complete the Pilotwings trilogy with Pilotwings Resort for 3DS. I mean, I drove all around the area after I bought 3DS finding that game. I found it. I'm definitely going to do that. We'll figure it. I'll let you know when that's going to be, when I know. Is that I got to figure that stuff with the tech, but that's been the challenge, is that I'm in this for the long haul. So everything you mentioned in chat, as far as games you got, you want to see, we'll do them. They're going on the link. Well, fine. Stuff that we have as far as links are going in the link list. They'll go on the master list. So we'll pull them off for sure, and we will play them. And also, by the way, every time you want to come to the show, each week I will have the announcement as far as the schedule looking, when I know it's going to be show what next week's game is going to be. Because I'm going to do it in 1 week increments as far as Twitch is concerned. But yeah, if you're ever wondering what are we doing for the show, I usually will tell it in the description of the YouTube upload as far as like when the next show is. But here at twitch.tv/CaptainDtrag, where I'm recording this now, that is where it'll be. If you want to see what we got coming up, yeah, that's going to be the idea. And eventually I'll have a case of that with this Discord site when we get to that, as far as it, so that we'll be able to have more of that going ahead, so you can kind of get a sense of going ahead more what it is. Although, as always is, I will still go and schedule at the end of the show, as I always do, to explain what's going on. Because, yeah, not too many changes, even with the shows we canceled the past couple weeks. But again, thank you so much to everybody out there. Thank you, Alec, for making the request on Pilotwings for Super Nintendo. I had a great time playing it, and everything else we went into, and for all the other stuff we showed off as extras. Let's talk schedule then. It's mostly the same as it was before, but there is going to be some stuff that's a little up in the air, stuff in September, but we'll go on that for now to start. Next week, we'll be back on the day that our show is named, or that Nikki named our show of. She came with the name Super Game Saturday about 3 years ago this time, after I'd done this for a couple weeks, and that's the name it stayed. She came up with a great one. Yeah, we're going to be on Saturday next week. That is going to be on August 12th. We're starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for that show. Nocturne's coming back. She's going to be completing Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation. We only have the last room to go as far as where we went last time. We're going to get some big stuff going on story in more ways than one. And we also are going to show off, or she's going to show off, all of the weapons, all of them upgraded. I believe she is in case where she has been upgrading as far as everything, or gotten the Game Shark code for making that happen, because the Zenny grind that was required is massive, and honestly, she was not going to be in a case she'd actually do it. So in that case, it was actually probably a blessing in disguise, I guess, that we canceled last week's show for the Lunar thing, because we didn't know if she was actually going to be on the show as it is, but she will be on next week. As far as Mega Man Legends 2, we're going to complete the game for sure, and I'm looking forward to that. At 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, she's going to lead us through it, as she has wonderfully for every part. Then we get to the week after that. It's going to be Friday's show, so actually we are going to have, tonight, 2 weeks from now, that is going to be on August 18th. Edwack, who we saw on screen playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Nikki, they're both coming back. He is going to be starting Spyro the Dragon. We're playing the Spyro Reignited Trilogy version on the Switch. I said, what is your choice? How do you want to play this? He said, I want to play it this way. We will be playing that way. It's not going to be a long game. It is only going to be 2 parts. But he is going to be starting that for us, because he also said it was a choice between what of the 3D collectathon platformers from 1998 did he want to celebrate the 25th anniversary of. One of his favorite games of all time is Banjo-Kazooie, but he said he kind of wants to semi-speedrun that as he gives it a full play. So he's going to put that one to the side for a bit. So he's going to do Spyro the Dragon. My experience with Spyro the Dragon is mostly on the PlayStation, but I have not played it much. So on his request, I asked him, what is your preference? I've not seen the end of this game. How do you want me to handle this? Do you want to play ahead? He said, sit back and let it go blind as far as my reaction. That being said, I will still take notes as far as stuff with voice acting and people create game, and the original version as well. I'll also go into elements as far as the lack of collectability of the Spyro Reignited trilogy. But that being said, that will be the elephant in the room I'm going to deal with. Particularly on the Switch, to the point where I actually asked him, like, hey, can I borrow your Switch copy very briefly to see how does this version do it compared to the Xbox One and PS4 versions, and the later reprints of those releases on Xbox One and PS4. Switch was not lucky for that. We'll get into that as far as it starting it off. Going as far as it, and giving experience, or giving a bit of attention to another franchise we have not touched. But yeah, Spyro the Dragon, it is a really good game of what I've played of it. It is one that shaped a lot of childhoods. I guess it shaped his as far as it, and that's the version he's running, and we're gonna love starting that in 2 weeks. That's a 7 p.m. show as far as it on August 18th. Then the week after that, Mel Alkirk, just to let you know, since I know you're a big one on Lunar, I mean, you're named after Mel Alkirk, Hell Mel from that game, and I know the beauty of Hell Mel as it is now when we play the game, and also naming of your children after the characters. We have the next part of Lunar Silver Star Stream complete. That is going to be on August 26th. Protorov is going to be there, as is Nocturne. We'll find out as far as Blood Spice Moon. Her schedule sometimes can be a tough thing with her, as it's been, but she does know as far as how it is. They were made aware of what was going on for this, that I had to cancel last week's show for that. I didn't hear anything saying, like, no, there's going to be a problem, especially because if we're going to finish that game, we're going to kind of have to fast track it, and this is going to be a little bit of a theme for September. But that show, by the way, on August 26th, that's going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because Protorova runs the long parts for that game. Probably a good thing as far as how it is, and also to get us ready for when we do really long RPGs, where we need those really long sessions. I'm thinking Shadow Hearts Covenant, which at some point the Crusader 64 and the Chasm 22 are going to be coming in for at some point. But September, yeah, September's going to be a little bit up in the air. I will say that. I've been talking with, because I'm coordinating with actually guests every week, except for September 30th, which is our play of Contra Hardcore for Sega Genesis. That's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then, that show I know is happening. I asked Edwack this. I'm going to try and reiterate this, and I might have an update when I do the edit on this. I requested since he needs Fridays, him and Nikki cannot do Saturdays with very rare exceptions. I said, can you complete Spyro the Dragon on September 1st at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at least? He says he'll see what he can do. I'll see if I have an update on that. I will reiterate that to him if that's the case. If some of this stuff falls apart, I will pull out other stuff to fill out the gaps as far as it, because I know one I might be getting some pushback on. I haven't gotten it so far, even though I've told them about it. Is actually the stuff with Lunar, because, yeah. I told Protorova specifically, I said, if we're going to be finishing that game for this year and not have to push it into next year, along with the show that we're doing on not April, that's when we started, on August 26th, he's going to have to play it for 2 sessions over a 2-week period, with every other, of alternating weeks. So that would mean that he would have to play it on September 9th, which I was going to give him anyway before we canceled last week's show, because Nocturne's not going to need the 6th part for Mega Man Legends 2. And then finale for September 23rd. I don't know if it's going to happen. He hasn't said to me, no, I can't do this, I'm feeling rushed. He's not, by the way, just to put the record out there, he's not rushed. That is the longest game we've done as far as parts for it. So he's definitely having all the time. I did say to him 6 parts. Is it going to be enough? I mean, if it's not going to be enough, that's fine. But he did say, yes, 6 parts should be enough for this. If he's willing to do that, or he can, do that for 2 shows in September, which would be September 9th and September 23rd at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for each of those, we'll make it happen. As I mentioned when I did my my update video last week, showing the PSP version, I'll do that as an off-screen thing, and I will pen that either the finale of Lunar, or I will put that as a separate video, I think. That's going to be questioned, and then also September 16th, this is also in the air, assuming all this stuff goes. Dolly Finn in the chat is going to be in on that week, at least what I'm figuring. I gave her a choice. I said, what do you want to do for this that we can do in 1 part? I'll get into talks with her to get a sense of what that is, and we'll figure it. If I have to pull other stuff, I'll pull other stuff off, although actually I will go back to one thing, because there's one show in August I forgot to mention I'm doing. It's something I kind of came up with an idea of doing now. Oh, fine. Now, as far as like a couple days ago. And that is the day after we do the start of Spyro the Dragon. I asked Edwack this. I said I technically can do a show on the Saturday that week, which is August 19th. I said to him, I've not touched Pokemon Violet version in 4 months, including me even playing it. I basically, because of the way that game has been, as far as being broken, it's still being broken, and still having the balls to say that we're going to charge you $35 for its DLC. We still haven't fixed the game completely. I said, fine. We did that for the April Fool's Day show back in April. I did an off-screen part with Nocturne for about 2 hours worth. This is on the YouTube site. It's an exclusive over there. I said, it's been a while since I've touched this. I think I'm going to do a show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that night, or maybe 5. I'll think about it when I'm going to do that, or when I want to do that for the show. I might do just 6 7 p.m. But I'll update you as far as that, just to play through the game more to get towards it. And I also said this to Edwack and Nikki as well. Since he's the reason I own that game, I am grateful to him as far as that, so I can kind of reckon with it this way and kind of give the full experience with the unpatched version of the game. And I'm not patching it. I'm not buying the DLC. As far as it, I'm going to hold the finale of the game as far as the last part of it, so that him and Nikki are going to be on it at some point. I'm going to have to get a sense of when I'm getting close to the end of that game, because I've only played about 8 hours into it. And that's also all of my play. I've not played that game at all, except for all the times it's been on camera and been recorded. And I'm going to keep that going. But when we get towards the finale, I'm going to have them both in on that, because they loved this game. They're willing to put up with the fact that it's broken, because they believe that the open world element of it is something they find appealing. They really like the story of this game. They think the story, the way it ends, particularly the Violet version, is something they were almost in tears by. I want to see that myself specifically, and I think they should be there for it. So in that case, we can also give the defense. You know, it's been one thing with me saying that, oh, I've been mad about this being broken, because yeah, Nintendo, of all companies, really should not be doing that. And it is them, along with Game Freak and Pokemon Company, doing it. And I guess we'll see also if anything comes out of Pokemon Presents that's on Tuesday. See what's going on. Hopefully they're learning their lesson as far as it. But with 23 million in sales, I don't think so, as far as units. But we'll see. But I said, we'll get the defense. That's the other thing. I'm going to be fair. As I said, I'm being fair to this game. It is a fun game of what I've played, but I can't get past the idea of how that game got released and how it's still in a state after almost a year of release. But I said, fine. They're going to be on. They'll give the defense. They'll be in witness to the ending that way. And that'll have to be how that goes down the road. I'm basically going to put that in when I can have free shows. So the point is, if I run into cases where I have to fill stuff in September, I might do another part of that. But as I said, tentatively speaking, September 1st will be the finale of Spyro the Dragon. September 9th will be the next part of Lunar. September 23rd will be the next part of Lunar. After that, and probably its finale. If we can't, we'll have to push that in next year because of how schedule's going. And then Dolly Finn's Choice on the 16th. And Contra Hardcore on September 30th. I first wanted to see that. We're doing it. I've prepared for that game for almost a year now. I've only got a little more to do as far as my practice. I feel like I'm doing okay. And I think we can give that game the full love and the full treatment, and I'll be able to manage it. But that'll come that way. And then we get to October, when we have our Halloween block coming in. Gemini 96. There's like I want to make sure I'm getting his name right. Yeah, Gemini 96. He's coming in on the first week of the month. That's going to be October 7th. Thank you. No problem, Dolly Finn, of course. Yeah. Tell me what you want as far as it. Have a think as far as anything that we can do in one part for that September 16th show. I will talk with Edwack and Protorova and everybody as far as that to make sure that we can make that happen. I'll figure that for sure. But yeah, as I said, October 7th we're starting. Okay, absolutely. So yeah, feel free to get it. We'll call me. We'll figure it out as it always is. But that being said, for October 7th we're starting Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. We're using Switch Online for that. Jared96 loves that game, as mentioned before. That is going to be his element as far as it. I think we're going to alternate playing, but that's going to be, he's guiding us on that one. He knows exactly what we're doing, exactly how to handle that. And then, at dates to be determined in the middle of the month, Nocturne's coming in for the Typing of the Dead for the Dreamcast. And then the other week is going to be the Crochet Nerd 64 for the Man of Medan, or the Dark Pictures Anthology, the Man of Medan. I bought it on the Xbox One to take a look at it. I bought it on disc, where the disc only has 45 kilobytes on the disc. I was like, this is a multi-gig disc, but it's only an activation code. I'm mad. Yeah, another thing I'm mad about Namco on, and he bought it digitally, so that's the case. Like, he didn't notice that because, yeah, just download it. At that point, may as well just had it a download version like they did on the Switch. That being said, we're going to use the PlayStation 5 to play that. So yeah, our first PS5 game. I have the tech running as far as the HD60X for that. I think we're going to be good. I think we figured this stuff with audio lag. I hope the hell I don't have it when I look over this for the edit process. That being said, is that we're going to be running that sometime. It's going to be the 2 weeks in the middle of October, because the last week of October, October 28th, that is 30 years to the day of the release of Devil's Castle Dracula X Rondo of Blood for the for the PC Engine Super CD. Yeah, the Castlevania game we didn't get until the PSP came around with Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles. We were using that PSP version to play it. I actually did do a tech look with the new level height cable I bought. So actually, it's going to look really, really nice as far as how it's going to look. It's going to look way more natural than the edits I did on the second part of Lunar with the PSP version, because I had to, for the purpose of some of the tech problems we had. So at that point, I had to switch it off and then kind of, manage some of the stuff as far as the footage that we got and we could salvage, which was most of it, the parts we had to do. But for that Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles, it's going to look great as far as showing Rondo Blood off of it. We're going to show Rondo Blood explicitly on that as far as it. But we will come back to that remake at some point, because it is really good as well. And Symphony of the Night in that, although I think I'll show it on the PlayStation. But I'll give lip service to that version, because it's definitely good stuff as far as it. Then we get to November, where we have the next part of Earthbound, and we start Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. I'm using Substance on PlayStation 2 to play that. We're starting that at some point. The dates are going to be sorted to be up in the air, but it's going to be the first 2 weeks, because I'll talk with Gemini 96 as far as which week he wants of the first two. The other one will be Metal Gear Solid 2 Part 1. And that's one I think is going to be 6 months, the way I want to play that and what I want to show, because I want to show as many things as I can. Then we have the pre-Thanksgiving Disney game showcase. Pulling the NES out, and we'll see how the 72-pin connector holds on this. But yeah, we're going to be playing two from Capcom. We're going to be playing Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, and we're going to be playing Disney's Adventures in the Magic Kingdom. They are very short games, so I can do them both at once, as far as one show. With the RetroTink 5X, we're not going to have a feed cut concern. And we'll see how that goes. It's one I know that Inherent Knocked played as a kid. He's the reason I played it as a kid, and I bought it years later. I was like, yeah, remember this game? I was like, no, I don't. I was like, you're repressing that memory, my brother. But that being said, we're going to give that the attention, and music by Yoko Shimomura in Adventures in the Magic Kingdom. Interesting enough, one of her first cases of it. And we'll get the Puzzle Showcase. Dolly Finn in chat's going to be involved in that. We got a lot of stuff for the Puzzle Showcase, and a lot of stuff I'm still curating and putting together. We're going to have a jam-packed show. That's going to be 2 days after Thanksgiving. We always do that for our show. A nice smorgasbord of stuff for you. I mean, yeah, you thought 4 games as far as this was a nice thing, and it was, definitely. But yeah, well, you say it about over 30. I had to also sort of pare some of that down. We got a lot of stuff we got. Yes, so Dolly Finn is saying she's excited. She knows some of the stuff we're going to show. She's seen some of the things as it's been. I've gotten contributions from everybody as far as things that said, what do you want to see? And I've gotten some winners as far as stuff I was not aware of. And stuff we do. We'll give a little bit of a showcase, a little bit of a round-robin case, and one of those games is going to be something Dolly Finn is going to be involved in for full play of at the end of December, the last 2 weeks of December. That's going to be Strange Horticulture. We're on the Switch version as far as those will be 2 last weeks of December, but the other weeks are going to be the next parts of Metal Gear Solid 2 and Earthbound, and the other week is the game I was going to play at this point originally, but I pushed it back because I said, I need to be ready for this. Even if I was going to be in a case of being able to do this show as far as this tonight, I said, I got to prepare for this. This is another viewer request. This is from Electris. He wanted to see, it's another puzzle game. We got a lot of puzzle stuff coming up end of the year. Tetrasphere for the Nintendo 64. I still had to practice to it. Even before my grandmother passed away and before I canceled the shows the past couple weeks, I was not ready for that game. I did not have any time to practice as far as what it was. And I said, when it comes to viewer requests, I practice those specifically because I said, I want you to have the experience. I want you to come by and also see the game you asked for being done justice. And that is a bond I'm not going to break. And I said, it's a rule I have. When it comes to viewer requests, I'm going to handle that differently. Where, yeah, they said they want to see a game. I'm going to prepare for it. I'm going to do the best I can to give you the game in the way that you would want to have it shown. And so that's what I'm going to do as far as that for Tetrasphere. And then we get into next year. We're going to have the first weekend of the year, we're celebrating 20 years of Sonic Heroes, so I'm going to show off, we played that game before, I'm going to show off the super hard mode with the Xbox version, which is by far the easiest way to get it, because it's an Xbox magazine disc that gives you a free unlock for it. And then also the next parts of Earthbound and Metal Gear Solid 2, and I'll figure what that other week is going to be. It might be the next part of Game Dev Tycoon, it might be Lunar if we have to push Lunar in the next year. And February, same case right now, it's kind of a little bit up in the air as far as that. The next parts of Earthbound and Metal Gear Solid 2, which I think we also finished those in March. And then also March 2nd, Nocturne's coming in for Snowboard Kids 2 on the Nintendo 64. Because that is more or less the 25th anniversary of the game by like a day. So yeah, we're going to be showing our love on that one. And other stuff as well. Other stuff that's been there. I got to figure what I'm doing for the April Fool's Day showcase. I might do 2, depending on if I can show off, and if it comes out in time, the definitive edition of Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, which the pre-orders are going up next month for a limited run on that. And also Justice League Task Force for the Super Nintendo, which I did buy a copy of. My god, that game is stiff, but as I said, I'm going to give it more time. I'm going to make sure that we're going to show that way. I'll definitely do good stuff as far as DC, as far as I was going to mention that at the beginning of the show, but I don't want to get a sense like, hey, we're dumping on DC because we played 2 games but not so hot. But even the games that are not very good, we have a great time with them, and in some ways, I wouldn't trade those for the world. Even like, hey, why would you want to play Batman Forever? With all of you, I'd play anything, and I would have a great time just because of that experience. Even if the game is not good, it doesn't matter. It's kind of putting in perspective the games we love, and it makes for a good show. Even something like that, that was a great play we had as far as that, and all of our April Fool's stuff, and we did Pokemon Violet this year, and Slam City with Scottie Pippen the year before. That was a trip. And me appreciating how good Sewer Shark is, as far as how it is. Yeah, there you go. That is your full schedule. Yeah, I'm packing you as far as what we've got, because I'm telling you, we're in this for the long haul. I've said that. I'm giving an element to that. Thank you so much for all of your support for these past couple of weeks, as it's been. We all appreciate it, myself, my family, and as I said, I'm just giving back as far as that, as much as I can. And hope you had a great time. I had a wonderful time tonight. It's so good to be back. It's so good to be back with my Super Bowl Game Saturday family, and of course my real family out there as well. As far as it, them hearing and all that. They're like, hey, they've seen the show, they've heard stuff of the show, and they've enjoyed it. I think. Fine. And Aaron Knox, the case of that, I know he's enjoyed the shows he's been on, and he might be on some of those at the end of the year. And there might be a little bit of a surprise with something with the last part of Strange Horticulture, because that's only going to be 10 hours. If that. Actually, not even. It's going to be like a 9-hour game. So we can finish that in 2 parts. So yeah, definitely want to stay tuned for that. Good night, everyone. Have a great weekend. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dolly Finn. Thank you, Alec First. Thank you, Melda Alkirk. So good to see all of you, and so good to be back tonight. Have a great rest of your weekend starting. A wonderful week coming forward. Thank you so much for everything you've done for myself and for the show. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, no, 5. Shit. I'm getting... Okay, I gotta go sleep now as far as it, but fine. 5 p.m. Next week. I will see you then with Nocturne for the finale of Mega Man Legends 2. Until then, keep being awesome. You are more than awesome. I don't even think that... I say that every way in the show, but I don't know if that even does it justice. It really doesn't. Thank you for everything. That's all I'm going to say. And have a wonderful night. And my gratitude will never cease. Take care, everybody. I will see you next week.